All right. Now, it seems to me that some of the dumbest things that you do as a child happened when you were staying the night at a friend's house. And this would usually occur at, I don't know, around 3 o'clock in the morning or so. Just out of nowhere, one of your friends is like, hey, wanna go grab sleeping bags and slide headfirst down the stairs? Oh, yeah, let's do it. Well, one of the dumbest things that I remember doing was when me and my friend Michael stayed the night at our friend David's house, and we had ourselves a little impromptu smoothie night. Now, where did we get such a stupid idea in the first place? Well, we got it from the Magic Bullet Blender infomercial, of course. Where else? You see, back in my day, most sleepovers ended with all of us sprawled out in the living room, struggling to stay awake while we watched shitty infomercials on TV. Because that's all there was to watch after midnight. We'd just watch infomercial after infomercial until this bad boy came on the screen, and that was it. That was the end of TV time, according to the TV. But luckily for us, we grew up in what I considered to be the golden age of infomercials. We're talking about the classics here, like the George Foreman grill, or that stupid-ass Snuggie that your Aunt Carol probably still wears in the morning. Hell, I even remember the ShamWow guy, you know, before he lost his mind and punched that hooker in the face that one time. Anyways, on this particular night, we just so happened to be watching the infomercial for the Magic Bullet Blender, aka the weirdest goddamn infomercial on the planet. Why was it weird, you asked? Well, it doesn't seem strange at first. You just got like this husband and wife showing off this shitty blender in their kitchen, but then all of a sudden all these other people start waking up in their house and showing up to the kitchen table, and you're sitting there like, where did these people come from? Did they stay the night at their house? What the hell's going on here? And then it dawns on you that these people are fucking swingers. I mean, what else could it be? They're clearly swingers that had a wild swinger party the night prior, and apparently in the morning, they become blender enthusiasts. Look, go watch it for yourself, all right? It's on YouTube. That's been my theory for years, and apparently, I'm not the only one that thinks that. So anyways, we're watching these perverts on TV making all sorts of shit with this stupid little blender. They're making margaritas and guacamole and fucking pasta somehow. What? Pasta? Well, our whole night ends up taking a turn for the worse when we see these assholes make some delicious looking fruit smoothies. Because naturally, this gives us the brilliant idea of, hey, we should make fruit smoothies. We should make fruit smoothies right now. Never mind the fact that it's 3 o'clock in the goddamn morning, or the fact that David's mom is upstairs sleeping, exhausted from being a single mother all goddamn day. We gotta make some fruit smoothies, and we gotta do it right now. So we go into the kitchen, and unfortunately David's mom doesn't own a sweet-ass Magic Bullet blender like we saw on TV. Apparently those 6 easy payments of $19.99 aren't so easy for a single mother, what can I say? But what we do have to work with is a good old-fashioned Black & Decker big-ass blender. Alright, we're in business. Now we can make some fruit smoothies. But there's just one little itty-bitty problem. And that is, of course, none of us fucking know how to make fruit smoothies to begin with. But hey, that's not a problem. We didn't know how to fucking bobsled down a flight of stairs either. We just went for it. I mean, I'm no Copernicus, but I'm pretty sure the smoothie equation is just fruit plus orange juice equals fruit smoothie. That's pretty damn simple. So we start searching the kitchen for fresh fruit, and we quickly realize that there is no fucking fresh fruit in David's house. You think David's mom is shopping at Whole Foods, for Christ's sake? She's a single mother, you piece of shit. She can't afford that. We don't find any fresh fruit, but what we do find is a dusty-ass can of fruit cocktail. Well, that's like perfect to us. That's like all the fruit in the whole wide world. All right, now we just need some orange juice. Do we have any orange juice? We have Sunny Delight. Is Sunny Delight orange juice? No. No, it is not. Sunny Delight is to orange juice what fucking Yoo-Hoo is to chocolate milk. It is orange drink, not quite orange juice. But hey, what the hell, if that's all we got, we're just gonna have to use it. Well, we can't just blend fruit cocktail and Sunny Delight together. What kind of shithole smoothie would that be? Well, since our fruit options are severely limited, we have to start looking for what I like to call fruit-adjacent ingredients. Hey, don't Fig Newtons have fruit in the middle of them? Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's throw them in. What about strawberry Pop-Tarts? Would that work? Oh, yeah, strawberry's a fruit last time I checked. We put so much bullshit into this blender, anything with a fruit taste or with fruit in the title. We're talking fruit snacks, a box of Fruity Pebbles, a goddamn fruit by the foot, all sorts of happy horse shit. So now we got this Black & Decker filled to the brim with basically everything you'd find in the middle aisles of a Walmart. We hit the blend button hoping for the best. Now, most smoothies are like bright, appetizing colors like red or purple or hell, even green. This shit was fucking brown. It was brown, it was chunky, and it was lukewarm. Why was it lukewarm? Because we forgot to put fucking ice in the blender. That's why. Ice. A pretty essential ingredient for fruit smoothies. Now you might be sitting there watching this like, well, surely you guys didn't ingest that brown sludge. Why would anybody do such a thing? Well, you gotta understand that we were children. We'll be damned if we're not gonna drink the first smoothies that we ever made. We drink every single drop of that bullshit. And you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but these fruit smoothies actually kind of tasted like fucking dog shit. They were nasty as hell. I'm talking second round of Fear Factor episode nasty. That shit was so chunky, Dave's ass had to eat his with a fucking fork. But we ingested it, and we ingested all of it. Well, imagine my surprise when about 45 minutes go by, and all of a sudden my stomach's like... Now, I don't know what it's like to be a menstruating woman, but I had cramps so bad that it felt like my insides really wanted to become my outsides. I don't know what kind of fucking E. coli, salmonella bullshit I gave myself, but I was in some serious pain. But if I thought I had it bad, I look over at Michael, and his ass looks like he's about to blow his appendix out the ass end of his pants at any moment. And then I look over at David, and wouldn't you know, his ass is like smoking a cigarette, perfectly A-okay, thinking about going back in the kitchen for seconds and shit. Well, all of a sudden, Michael makes a mad dash towards the bathroom, holding his asshole as if it were a loaded weapon. Now, we don't know exactly what he did in the bathroom, but throughout the whole house, you could hear his ass going, ow, owie. Now, I don't know how David's mom didn't wake up when a bunch of children used her blender at 3 in the morning, but you bet your ass she woke up when she heard Michael's call of the wild ass, that's for sure. We run in the kitchen to try to hurry up and hide all the evidence. There's dried brown shit caked all over the blender. Clearly, this thing's blending days are definitely over. But regardless, David grabs out some, like, industrial strength cleaner from underneath the sink, and he starts scrubbing his little ass off. Meanwhile, I'm, like, collapsed on the floor, making my peace with God. I'm ready to die! I've caught all 150 Pokemon, I've lived a full life. David's mom walks into the kitchen, and the first thing that she sees is a semi-comatose child on the floor with a bunch of cleaners. Ah, piss! You guys drank stuff from underneath the sink? Where's the cordless at? I gotta call poison control! But then, of course, she sees her own son clutching her Black & Decker that is fucked 6 ways to Sunday, and that's it. The jig's up. The party's over. Now we have to explain everything. We gotta explain why Michael's asshole is imploding in the bathroom, why there's only half a sleeve left of Fig Newtons, and of course, most importantly, why her Black & Decker looks like 3 grown men just took a shit inside of it. We made fruit smoothies tonight? Fruit smoothies? Well, what fucking fruit did you use? Oh, you know, like fruit cocktail and Fig Newtons and Fruity Pebbles and a bunch of other bullshit. Yeah, needless to say, we got in quite a bit of trouble, and Smoothie Night was a complete and utter failure. But I will say that there was a small silver lining to this whole fucking fiasco. And that is, since we destroyed David's mom's blender, her ass had to buy a new one. And what did she decide to buy? That's right, a goddamn magic bullet blender. I don't know if her ass worked some overtime or what, but, well, we've come full circle, haven't we? Aw, man, now we can really blend up some fucking fruit smoothies.
Alright, so I don't know if you guys ever played around with a chemistry set when you were a kid. I know it's not the 1930s. Chemistry sets aren't exactly all the rage these days. But growing up, my cousin David, he had a chemistry set. And for the record, he did have normal toys too. He didn't just have a bunch of toys from the Great Depression. Hey, you guys want to play with my Tinker toys? I got this stick and a hoop that we can have fun with. So we're in his room, and we crack open this chemistry set, and we're over there with our beakers and our test tubes, looking like a Nickelodeon version of Breaking Bad. There's all these vials of chemicals included, and we don't know anything about chemistry, and we're sure as hell not gonna read the instructions like some kind of loser. Look, I've watched a couple episodes of Beakman's World, alright? I practically have my PhD in chemistry, for Christ's sake. You can't even pronounce the names of half the chemicals we're using. Potassium pomegranate. Potassium pomegranate, yeah, that's it. Sounds pretty tasty. Gulp, gulp, gulp. So we decided to do what any kids would do, and we mixed all the chemicals together in one beaker. I'm not sure what we were trying to accomplish. We're about to find a cure for cancer with this $12 chemistry set. No, we sure as hell didn't make that. But what we did make was the color blue. Ooh, fancy. We're breaking some new ground here. Somebody publish us in a scientific journal. Ladies and gentlemen, I've gathered you all here today to announce that at our state-of-the-art laboratory, also known as David's bedroom, we have figured out how to create the color blue. Oh my god, they're geniuses! Somebody get them a medal! So there we are, standing there with our blue concoction. We're not really sure what to do with it.
Maybe if we drink it, we could turn into an X-Men.
Yeah, or maybe we'll get diarrhea for a week. Not really something I want to gamble on. So we get bored with it, and we take our stupid blue potion and just dump it out in the middle of David's driveway. Well, imagine to our surprise that this puddle of blue starts to stain the driveway. So David starts flipping out because his dad's gonna be home from work soon. He's gonna get home, see this big-ass blue stain in the driveway, and he's gonna lose his goddamn mind.
Wait, Dad, I can explain.
Because David's dad loves his driveway. His favorite room in the whole house was the garage. And the driveway is like the front yard of the garage. He wants to keep it looking nice. There's one time we were shooting bottle rockets down the driveway like a couple of assholes, and David's dad came out and yelled at us. But he didn't yell at us for shooting bottle rockets at people's houses. No, he yelled at us because we were doing it in his precious driveway.
Oh, what the hell? Don't be doing that in the driveway. Go blow your hands up in the street or something.
So at this point, David goes and gets the garden hose, and he starts spraying the blue puddle with water. But this doesn't help, it just spreads it around. Now the whole goddamn driveway's blue. Holy hell, David, you are gonna die. Your driveway's Smurf blue, for Christ's sake. It's a pretty unique color for a driveway. Makes a pretty great landmark if you're giving somebody directions to your house. So when you turn down that street, just keep going until you see the stupid-ass cotton candy blue driveway. You really can't miss it. So in sheer panic, David runs in his house and grabs a bottle of dish soap off the counter. Now both of us are on all fours in the driveway with a bottle of palm olive, scrubbing away like little orphan Annie. But this isn't working either. And you know why? Because dish soap works on dishes, not on blue driveways. It even says on the bottle, for Christ's sake. Well, what the hell are we supposed to do now? Maybe we can camouflage it somehow. You know, just like park a bunch of bikes and scooters out there. Maybe set the bushes on fire. That'll draw his attention, right? Nope, too late. David's dad pulls up in front of the house. We just stand there in the front yard, accepting our fate. David's over there. He's got a blindfold on and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. His dad walks up. He takes one look at us, and then he looks over to his stupid aquamarine driveway. Then he looks back at us, and he's like,
David and the boys. What are you guys doing out here?
Nothing.
You guys want some hot dogs?
Yeah, hot dogs sound good.
All right, I'm gonna make some hot dogs.
And then he just walked away. He never said anything about the driveway. What the hell was that all about? You seen the driveway, right? There's no way you can miss it. See this damn thing from outer space. What the hell happened? Maybe David's dad just didn't feel like dealing with our bullshit that day. Or maybe he just wanted some hot dogs. I don't know. But what I do know is David's driveway did turn back to normal after a couple of days. It didn't turn into some stupid national landmark like we thought it was gonna.
It's amazing. Take my picture with it.
So David probably knocked 10 years off his lifespan that day from sheer anxiety, thinking he was about to get murdered by his own dad. But instead, we got to eat hot dogs.
Get your red hots.
Talk about a happy ending. Alright, for those of you that don't know, me and Brewer did a show for Machinima called Happy Hour Saloon. A show about a 43-year-old alcoholic that brings his nephew to a bar to talk about video games. And because of that, in 2014, I was on a panel at San Diego's Comic-Con to talk about internet animation. Now, what do I know about internet animation? Well, you're looking at it. Jack shit, for the most part. I just know stick figures and poop jokes. Why the hell would I be on a panel at Comic-Con? I'm not famous. Nobody knows who the hell I am. Hello, everybody. I work at a car dealership in Ohio. Anybody want my autograph? But whatever. It's a free trip to Comic-Con. Me and Brewer figured, why the hell not? So we fly out there. We got to meet the Power Rangers and this guy that's starting a Nicolas Cage religion. But then it was time to do this goddamn animation panel. So I'm up there, sitting next to real animators, people that have actually done shit with their life. I got security guards yelling at me and shit. Hey, you can't sit up there. No, I'm supposed to be up here. Are you sure? I don't know. So throughout the whole panel, I pretty much just sit there with my thumb in my ass while nobody asks me any questions.
Yeah, this one's for the guy in blue. Who are you and what the fuck are you doing here?
So after the panel, there was an after party at a bar that everybody went to. Now, were we invited to the party? I don't know. Probably not, but we went anyways. All we knew was that it was an open bar, so we had a drink in each hand at all times. We're totally out of place there. There's people in suits, all dressed up, looking all fancy. Me and Brewer are standing in the corner with our band t-shirts t-shirts, looking like Oliver Twist and shit.
Do you smell that? It smells like poor people out here.
There's people talking to me about buying condominiums and shit. I'm over there like, oh, that's cool. I overdrafted my checking account 3 times this month. Brewer's over there trying to teach people where we're from. Ohio, never heard of it. After drinking for a while, I was pretty drunk. But Brewer, on the other hand, he was uncomfortably drunk. He's over there just making shit up, telling everybody we're a gay couple.
Oh yeah, we're super gay together.
That's just a joke. Oh, he's so shy. Look at him. He's my little honey bear. Okay, time to leave. So we leave the bar, and I have to practically teach Brewer how to walk again. He's laying down in a parking lot.
Just leave me here. The Power Rangers will save me.
Somehow, we get onto the bus that takes people back to their hotels. So we sit down, and all of a sudden, Brewer's looking pretty shitty. I think I'm gonna throw up all over the place. Well, you better not. We're on a bus. Okay, I won't. Blah. Brewer just throws up all over himself like a newborn baby. And then, he throws up a little bit more.
Oh, sick. Is somebody fucking puking on the bus?
People start freaking out. They start running outside like the bus is on fire.
Oh, God, it smells like half-digested tequila in here.
There's puke all over the floor. The whole bus smells like a Kmart. Nobody wants to stay on here, but we have to stay on here because our hotel is like 2 miles away. So now it's just me, Brewer, a pile of puke, and the now super pissed off bus driver. Goddamn Ohio kids. Go back to your made up fairy tale land, you stupid assholes. Finally, we get to our hotel. And as a bonus, while I'm standing up, I accidentally put my hand in some of Brewer's throw up.
Oh, sick.
Blech. Oh, god damn it. We're walking off the bus. Brewer's got the audacity to say something to the bus driver. You have a good night, sir. Oh, yeah, I'm sure I will now that you threw up all over the goddamn place like a fucking Olsen twin. We walk into the hotel lobby. Brewer's got his shirt off like somebody's drunk relative. We're standing in the elevator. People are staring at us and shit.
Why doesn't he have a shirt on?
It's fine. We're just, we're super gay together. Yeah, that's it. And that was the end of our trip to Comic-Con. We both survived, and the next morning, we flew back to Ohio, wherever the fuck that is, and we never been to Comic-Con since. Alright, like a lot of people out there, I've dabbled in the art of driving for Uber. And by no means am I an expert Uber driver. After all, my Uber career was pretty short-lived. And by short-lived, I mean I drove a whopping 3 customers before I quit. But if you're out there wondering what it's like to be an Uber driver, well, let me tell you about my experience. Now, it's important to note that this was years ago, back when I was in the middle of what I like to call my quarter-life crisis. And that was when I was working a dead-end job at a car dealership, I was broke as hell, and I was just sucking ass at life in general. Oh, and not to mention I had the IRS on my ass for back taxes, so that was fun. So running out of options, as well as running out of shit to sell out of my house, I registered to become an Uber driver. Now, this was when ride-sharing was still relatively new. To be honest, I didn't know much about it. Hell, the first time I saw Lyft drivers with mustaches on the front of their cars, I was like, what the hell? We're putting fucking facial hair on Buicks now? God damn, I remember wood paneling on station wagons back in the day, but this shit's ridiculous. Now, needless to say, I was pretty hesitant to become a driver in the first place. I mean, is this Uber thing even legitimate? Am I gonna pick some random stranger up on the side of the road and then be robbed at knife point for the 47 cents in my center console?
Stabbed in the pelvis with a shank. 1 out of 5 stars.
Well, considering I was broke as hell, I didn't have much of a choice. Let's roll the dice, Uber. Let's see what you can do for me. Now, like I said, my Uber career was really short. 3 customers is all it took for me to quit. My first customer, or passenger, or fucking ride-along buddy, whatever you want to call him, was a businessman that was out of state. So I pull into the parking lot of the hotel that this guy's staying at, and I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Does the guy sit in the back seat, or does he sit in the front seat? Do you let him fuck with the radio if you want? Do you high-five him when he gets out of the car? What the fuck is this gonna be like? This is so weird. So this guy starts walking out, and he looks normal enough, I'd say. So I try to be polite and lean over and open the passenger door for him. All of a sudden, this guy looks at me like I'm some kind of fucking pervert, like I'm trying to have my way with him in the front seat and shit. Oh, alright, well that answers the first question. Everybody sits in the back seat. Unless you're a pervert, you're up front. So we start cruising along in silence, and the silence is pretty palpable at this point because, well, there's a grown man in my car that thinks I just actively tried to seduce him in the front seat. So I figure, how about a little bit of small talk to ease the tensions in the car? So are you from out of town? Yeah, that's why I'm staying in a fucking hotel after all. Oh, okay, well, I'll go fuck myself. How about that? Okay, and we're 0 for 2. But believe it or not, the guy didn't write me off completely. Hey, so what's a good place to eat around here? A good place to eat? Dude, I don't know. I eat fucking Del Taco 5 times out of the week. The hell am I, a fucking tour guide for the shitty city I live in? You ever been to the Applebee's? Their wonton tacos are pretty good. Needless to say, we didn't talk much after that. That's what happens when you offer up Applebee's as a viable place to eat. Guys in the back seat probably questioning my mental capacity. Fucking Applebee's, is this guy serious? Hey, why don't you just keep your attention on the road and try not to hurt yourself? Finally, we pull up to this guy's destination. He gets out of the car. We do not high-five whatsoever.
but he does give me a $5 tip. Now, granted, I think he just felt bad because he thought I had some kind of condition of some sort. Do you have some kind of donation jar in there like they have at gas stations, or do I just give the money to you? But I don't care. $5 tip plus $15 for the ride, that's 20 bucks I made. I mean, that's 20 bucks the IRS made, but at least I got to touch it for a little while. Now, my second rider happened shortly after my first, and to be honest, nothing really happened. We just sat there and talked about how shitty of a show Full House was back in the day. Yeah, fucking Full House sucked ass, didn't it? And Dave Coulier was fucking weird. Yeah, I concur. And fuck the Olsen twins while we're at it. Again, there was no high five, but I did make 12 bucks, and I got a $2 tip on top of it. Now, you might be sitting there thinking, well, what the hell? You're driving around, making money, talking shit about Full House? Being an Uber driver sounds great. Well, sit your ass down, you haven't even heard about my third customer. Now, at this point, it's like midnight, and I'm tired as hell, but I'm still active on Uber because, well, last time I checked, I'm still broke as hell. So I'm half awake, and I get a goddamn notification on my phone of a new rider, and of course, it's on the shittiest side of town that nobody wants to go to. I gotta sit there and have a conversation with myself. Do I really want to get up right now? Do I really want to go to the fucking hood? You bet your silly ass you do. Now get in your Ford Taurus and go make daddy some money. So I get in my car and off I go to the fucking armpit of the city, and I pull up to this guy who's standing on the sidewalk with a book bag, and needless to say, he looks like he's a few french fries from a fucking Happy Meal. Oh boy, well this doesn't look too promising, now does it? So this guy gets in the car, and I have to say that this guy reeks. Now I don't know what methamphetamine smells like. It wasn't exactly a scratch and sniff sticker when I was a kid, but if I had to guess, it would be this guy 100%. But at this point, I'm like, whatever. Methamphetamine, schmethamphetamine. Let's just drive this guy wherever he wants to go. Let's not think about whatever this guy's all hopped up on, or how many barbiturates are in his book bag. Let's just take this guy wherever he needs to go. So again, I try to have some casual conversation to break up any tension. Hey, you see over there by that liquor store and that dead hooker in the street? Yeah, there used to be a Denny's right there. Yeah, it's good. Denny's is good. Well, this guy could give a fuck about Denny's. In fact, he could give a fuck about anything, because all he's doing is sitting there muttering to himself like a psychopath. So now I start freaking out, because clearly this guy's unstable. It's only a matter of time before he whips out a knife from that book bag, and I'm negative 47 cents. So I start thinking, alright, you need to strategize here. Maybe you should, start doing some weird shit yourself. Give the guy a taste of his own medicine. Alright, no, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid as hell. Maybe instead I could, intimidate him somehow, you know? Hey, just a warning, buddy. I keep a fucking flamethrower in the trunk of my car, so no funny business. But I'm not gonna be able to intimidate this guy. He's whacked out of his mind. Not to mention fucking Drops of Jupiter's playing on the radio right now. That she's back in the atmosphere. Drops of Jupiter in her hair. Yeah, I'm not intimidating jack shit, that's for sure. I might as well be fucking Pippi Longstockings in the driver's seat, for Christ's sake. Now, thankfully, this guy didn't request a very long trip. It was just a couple of blocks. He easily could have walked it, which I'm surprised he didn't, because I thought meth heads had a lot of pep. Apparently not this guy. So we reach his final destination, a pawn shop next to a active crime scene or whatever the fuck it was. And this guy opens the door, but he doesn't get out at first. Instead, he starts rummaging through his book bag. That's when I start thinking, yep, I knew it. I'm about to get shanked for pocket change. God damn it. Meanwhile, Drops of Jupiter's blaring out into the streets and shit. Na, 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 na. And this guy keeps searching for whatever it is he's looking for. Finally, he finds it. And you wouldn't believe it if I told you. This guy pulls out of his book bag a fucking thing of Tic Tacs. Oh, thank Jesus, holy hell. It's a bit anticlimactic, I know. But you guys can kiss my ass. I was happy not to get shanked by a shank. So the dude gets out of my car, and right before I peel out of there like Smokey and the Bandit, I look at my phone to see how much money I made, and it was a whole $5.50. Oh, what the hell? That was an accessory to a third-degree felony for a whopping $5.50? My car smells like a fucking burning bucket of army guys, for Christ's sake. You could at least give me a tip. Your tip is you got to keep your life, you little baby back bitch. So needless to say, I retired from the Uber life after that, and decided that making shitty cartoons for the internet was a slightly safer way to make money. So the lesson here is, if you're gonna drive for Uber, make sure you have some fucking Tic Tacs. Because meth heads can be pretty scary, but they still care about having fresh breath. The end. Alright, I think it's safe to say that middle school was a pretty rough time for most people. Chances are you didn't have a lot going on for you when you were 12 years old. You probably had braces back then, puberty was hitting you like a ton of bricks, or maybe you were the lucky cool kid that could finally grow a little dirt mustache to brag about. I look like Burt Reynolds. Or perhaps you were the weird goth kid in class. I'm not cleaning my room, Mom and Dad, because I'm a sad, brooding little bastard, and my heart is an ocean of sadness.
Oh, by the way, it's pizza day today. Can I have $2?
But for me personally, middle school marked what I would like to call my spiky hair phase. And that consisted of me slathering a bunch of LA Looks hair gel into my head and then spiking my hair up so that it resembled the ass of a porcupine. And you had to be careful because it was like having a lethal weapon on the top of your head. If you're screwing around, you accidentally trip in the hallways, all of a sudden you're getting charged with second-degree manslaughter and shit. Now, I have to say that my first day of middle school did not go as well as I wanted it to. I mean, it started off pretty good. I hopped off the bus looking fresh as hell. I'm wearing my finest Limp Bizkit t-shirt. My hair is nice and dangerous. My goddamn trapper keeper's the size of a small child. I was all set to go. But since this was a new school, I had no idea where the hell I was going. I'm wandering around the hallways looking for my first class, clueless as hell. Is this room 208? Kid, this is the fucking bathroom. Can you not talk to me while I have my dick in my hand? I'm asking random people in the hallway. Hey, do you know where room 208 is? I have no idea, kid. I'm the janitor. I'm drunk as hell right now. So now I'm starting to panic, and it's the type of panic that gives you nightmares later on in life. Where the hell is room 208? So now I'm running down the hallway like I'm in a goddamn Jason Statham movie, and just when I'm about to get to the classroom, I trip over my own feet and eat shit in the hallway. My giant trapper keeper soars through the air and smokes a bunch of children. I go to stand up, and that's when I realize I totally just ripped a big-ass hole in the crotch of my pants. There's teachers peeking out of their classroom and shit.
Wow, who the hell still wears whitey-tighties?
I don't know, but I can see that kid's balls right now, and I sure don't like it. But now I have to use my big-ass trapper keeper as a shield to guard my crotch for the rest of the day. Okay, not a great way to start your middle school career. So let me give you a brief summary of a few classrooms that I went to on that first day of middle school. Class number 1, American History, taught by Mr. Banks. Now, Mr. Banks was old as hell, which is probably why he taught American History, because, well, he was alive for 2/3 of it. He was so old that back when he first started teaching, they were still allowed to hit kids in the ass with wooden paddles. Hell, he even had his wooden paddle up on display in front of the classroom. Yeah, you little bastards sure do have it easy these days. Back in my day, if a kid fucked up a spelling test, I could knock him upside the head with a 2x4. Class number 2, Algebra, taught by Mrs. Salo. Now, Mrs. Salo was also old as hell, just not old enough to beat up children back in the day and get away with it. Instead, she would beat kids over the head with mathematics. I mean, this was our first dose of algebra as a kid. Our 12-year-old brains couldn't comprehend it.
Mrs. Salo, are you drunk or something?
Why the fuck are you putting letters in mathematics? Class number 3, lunch. All right, not really a class, but I don't give a damn. Now, the lunchroom was ran by a guy named Mr. Watson. And Mr. Watson was a weird dude. He wore a purple suit, he had a jerry curl that was absolutely flawless, and he was the size of a goddamn Megazord. This dude was like 6'7". There was a rumor that he used to be an offensive lineman for the Indianapolis Colts. Now, whether that was true or not, I don't know, because there was also a rumor that he beat up a goddamn Kodiak brown bear. And I don't even know what Mr. Watson did at the school. He wasn't a teacher. It was like they just pulled some guy off the street like, hey, you're a very large man. Can you scare the shit out of a bunch of 12-year-olds so they behave in the lunchroom? Yeah, I can do that. So you just stand in front of the classroom with a microphone. All right, you kids, I want you to quiet down, damn it. This ain't an episode of Soul Train. Quiet down. Episode of Soul Train? What the hell is that?
I don't know, dude. Shut up. You want to end up like that goddamn Kodiak brown bear?
Class number 4, English class, taught by Mr. Delato. Now, there's no two ways about it. Mr. Delato was just purely insane. He was like the cross of Mr. Clean and a drunk homeless guy that had a concussion. That was Mr. Delato. He'd sit up at his desk and talk to himself. I don't know what we're gonna do today. What are we gonna do today? Anybody know what we're gonna do today? I don't know what we're gonna do today.
Is this guy possessed by the devil? What the hell is going on?
He'd throw erasers at kids that weren't paying attention. You over there, can you tell me what a preposition is?
A what?
Now, since I stood out because of my stupid-ass haircut back then, it didn't take long for Mr. Delato to call on me. Hey, you over there with the hair. Who, me? Yeah, you tall hair. Hey, you look like that guy on TV that sells meat sticks. The who? You know the guy on TV with the meat stick? He goes, eat me. You know the guy. Now, nobody knew what the hell Mr. Delato's incoherent ass was talking about. But apparently, he was talking about the guy that does the Slim Jim commercials. Oh, yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. No, not Macho Man Randy Savage. I mean, this weird guy.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Eat me.
So apparently to Mr. Delato, my hair didn't look like a porcupine's ass. It looked like a goddamn beef stick. Go ahead and say what the beef stick guy says on TV. Say, eat me. No, I'd rather not do that. Go in front of the whole classroom and yell, eat me, goddammit! So there I am in front of my 7th grade class, crotchless, about to recite a goddamn TV commercial. Eat me! Louder, and with more enthusiasm. Eat me! Somebody kill me, please! Now the whole class is losing their shit.
Wow, who the hell still wears whitey-tighties? I don't know, but I can see that kid's balls right now, and I sure don't like it.
So needless to say, when I got home from school that day, that LA Looks hair gel went straight into the garbage, and my ass never spiked my hair again. So the next time you think you were awkward or weird in middle school, just be glad you didn't become Slim Jim's new 12-year-old crotchless mascot.
Snap into a Slim Jim! Eat me!
Alright, so over the summer, I had to fix a broken toilet. And if you never experienced the joy of fixing a toilet, well, buckle up, I'll tell you all about it. Now, this wasn't my personal toilet. It was my fiance's grandma's toilet. And poor grandma's toilet wasn't working right. Every time you flush it, the shit would come up instead of going down like it's supposed to. Now, what do I know about toilets? Well, I know how to take a shit in one, and that's about it. But I get the clever idea to go and try to fix this toilet. Even though they already tried to fix it themselves, they tried everything. They tried a plunger, a snake, they had a priest come over and bless the goddamn toilet. Let thy turds go downeth the hole. The only thing left was to get a plumber out there and take a look at it. But we can't have grandma shitting in a cardboard box waiting on some professional. I'll just go over there and do the best I can. Now, it's important to note that grandma isn't quite all there mentally. She's a few marshmallows short from a box of Lucky Charms, if you know what I'm saying. She didn't even know her toilet was broken to begin with.
Toilet? What toilet?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot I had one of those. So I'm standing in her bathroom. I got my phone out Googling how to take apart a toilet because I'm stupid as hell. Step 1, drain the water from the toilet so you don't get water all over the place, you stupid idiot. Oh, okay, Google. I see what you're driving at. So I take a look in the toilet, and there's about 8 days worth of piss in there. Not to mention one single solitary turd floating around. And it's not just a little itty-bitty hamster turd in there. No, this thing's massive. Looks like a goddamn truck driver dropped this thing off after a buffet. I'm just standing there looking at it in shock. How the hell did grandma deliver this thing without a midwife? Look at this thing. God damn. I get back on my phone, get on Google. How to take apart a toilet when there's already shit in the toilet. It's slowly dawning on me that if I want this turd out of this toilet, I'm gonna have to do it myself. So I put on some rubber gloves, and I get a plastic bag to go over the gloves because at this point, there really can't be enough barriers between my hand and an old woman's turd. So there I am, scooping out this turd out of a toilet. I'm cradling it in my hand like I'm holding a goddamn baby bird. Because the last thing I want is this thing to break in half, and then I gotta do it all over again. Luckily, we took a video of that glorious day. So here you can see the face of a man that's got no dignity left. Absolutely none whatsoever. And here I go to scoop out the turd. Yeah, I had to blur out the turd like it's a suspect in an episode of Cops. I mean, it is human shit. A lot of people don't want to see that. If you look closely, the toilet bowl kind of looks like it's filled with Sunny Delight. That's not Sunny Delight. That's just what 8 days of piss looks like. What a time to be alive. So with turd in hand, I run out front and throw it in the garbage can in the street. The neighbors next door are sitting outside on their porch. Oh my God, did that guy just throw a turd in the garbage can? I don't know what to say to him, so I just wave at him with my shit-smeared glove hand. Wow, this neighborhood's really going to shit. Boy, that's for sure. I go back in the bathroom and I realize, oh yeah, I still got all this goddamn Sunny Delight in the toilet bowl to clean out. So I run to the kitchen and grab a soup ladle. And like some kind of shitty lunch lady, I scoop it all out into a bucket. Boy, my Saturday afternoon sure is going swell. I can't imagine it being any better at this point. Just then I look over and grandma's in the doorway with no pants on.
I gotta use the potty right now.
Holy hell, get some pants on, grandma. The potty's not ready yet.
God damn it, what is this, Pakistan? I can't even shit in my own house.
So finally, I get everything scooped out and I take the bolts off the toilet and lift this big porcelain bastard up, and I just throw it in the bathtub. I didn't know what to do with it. I'm frustrated as hell. I've seen way too many half-naked old women today and held way too many goddamn turds in my hand. But now I got this hole in the ground that I have to investigate. What the hell am I gonna use for that? So back to the kitchen I go, this time for a pair of tongs, because I got no plumbing tools, so apparently I gotta fix this toilet with a bunch of fucking kitchen utensils. So with a pair of tongs, like a shitty lunch lady yet again, I reach into the hole and I pull out a shitty woven tapestry of baby wipes. Oh, god damn it, Grandma, have you been wiping your ass with baby wipes?
Well, I mean, yeah. What else am I supposed to use? Coffee filters?
I look over the sink, and sure as hell, there's a pack of baby wipes on there. They got big-ass warning labels of toilets with fucking red crosses through them and shit. Don't flush down the toilet, you'll ruin your Saturday afternoon. Yeah, imagine that. God damn it. So in the end, I saved the day, and I fixed Grandma's toilet. Now, granted, she had a few ground rules now that she had to follow. All right, Grandma, rule number 1, no more goddamn baby wipes in the toilet. I'm not doing this again. And rule number 2, put some goddamn pants on.
When I was in 4th grade, my school had a bomb threat. I guess somebody just called the office and was like,
Hey, I got a bomb! I got a bomb and I'm gonna blow this mother up, you better watch it!
which is not something a lot of elementary schools like to hear. And I can remember just sitting there in the morning, just daydreaming about whatever 4th graders daydream about. I wonder if the Red Power Ranger could beat up my dad. And our teacher gets off the phone with the office, and he's like, all right, everybody just calm down. There's a little bit of confusion in the building, but I'm sure everything will be just fine.
Oh my God, there's
Any questions? So, at this point, you could practically smell all the poop in everybody's pants. We got kids raising their hands, asking questions. Mr. Jones, do you think it'll hurt when we get blown up into a million tiny pieces? And I didn't really know what to expect at first. You know, I'm 9 years old. I'm picturing like an old-fashioned bowling ball bomb from old cartoons. I'm going around checking the fucking coat room like, it's probably that goddamn minor 49er. He keeps giving Scooby-Doo a lot of troubles. And at this point, everybody's talking about this bomb threat. We're on the goddamn news. We got teachers on top of the building doing smoke signals. And all of a sudden, I realize everybody's parents are picking them up from school. Kids are disappearing left and right all around me. And I'm sitting there like, man, I got a sneaking suspicion I'm gonna get fucked here. Where the hell are my parents at? Well, my dad's probably at work, but my mom's probably in the living room right now doing fucking aerobics. Just totally oblivious to the shit that's going down right now. Meanwhile, the goddamn Goodyear blimps circling around the city, letting everybody know that their kids are about to get blown up to smithereens. So I figured, to hell with it. I'm just gonna leave. There's a goddamn bomb in the building, who cares? Where the hell do you think you're going? I figured I'd just take off. Oh, no you don't. Did your parents sign a permission slip for you to leave? No, but I'm pretty sure they didn't sign one for me to get blown the fuck up either. So I'm stuck there, and an hour goes by, and there's 4 of us left in the entire 4th grade. We got weirdo Julie, Christopher, the biggest idiot in the school, attention deficit Zachary, and of course myself. Just what I was hoping for today. Hanging out with a team of mutants and a slight chance of getting murdered. Sweet. We're all just staring at each other. Hey, why are you still here? Probably because my parents don't love me. What about you? So since they can't let us go home, they just keep us in this room and they put on a movie. Oh, sweet, we get to sit here and watch fucking All Dogs Go to Heaven. Yeah, I'm sure that'll take my mind off of death. Mr. Jones, I got a question. I know all dogs go to heaven, but do all 4th graders go too?
Oh, Chris. I guess we'll find out soon enough now, won't we? Now shut up, you're scaring the shit out of all your friends.
This was by far the longest day of my 9-year-old life. I spent the whole day just sitting there, writing my last will and testament. Alright, I'll leave my sweet Barry Sanders poster to David. And my holographic Charizard will go to... fuck it. Nobody's getting my goddamn Charizard. I'm gonna get buried with that son of a bitch. When I finally got home from school, my parents still didn't know what the hell was going on. Hey, guess where I've been all goddamn day? At school? Well, yeah, but you're lucky I didn't get my ass blown up by a bomb in class. What are you talking about? Oh, no, fuck you guys. I'm gonna go in my room and watch Speed Racer until I feel like coming back out. Why don't you go jazzercise some more, Mom, with your unassuming ass?
Alright, now when I was a kid, I was pretty good at the game Monopoly. And when I say I was pretty good, I mean I was really good. I was like the Stone Cold Steve Austin of Monopoly.
Give me a hell yeah!
I'd pretty much whip my friends' asses on a daily basis. Now, we would normally play over my friend Michael's house, even though his ass never had all the pieces to the game.
I only got the wheelbarrow and the iron, so somebody's gonna have to play as a Skittle.
And of course, since we were at his house, he always had to be the banker. And when you have somebody that blows ass at basic mathematics the way that Michael did, you really don't want him to be banker. The goddamn game takes long enough. Now with every transaction, you gotta wait 15 minutes while Michael's over there with his abacus trying to figure out how much change you get back. Now, my strategy of playing Monopoly has always been the same. You just buy every goddamn thing that you land on. Connecticut Avenue, buy it. Park Place, buy it. Roll your dice and buy whatever you land on.
But you're on Community Chest.
I don't give a damn, Michael. I'm buying it. I'm sitting there with my rainbow assortment of properties. Now, if anybody wants to trade, they have to trade with my greedy ass. And I'd always like to trade with Michael because he was super easy to rip off. He didn't know anything about anything. Hey, Michael, I'll trade you this sweet Mediterranean Avenue right here for $800 and your Scottie Pippen jersey.
That sounds like a deal.
Now, another strategy that I'd use was to always hide my money. It's nobody's goddamn business how many orange $500 bills I have stashed away. You put your money in your pocket, hide it in your shoe. Hell, shove it up your asshole if you're comfortable with it. Because there's nothing wrong with hiding a bunch of fake money in a body cavity. That's what the professionals do. Everybody else kept their money tucked under the board, just sitting there on display. You'd have David over there hoarding all his money like there's another Great Depression right around the corner. Then Michael, on the other hand, is going through all his money like a drug addict. It's 20 minutes into the game. All his properties are mortgaged. The only money he's pulling in is the random chance cards that he picks up.
Suck dick for money. Collect $15. Ooh, it's my lucky day.
Playing Monopoly with Michael was like playing Monopoly with a really smart dog. He didn't really know what was going on, but he was just happy to be there for the experience. David was my only real competition, but but his ass was attention deficit. So it was only a matter of time before he was like,
Hey, you guys want to ride bikes?
let's ride bikes. I think I'm gonna go ride a bike. Boom, he's gone. Just walks away in the middle of a game. Well, I guess it's just me and you, Michael. So I just try to end the game early, pull out my ass money, and I just plopped down as many houses and hotels that I could. Michael's sitting over there with electric company. He's got his thumb up his ass.
Can I build a house on electric company?
Well, no, Michael, that's stupid as hell. Second off, what are you gonna buy a house with your crumpled up $7 over there? So I'd have half the board covered in hotels, but somehow we'd end up playing for another 2 hours because Michael would dodge every goddamn property of mine. He'd be staring down a whole row of my hotels. Somehow his ass would roll a 13 and go right past them all. Meanwhile, I'm landing on his stupid ass electric company every goddamn turn.
$36, cough it up.
Michael, I'm gonna key your name into your goddamn stepdad's car. He's hiding out in jail, doing anything he can to stay there as long as possible. He's shanking prison guards and shit.
I'm not going back outside. I'm not touching those hotels.
Then when his ass finally did go bankrupt, he'd end up going bankrupt on something stupid like luxury tax. Oh my god, Michael, your ass is so sorry the goddamn Monopoly board beat you.
Aw, man, it was neck and neck. I was about to make a comeback.
Michael, your ass was on welfare for 75% of the game. What are you talking about? He'd get all mad, flip the board, and he'd go run downstairs and tell on me. Yeah, that's right, he'd tell on me for beating his ass at Monopoly. That's the kind of kid Michael was.
He didn't let me win, and then he said I was on welfare, and then I went bankrupt on luxury tax.
Wait, what? You went bankrupt on luxury tax? What kind of loser goes bankrupt on luxury tax? Get your ass in your room. You're grounded for 2 weeks. How goddamn embarrassing. Bankrupt on luxury tax. Alright, when I was a kid, I had a pet butterfly. And I know that's fucking weird, a butterfly, like most people have dogs and cats, or even a fucking ferret or something like that. That's not nearly as weird as a butterfly. But I was a weird kid, alright? I listened to a lot of Smash Mouth at the time, and I was wearing a lot of fucking Hawaiian t-shirts like somebody's dad. But in school, they gave us these caterpillars to take care of, which is stupid. You know, you got a bunch of 9-year-olds that can barely wipe their ass the right way. They're gonna really take care of something, aren't they? Yeah, this is a living thing. Here, go ahead, go crazy. But I was stoked. I was probably more stoked than my dad would have wanted me to be. I didn't give a shit. This fucking bug's gonna be living in our house, Dad, alright? He's got his own cardboard box, a little window, some twigs and shit. It's not like he's fucking drinking your beer out of the fridge, Dad. Relax. And I took care of that fucking thing, okay? Not like my Tamagotchi, alright? It wasn't face down in the dirt, dead, surrounded by its own shit. I took care of it way better than that fucking thing. And a couple weeks later, believe it or not, it fucking metamorphized into a little chrysalis. I'm all pumped. I'm showing my family and shit. Oh, look, the little guy's in a cocoon. It's a fucking chrysalis, Uncle Rick, not a goddamn cocoon. It's not a moth, you dense bastard. Jesus Christ. Why don't you go get another fucking DUI, Uncle Rick? Why don't you do that with your not-knowing butterfly ass? And then finally, one morning, I woke up and I peered into that box. And there it was, in all its glory. Fucking Murphy the Monarch Butterfly. And to this day, I don't think I've ever been so excited in my life. I'm like belting out Disney show tunes and shit. I can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering splendor.
I'm going to school the next day telling my friends, Hey, it turned into a butterfly. Did yours turn into a butterfly? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, the fucking caterpillar? Oh, my mom threw that in the garbage like 2 weeks ago. What the fuck? You have yours still? Like, fuck yeah, I have mine. Are you kidding me? I'm hanging out with a butterfly all day. I look like I'm on the fucking cover of a Lisa Frank folder, for Christ's sake. And I love that stupid ass butterfly. We'd be like drinking Capri Suns and playing Mario Kart in my room. I'd let it fly around the bathroom and shit. I'd get it to come back to me by dipping a cotton ball in sugar water. It'd come right back to me. I was like the butterfly whisperer. It'd be like,
Ooh, I love this shit. Sugar water, my dude.
It was like the fucking alien in Men in Black. Sugar with water. My dad would be like having beers with his friends. Oh, hey Ken, what's your kid doing over there? Well, he's fucking playing with his butterfly, alright? He's got a pet butterfly. Who the fuck cares, Mike, alright? At least his teeth aren't all fucked up like your kid. Looking like he's been chewing on bricks his whole goddamn life. But then one day, things went a little awry. And this is the part of the story where things get a little sad, so get your Kleenex boxes out. I stayed the night at my buddy's house, and it was probably a standard 9-year-old night, you know, filled with fucking trading Pokemon cards and talking about Pokemon cards and more fucking Pokemon cards. And I returned home, and I went upstairs to my room, and I noticed Murphy's little fucking butterfly condo's all smashed up and on my floor. And then I noticed on my floor that there's little bits of Murphy the Monarch butterflies scattered throughout my fucking room. Like somebody had a surprise birthday party in my room the night before, and they used 100% butterfly confetti. And I'm totally devastated. I have no idea what the hell happened. I'm like, holy shit, my butterfly would rather blow itself up than be my pet? And then I look over to the corner of the room, and my fucking cat's hanging out there, and he's got this look on his face. He's like smoking a cigarette, looking at me like, yeah, bitch, I fucking ripped that thing apart. I don't need that shit in my life. What the fuck you gonna do about it? I just had a flash of rage. I could just picture him and my dad having a celebratory drink. Yeah, looks like he's gonna have to start playing with normal shit now, isn't it? So I did what any 9-year-old would do to punish a cat. I stabbed it in the fucking head with a pitchfork. No, I didn't do that. But I did put his ass under a laundry basket. Put him in laundry jail like everybody did, right? Everybody put their cat under a laundry basket. You're not going anywhere, asshole. You murdered my fucking best friend. You sit there and you think about it. You think about it until my mom has to use this later to wash my Stone Cold Steve Austin t-shirts. So here's to Murphy, that stupid ass butterfly who was my best friend for a solid couple of weeks. I'm sorry I was such a shitty owner, and I'm sorry I had to leave you and you turned into confetti. But I had to fucking go trade Pokemon cards, alright? I had to get that holographic Alakazam, and I don't regret it. Because I still have that fucking holographic Alakazam, right? You were gonna fucking die anyways. I know I was gonna wake up one morning and you'd be all stiff and white, like a fucking dying E.T. on the bathroom floor. And then what would I do? You'd be gone anyways. So it's a happy ending, really, if you think about it.
Alright, I was a big fan of airsoft guns when I was a kid. If you don't know what an airsoft gun is, well, it's a plastic gun that kind of bridges the gap between a Nerf gun and a semi-automatic rifle. They shoot little plastic BBs, and after about a week, your whole house is littered with them. Your dad's dumping them out of the toaster, your sister's digging them out of her ass crack. You just go around shooting a bunch of holes in all the lampshades. And I was the first kid on my block to get an airsoft gun. Brought it out to show off to everybody. They're all mesmerized. I could conquer the whole goddamn world with this thing. My buddy David literally took it out of my hand, and he's like, oh, sweet, this is sweet. David, what the fuck? It was my turn to shoot Michael in the face. It was a bit of a trendsetter, I gotta say, because like a week later, every kid on the block had an airsoft gun. They didn't have a normal airsoft gun like I did. They had this fucking battery-powered M16 tactical shit, fully automatic, get shot in the face 30 times in 4 seconds. Hold on a damn minute. Jesus, I'm using this Stone Age piece of crap. My shit looks like a Happy Meal toy compared to yours. Michael's over there. Doesn't even have an airsoft gun. He's like shooting BBs through a fucking straw like it's a blowgun. He's wearing his puffy-ass winter coat in the middle of July, his body armor. There'd always be somebody out of ammo trying to call timeout. Wait a minute, timeout! Bitch, there ain't no timeout in airsoft! You get home with a bunch of red welts all over your body like somebody gave you a smallpox blanket. I eventually upgraded my arsenal, threw my handgun out, and purchased a big ol' sniper rifle. Thing's bigger than my entire body. Big ass scope on top of it like I was gonna assassinate a public official. Sure, it didn't shoot fast like the other ones, but that thing had some power. My friend's hiding behind a car and shit. I just shoot through the fucking car. First weekend I got that rifle, shot my cousin in the back. The following weekend we had a closed casket funeral for him. Now, on one particular day, we were playing Capture the Flag. And it's important to note at this time, they didn't put the big ass orange tips on these guns like they do nowadays. Let you know it's a fake gun. No, they just dab a bit of orange nail polish on the end of that bitch, call it a day. And that kind of makes it a little hard for your neighbors to determine if you're outside playing or if you're committing an act of domestic terrorism.
Yeah, hi, 911. There's a child with a deer rifle and he's running amok in the streets.
So I'm sitting there at my base, which is David's front yard. I'm peeking through my scope like I'm about to put Lyndon B. Johnson into office. And I'm on the lookout for David. Now, where's David at? Well, David has ADHD, so he's not at his base, and he's not at my base. Hell, I don't even know if he even knew he was playing at the time. Probably forgot all about it, chasing a butterfly and shit. Now, David decides to walk to one of the busiest streets in the city and wave around what looks to be an automatic assault rifle in the air. Well, imagine David's surprise when about 4 seconds later, a goddamn paddy wagon pulls up in front of him. Bunch of cops pile out. They got their guns drawn on this completely oblivious, attention deficit child. Now, I wasn't there. I was around the block waiting to shoot David in the teeth with my Kennedy killer. But I bet that turd in his pants
was massive. Well, it didn't take him long to figure out that David's gun wasn't real. Luckily, he wasn't massacred on the street right there and then. They load his ass in the back of the wagon, like the wild animal that he is, and they pull up to the front of his house. Now, I was there for this part, and I can say for sure that the turd in my pants was massive. One cop gets out and he's like, "Put that goddamn rifle down!" So I threw it like the gun was on fire. Dave comes out of the back of the truck looking like a shitty Dennis the Menace cartoon. "The hell do you think you kids are doing?" We're just playing." "Why's that kid wearing that puffy-ass coat? It's 94 degrees outside." David's mom comes running out like they're filming an episode of Law & Order in her front yard. Instead of getting a chance to meet Ice-T, she's got to deal with this bullshit. Now, the cops were really cool about this whole shitty situation. They gave David's mom our arsenal of plastic weapons, and they're all like, "Well, we could have murdered your kid and got away with it, but, well, we didn't, so you're welcome. Why don't you give him a wiffle ball bat or some shit to play with instead? Jesus Christ." So the moral of the story is, don't be a fucking idiot waving a weapon around in the street. All right. Now, when I was a kid, board games were a big source of entertainment. And like most households, we had a whole cabinet full of board games when I was growing up. But I think it's safe to say that some board games are better than others. So what I'm gonna do today is go through and grade all the board games I had as a kid, from the really, really great games all the way down to the turds of disappointment. First up, the Game of Life. Now, Life is a pretty good game, I have to say. The only problem I have about it is that it's not very realistic. Every space on the board was like, climb a mountain and adopt a puppy, collect $40,000. Like, what the hell is that? That's not real life. Where's the game of real life at? You need spaces with real life situations like, income tax return, collect nothing because of your back child support. Or overdrafted your bank account because you were drunk on Amazon. Don't do shit for the next 7 turns. The Game of Life is fun, but it's fake as hell, so I'll give it a B-. Next up, Sorry. Now, Sorry is a fantastic game. Any game where you can screw over your friends automatically makes it a great game. You draw that Sorry card, all of a sudden you turn into a little bastard. Oh, well, fuck you, Michael, and the horse you rode in on. Knock his piece out into the kitchen and shit. What's not to like about it? You can be a dick all you want, and you don't even have to apologize because the goddamn game does it for you. Sorry gets a B+. Keep it up, you're doing great. Next up, Scattergories, also known as an anxiety attack in a box. Now, the concept of Scattergories is simple enough. You roll a die with a bunch of letters on it, and then boom, pop quiz time. All your answers have to start with the letter R. But then you gotta watch out for the assholes that get a little too liberal with their answers. Okay, foods that start with the letter R. What do you got, Uncle Rick? Really yummy spaghetti? God damn it, Rick, what kind of bullshit answer is that? Jesus Christ, no wonder why your wife left you for that garbage man in Seattle. Scattergories gets a, well, we'll give it an R for a really shitty board game. Next up, Mousetrap. Now, Mousetrap was a pretty fun game, right? No, I'm asking a question. Was Mousetrap fun? I wouldn't know because I didn't have a fucking bachelor's degree in engineering to set the damn thing up. It took longer to set up the goddamn Rube Goldberg contraption than it did to actually play the game. You had potential, Mousetrap. Maybe if my fucking SAT scores were a little higher, I could enjoy you. You get a D+, let's move on. Next up, Yahtzee. All right, now I know I'm gonna probably piss some people off here, but Yahtzee blows ass. I don't know whose crackhead uncle came up with the game, but it's loud and it's boring, and half the time you're just staring at your meemaw for 45 minutes while she contemplates going for a fucking full house. Make a move, Grandma, your time is running short. Just take your chance and let's get it over with. Yahtzee gets an F, I don't care. Next up, Boggle. Oh, cool. Let's do homework. That sounds fun. Fuck Boggle, it gets an F as well. Next one, Clue. Now, I have to admit, I only played Clue like maybe 2 times when I was a kid. And all I really remember is something about a candlestick and Mr. Green looked like my fucking 6th grade math teacher. Clue gets a D, just like I got in my 6th grade math class. Next up, Trouble. Now, Trouble is a terrible game, plain and simple. It's just a shittier version of Sorry after all, with an equally shitty bubble popper that barely even works. 4. God damn it, roll something besides a 4. It's still 4. God damn it, I'm getting pissed off just thinking about it. Shitty Sorry gets an F, let's move on. Uno. Technically a card game, not a board game, but you're not my dad and you can't tell me what to do. Now everybody relax, I think Uno is a fantastic game. Once again, it's a game that you can screw over your friends. What's not to love? I mean, even if you're getting your ass beat and you're struggling to hold your 47 cards over there, it still feels good to slam down that wild draw 4 now, doesn't it? Boom, draw 4, kiss my ass. Michael, what the hell? You're holding like half the deck in your hand. You don't have a blue card? That's none of your goddamn business. Now pick up 4 cards. God damn it, well what color do you want? Oh, I don't know, how about blue? It was blue!
Uno to begin with, goddammit, are you serious? The only problem that I do have with Uno is that it sucks ass playing with just 2 people. You can screw around and win the game in just 1 turn.
Skip, skip, reverse, skip again, reverse, reverse, draw 4, Uno, blue 7. I win.
What the hell just happened? So we'll go ahead and give Uno a B, and if you're playing with just 2 people, it gets 2 draw 2s and go fuck yourself. How about that? Next up, Scrabble. Now, I like the game of Scrabble. Or let me rephrase that. I used to like the game of Scrabble until I played it with my wife. Because my dumbass will be over there staring at the board for 45 minutes. There we go. Pop-Tarts. 12 points. And then 5 seconds later, my wife pumps out some bullshit word like, oh, this one's easy. X-I-B. Zib. It's a word from Kenya. It means orangutan.
Triple letter, triple word, 84 points.
So like Uno, we'll give Scrabble a B, and if I'm playing against my wife, it gets 3 draw 2s and a go fuck yourself. Now you might be sitting there like, wow, this guy fucking complains a lot. Is he ever gonna grade any board game with an A? Well, you bet your ass I'm gonna. And if it's not obvious already, that game is Monopoly. Now I've already made a whole video about me playing Monopoly as a kid. And now as an adult, it's pretty much the same thing. The only difference is that every game starts out with a warning from my wife. Don't fucking trade with Tyler. He's gonna rip you off, and the game's gonna end. Don't trade with him. Now, do I really rip people off in Monopoly? Well, yeah, you bet your ass I do. That's the whole point of the game. But is it fair that I have to get fucking embargoed the whole game just because of who I am? I don't think so, but it doesn't matter, because in the end, somebody always cracks. I'll toss up a trade with somebody, and I'll pretend that it's an even better deal for them than it is me. Hey, Bobby, I see you got that hunk of shit Kentucky Avenue. You see, I was thinking about trading these 2 railroads for it because, well, I'm just making too much fucking money with them. Don't do it, Bobby. It's a trick. He's gonna have all the reds. Bobby, relax. It's me, the devil. You can trust me on this. No, I don't think it's a good idea. And that's the end of it. I back off after that. But what happens is, Bobby's little punk-ass thimble lands on my railroad like 14 times, and all of a sudden things start to change. Ah, shucks, another $50 for me. Boy, I bet you wish these railroads were yours. Don't do it, Bobby. Stay strong. I can't do it anymore. You still want to trade for my Kentucky Avenue?
I accept your offer.
Okay, I'll take 12 houses on the Reds.
God damn it, Bobby!
All right, so, well, I don't really know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say it. I went to a Backstreet Boys concert. Now let me just go ahead and say that this clearly wasn't my idea. After all, I'm more of an NSYNC man myself. Now this all started when me and my wife were sitting on the couch one day, and she found out that indeed, the Backstreet Boys were coming to town. And holy hell, her reaction when she found out, I thought a goddamn family member died. Oh my God.
What happened? Is it Aunt Carol? Is Aunt Carol okay?
And at first her ass couldn't even talk right to get it out. What is it, baboon? Was Aunt Carol murdered by a baboon? What the hell? No!
Backstreet's back!
All right.
You're goddamn right, all right. I don't give a shit. We are going. I've been wanting to see them in concert since Tamagotchis were popular.
So of course we put our house up for a second mortgage so we could buy these goddamn Backstreet Boy tickets. And having never been to a Backstreet Boys concert before, I had a few questions. Like for one, are the Backstreet Boys gonna have an opening act? Is there gonna be like a fucking bloated Lou Bega waltzing on stage like, hey, everybody remember me? I did that one song called, what is it? Mambo number 6? And for 2, what the hell am I, a grown-ass 31-year-old man, gonna wear to this goddamn thing? I'm not gonna wear a Backstreet Boys t-shirt after all. It's an unwritten rule. You're not supposed to wear the t-shirt of the band that you're going to see. It's redundant. It's stupid. Well, since like I said, I'm more of an NSYNC man myself, I figured that would be my best bet. But since every NSYNC t-shirt I found online was made for prepubescent girls, I had to make my own goddamn t-shirt. So I picked my favorite NSYNC band member, Joey Fat One, and I go on the Google, and I type in his name. Sure as hell, I take the first picture that I see, and presto, I got myself an NSYNC t-shirt for the concert. Sure, it's not the most flattering picture of Joey Fat One, looking like he's managing a fucking Red Robin these days, but what the hell, we all can't be perfect. So off we go to the Backstreet Boys concert, and unfortunately, we missed the bloated Lou Bega opener because apparently everybody in the fucking town had to go see the goddamn Backstreet Boys. The line is long as hell. I got people staring at my shirt like, who the hell is that? What do you mean? It's Joey fucking Fat One. Have some goddamn respect. So finally we make it to our seats, just in time for the Backstreet Boys, and let me tell you, when these motherfuckers hit the stage, it was sheer pandemonium. There's bras getting thrown on stage, pregnant chicks are going into labor and shit. Ouch, my baby! Then you got a bunch of husbands and boyfriends standing there, not knowing how to feel about themselves. Football and beer. Football and beer. I'm still masculine. Meanwhile, my wife's over there completely catatonic, looking like she just saw Jesus in a fucking fever dream. I'm over there like, boy, I sure wish I drank like 12 more beers before this. So throughout the concert, I'm asking my wife which Backstreet Boys which, like they're fucking Pokemon.
Ooh, which one's that one? What does he do? What? That's Kevin, you stupid ass. How do you not know who Kevin is?
So by the end of the concert, I knew who all the Backstreet Boys were. There's Kevin, who looks like he's a part-time lion tamer and full-time sorcerer. Brian, who is 47 years old, but he has the face of a fucking Polly Pocket. AJ, who looks like a dude you'd buy fucking Adderall from. The brother of Aaron Carter. And then there's Howie, which I found out is my favorite Backstreet Boy. Because to me, Howie just seems like he just does it for a living. Like if you met him at a bar somewhere, he'd be all nonchalant about it. Like, what's that? Oh, yes, indeed, I am a Backstreet Boy. But I also sell insurance, which is my life's true passion. I swear, like, halfway through the concert, we made eye contact, and he was like, hey, you in the Joey Fat One t-shirt. You know, I could sure save you a lot of money if we bundled your home and auto insurance. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, maybe I was hearing stuff. Howie, if you're out there, give me a call. We'll work out a deal. Now, I gotta say, as the concert went on, I was pretty goddamn impressed with the Backstreet Boys. I mean, there they are, 3 out of the 5 guys are probably grandparents at this point, but they're still dancing their ass off like fucking Y2K's right around the corner, and it's the last day on Earth. And they are sweating their asses off. They're sweating so hard that every 3 songs or so, they gotta go and change wardrobe. Which leads me to the most awkward part of the entire concert, when 3 of the guys go backstage to change their clothes that they sweated through, but AJ and Aaron Carter's brother stayed out on stage, where they wheeled out tiny little boxes for them to change inside, right in front of everybody on stage. You got fucking AJ's ass pulling his boxers out. There's a big ass fucking bleach stain on him, which was deeply unsettling for me. All the guys out there are completely uncomfortable with this whole scenario. Football and beer. Football and beer! Well, imagine our surprise when he fucking flings it into the audience, and some 50-year-old dude, somebody's dad, catches it with one hand. Oh, I don't think those were intended for that guy. Yeah, I don't think so either. This dude looks around for a second, and then without saying a goddamn thing, he pocketed those bad boys. That guy has plans for those, I can tell you that. Yeah, what a fucking pervert. So finally, the Backstreet Boys play their last song of the night, Larger Than Life, and here we are, drunk, having the fucking time of our life. And at the end of it all, I think it's safe to say that I'm now more of a Backstreet Boys fan than ever. Fuck Joey Fat One. I'm a goddamn Backstreet Boys man now.
Alright, so this month just so happens to be my birthday month. And when you're in your late 20s, there's really not much to be excited about.
Well, what do you want to do for your birthday this year?
Oh, you know, the usual. Sit in the dark and get drunk by myself.
Goodbye, my youth. I'll miss all the Pokemon cards and Rocco's Modern Life, goddammit.
But when you're a kid, birthday parties are the best. Even if it's not your own birthday party, you still have a good time. You get a birthday party invitation in class from some kid that you don't even really like that much, but you don't care. Oh, hell yeah, birthday party. Count me in. And your parents got you actual invitations to hand out? What are you guys, rich? This party's probably gonna be badass if your parents are blowing money on invitations. There's probably gonna be like a bouncy house there, some creepy-ass clown to scare all the kids.
Hey, do you kids got any baby teeth I can have? I collect baby teeth as a hobby.
And you know damn well they're gonna have some pretty good food there too.
We have 2 dinner choices, smoked brisket or a rack of lamb with cranberry glaze.
Do you guys have sloppy joes? I'm accustomed to sloppy joes, goddammit. So I'd show up to this birthday party with gift in hand. My dad would just drop me off. Yeah, this house smells pretty fucking weird to me. I'm not sticking around to make small talk with this kid's parents. You're on your own. So I'd meet up with my little friend Timothy or Jimmy or whatever the hell his name is. I just tell him what his gift is right off the bat. Yeah, I got you a magic 8-ball because I didn't know what the hell you wanted, and my dad only let me spend $10. So there you go. So then you go around and get introduced to your friend's weird-ass family.
This is my old-ass grandma who can't remember anything after 1967. And this is my Aunt Lisa, who my Uncle Mike divorced last summer for a younger, more attractive woman. Oh, God. And this is my drunk Uncle Bill, who sleeps on our couch when he's not in rehab.
Yeah, happy birthday there, little Jimmy.
My name's Timothy, Uncle Bill.
Yeah, I know. Hey, can you borrow me $5 real quick?
Yeah, I guess, Uncle Bill. Here you go.
Hey, and when you get a minute, can you pee in this cup for me real quick?
What the fuck, Uncle Bill? I don't know. Maybe later.
And of course, your friend always had a sweet-ass cake that their parents had custom ordered.
Whoa, dude, you got a Frasier cake? What the hell? Yeah, dude, I fucking love Frasier. What are you talking about?
Hey, baby, I hear the blues are calling. Toss salads and scrambled eggs. They're calling again.
All right, kids, who's ready to hit the piñata?
Oh, hell yeah, I love tying up animals and beating them with sticks. Wait a minute, what the hell? Who gets a Ted Danson piñata?
God damn it, Uncle Bill, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends. That's Kelsey Grammer, god damn it.
Yeah, well, there better be some good stuff in here, I tell you what. Where's all the bourbon and Adderall at? Meanwhile, Grandma's over there wondering where the hell she is.
Why is it so loud in here? Are the Russians attacking us?
So then, of course, the time comes where it's time to sing happy birthday to the birthday boy. Happy birthday, little Jimothy. Can I borrow $5? Then, of course, it's time to open presents. And that's usually a hit or miss affair. Some presents are good, some are not so good.
Oh, that's cool. Oshkosh bagosh overalls. Thanks a lot, Aunt Lisa. You can go fuck yourself since we all know Uncle Mike isn't willing to anymore.
All of a sudden, Uncle Bill stumbles in with his birthday present that's not even wrapped up. It's just chilling in a Walmart bag and shit.
Uncle Bill, you got me a bag of frozen chicken nuggets? What the hell?
Yeah, every kid likes chicken nuggets, right? Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Hey, can you ask that magic 8-ball if my ex-wife still thinks about me?
And after birthday presents, the birthday party's pretty much over. Everybody starts heading out and leaving.
I don't know who you are, but I hope you enjoy your ice cream social. Thanks, Grandma. Sorry you can't remember the 1980s.
My dad comes to pick me up. Well, how was the party? Was that kid's parents as weird as the fucking smell in their house or what? Not as weird as their Uncle Bill, that's for sure.
Excuse me, sir. Can I have your kid piss in this cup? I'll give you a bag of frozen chicken nuggets for it.
All right, so this is gonna be a new little sub-series that I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be about the TV shows that I used to watch as a kid. And I think it's safe to say that TV shows were a much simpler form of entertainment back then. Well, maybe not simpler, considering Is It Cake is a thing, for Christ's sake. What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that's right, better. TV was better in the 90s, and I'm gonna prove it today. And the first show I want to talk about is the Nickelodeon show Double Dare. Now, Double Dare was a game show that pitted two families against each other in trivia, physical challenges, and of course, the Big Daddy obstacle course at the end. You got a young Mark Summers as the host, and yes, that's Mark with a C because, well, we spelled things differently in the 90s. Back then, you spelled Mark with a C, you spelled kids with a Z, all because it was cool with a fucking K. So you have a family on each side of the stage, and they're given some arbitrary team name. Okay, first up, we got the blue team, the Curious Uncles. They're gonna go up against the red team, the Manitoba Stranglers. Looks like it's gonna be a good game. But it didn't matter what the family team names were because they were all the same. Each family had two kids, the dad always had a mustache, and everybody's mom just kinda looked like this. And for whatever reason, when they'd introduce the families, they'd always make like the youngest kid tell some bullshit story about their family, which always took way too goddamn long. So, little Susie, I heard you have a funny story about the time the family dog threw up in the driveway. Care to tell us about that story? Yeah, one time there was like this dog. It was our dog, and we were leaving, and then the dog, it was in the morning, and when it happened, we were there over by the bushes. Wait, before that, my brother was walking, and then we looked over, and I think it was raining. No, it wasn't raining. And then Mom was there, and then we looked over, and then the dog threw up in the driveway. That was a fantastic story there, little Susie. How about we do some fucking trivia now? Now, Double Dare starts out as a basic trivia game, but there's a catch. And that is, if you don't know the answer, you can always dare the other family to answer it and hope that they're just as stupid as you are. Well, hold on a goddamn minute. The show's called Double Dare after all, and that is because they could always double dare your ass back. Now you have to do a physical challenge and look like a complete asshole on cable television. And since trivia is boring as hell by itself, I think they made the trivia questions a little difficult just so they could get to the goddamn physical challenges. All right, blue team. First question. What is the hypotenuse derivative of the fifth hyperbole when it's divided by a denominator of the fifth degree? Yeah, I think we're gonna dare on this one. Okay, over to the red team. Red team, what is the hypotenuse derivative? Fucking double dare, Mark. I put up drywall for a living, what the hell? And we're back to the blue team again. Physical challenge, Mark. For Christ's sake, we'll do the fucking physical challenge. Now, the physical challenges were really never all that physical. It was really just an excuse for one of the kids to make their parents look like an asshole in front of a live studio audience. All right, little Susie, you got 30 seconds to fling this bucket of bear shit down there at your dad who's got a bucket taped to his head like an asshole. Ready, set, go. Oh, and there they go. Little Susie's giving it her all. Dad's down there and he's looking like he's eating shit, both literally and figuratively. The crowd is going wild. Oh boy, it's gonna be close. Time's up. You lose. $100 to the red team. Dad, here's a moist towelette. Now get the fuck off my stage. So this whole fiasco goes on over and over again until Mark has had enough of that happy horse shit. And at that point, whichever family has the most money goes on to the
Big Daddy obstacle course.
And the other family gets a pair of Skechers, and they promptly fuck off. Now, of course, the obstacle course was the best part of the entire show. It's what put the asses in the seats at the Double Dare studios, if you will. I mean, you gotta cross the monkey bars, you gotta go sliding down slides into vats of slime, or gack, if you will. You remember gack? That bright-colored goopy shit? I think that's what modern TV's missing these days. There's not enough gack in it. You go ask anybody on the street that's under the age of 25 what gack is, they wouldn't have a clue. Gack? What the hell? What is that, a fucking Dr. Seuss character? What the hell is gack? Alright, so the whole point of the obstacle course is you have have 60 seconds to retrieve 8 red flags. Each flag that you got, you won a prize. Now each prize, of course, got progressively better as you went, which meant that the first flag was always some bullshit prize. Like 15 minutes before the show started, the showrunners were like, hey, you took care of that first prize, right? What? No, I thought you did. And then they had to like run to a Dollar General real quick to find something. But it didn't matter because they always hyped it up on the show like it was the best prize fucking possible. All right, for the first flag, they gotta climb over this baby pool filled with a fuck ton of gack. If they do that, Harvey, what do they win?
It's a bottle of Palmolive dish soap. Yeah, that's right. Whether you're scrubbing pots and pans or you're disciplining foul-mouthed children, dish soap by Palmolive will get the job done.
And of course, the middle flags would always showcase like the peak of 90s electronic technology at the time. All right, for this obstacle, we're gonna dump a bunch of bullshit on your head, and then there's like a flag or something. I don't know. Harvey, what's the prize they win?
It's a Panasonic VCR. That's right, this bad boy comes with tracking, a remote control, and it weighs more than an average 5th grader. Now Dad can watch Smokey and the Bandit right in your very own living room thanks to VCR by Panasonic.
Now the grand prize, of course, was at the very end, and this was either a vacation or it was a brand new car, which I thought was very ambitious for a Nickelodeon game show. All right, little Susie, if you get past the rabid Doberman and grab the flag, Harvey, what's the grand prize?
It's a Ford Escort. That's right, it's a 1.6-liter four-banger with a top speed of 49 miles per hour. It's cheap, it's economical, and it sounds like the hooker of automobiles. It's the Escort by Ford.
So finally, they start this obstacle course, and let's be honest, it's a complete shit show. I mean, the kids are one thing, they're all spry and limber, they're doing well. But then you got Dad lagging behind with his fucking high-ass blood pressure, and Mom, who hasn't fucking ran anywhere since her lacrosse days in high school. They got 60 seconds. They sure as hell ain't winning that Ford Escort, I can tell you that. Hell, even as a kid, I knew how every episode of Double Dare was gonna end. And that is with time running out, and somebody's out-of-breath dad frantically searching a giant nose for a fucking flag. Oh, this is bullshit! There's no flag in there! This goddamn game is rigged! Oh, wait a minute, here it is. And then you got Mark Summers coming in out of nowhere. Well, I guess it sucks to suck, doesn't it? Harvey, tell them all the prizes they won.
Well, they got the Palmolive dish soap, the Bugs Bunny pencil sharpener, the Vanilla Ice cassette tape, the Pogo stick, and the gigantic VCR by Panasonic.
And then boom, credits roll, the show's over, and your 8-year-old ass is fucking entertained, I can tell you that. That was it. Solid, simple American television in the 90s. Now you turn on TV these days and you gotta watch Dog the Bounty Hunter dressed up as a fucking armadillo. I don't want to watch that. Just give me a bumbling Midwestern family covered in bullshit trying to win a fucking karaoke machine, and I'll be all set. The end.
All right. Now, when I was growing up, the internet was still very much in its infancy. Being a kid at that time, I had no idea what the internet even was. What? The internet? Who the hell's the internet? It wasn't until one day I was in school in the computer lab, and I watched a kid bypass the firewall and look up cheat codes for the Sony PlayStation. Well, holy hell, after that, I was hooked. I mean, sure, it was dial-up back then, and it took 47 minutes to navigate 3 web pages, but I'll be damned, that kid unlocked Sweet Tooth on Twisted Metal 2. If that's what the internet had to offer, sign me up. So I start hoarding all those AOL trial CDs that they'd send you in the mail like some kind of maniac. I got 40,000 hours of free internet, nothing can stop me now. But that didn't make a difference because our computer at home was old as hell. I mean, the thing was built when the fucking flock of seagulls were popular. Didn't have a web browser or Microsoft Paint or that sweet-ass Space Cadet pinball game that everybody blew ass at. No, there's just a fucking DOS prompt screen blinking you in the face. Nobody in my whole household knows how to use the damn thing. How do I make the fun things pop up on the screen? Oh, I don't know. What the fuck do I look like, a scientist? I'm afraid of that goddamn thing. Turn it off. So for the most part, our computer was just stuck in the corner of our dining room, basically a piece of furniture at this point. Well, damn, looks like I don't get the internet after all. But that's alright because my friend David had a computer, and unlike my flock of seagull piece of shit, his was made much more recently, like circa Lou Bega Mambo number 5 time.
The trumpet!
And what was even better is his ass had Roller Coaster Tycoon. And back then, Roller Coaster Tycoon was bigger than Bill Clinton. Everybody in the goddamn neighborhood would go over to David's house and play Roller Coaster Tycoon. Hell, David didn't even exist to us as a person back then. We'd all be hanging out in the front yard like, hey, wanna go over to Roller Coaster Tycoon's house? Oh, you bet your ass I do. Hey, do you guys want to go jump on the trampoline or something? No, piss off, we're drowning people in the lake and shooting people off the shuttle loop. But as great as Roller Coaster Tycoon was, it was a total game changer when David's mom got dial-up internet at his house. And I remember that weekend very vividly, because that was the weekend that me and Michael stayed the night at David's house and pirated a bunch of music off the internet. As soon as David's mom went to bed, David looked at us and was like, "Have you guys ever heard of Napster.com? Napster.com? What the hell's that? What if I told you that we could have, in our possession, every Limp Bizkit and Weird Al Yankovic song known to man? Get the fuck out of here. Even the Nookie? Yes, even the Nookie. Oh my god, I can't fucking believe it." So our asses hop on David's blazing fast 96K modem. Holy hell, why does your computer sound like fucking R2-D2 having a stroke? Oh, that's just the sound the internet makes. What the hell is that, the Russians? Are the Russians attacking? Now, our little asses stole so much music that night, Metallica to this day is probably still looking for a kid in a Scottie Pippen jersey to serve a subpoena to. And sure, it took 45 minutes for a single song to download, but that didn't keep us from downloading like every WWF entrance music known to man. The Rock says. What a glorious time it was, and I wish it would have stayed that way. But things decide to get a little weird when Michael decides to log into an AOL chat room. I know what you're thinking, what's the worst that could happen with a bunch of children talking to a bunch of random strangers on the internet at 3 in the morning? Well, let me tell you. First off, Michael does what any 8-year-old would do on the internet. He tells everybody that he's a 22-year-old woman. Fuck it, why not? Let's go for it. I'm a 22-year-old big booty woman, and I'm looking for big booty bitches to talk to. Michael, what the fuck are you doing? I'm trying to talk to big booty bitches. What does it look like? Now, I think it's safe to say that nobody was fooled in that chat room. I mean, for one, you got Michael's broken ass 2nd grade spelling. And for two, we're under David's mom's screen name. And that math sure as hell doesn't add up. Boy, this Butterfly Kisses 1964 either sucks at math or is a fucking 2nd grader. I guess I'll take my chances. So all of a sudden, we start getting instant messages left and right. David starts freaking out at this point. Dude, just turn it off. My mom's gonna kill us. No, wait, dude, I'm talking to big booty bitches. Look at this chick's trying to send me a picture right now. We look over, and sure as hell, there's a picture slowly loading. Y'all ready to see some big booty bitches or what? Well, finally, this picture loads, and it's safe to say it's not a big booty bitch. Instead, it's a grown-ass man licking a fucking egg beater. Ah, sick, what the hell is that? Turn it off, turn it off! Now, to this day, I have no idea who that guy was, or what kind of fucking weird fetish he had with his kitchen. All I knew is that I was done with the internet for the night. Okay, that's enough of that shit. You wanna go play Sony PlayStation? Yeah, let's go play Sony PlayStation. And that was the end of it. Or at least that was the end of it for me and David. Michael, on the other hand, decided to keep on exploring the wondrous wonders of the World Wide Web. Who knows what the hell that 8-year-old was exposed to that night. All I know is the next morning, we're sitting there eating toaster strudels. Michael's over there looking like he just fucking stormed the beaches of Normandy. Do you guys know if it's possible to unsee things that you've already saw? I have so many questions and so few answers. Well, imagine our surprise when David's mom gets up and she sees a bunch of pop-ups littered all over a computer screen. Boys, get your asses in here right now. Why does my computer have AIDS all of a sudden? And who Googled big booty bitches 47 times?
Alright, so over the years in my life, there's been plenty of times where some kind of wild animal gets inside my house and I gotta deal with it. And usually it's not a big deal. I've handled birds, chipmunks, those nasty rats that I had to assassinate with a BB gun. But what do you do if one of those rats all of a sudden grew wings and started flying around your house all willy-nilly? I'm talking about a goddamn bat. Nobody wants that in their house. But unfortunately, a few weeks ago, that's exactly what happened. One night, my wife and I are sleeping in bed when all of a sudden we wake up in the middle of the night to a very peculiar sound. Something that sounded like... What the hell is that? The ceiling fan? Is the fan about to fall on top of us? I stumble out into the dark in my underwear, start poking around when all of a sudden I find it. Ah, god damn it, it's a bat! Now this bat is messed up. It's laying on its neck with its feet up, looking like somebody's drunk uncle and shit. I'm standing there like, what the hell? That's the sound a bat makes? I don't remember learning that shit in school. The bat goes, eat, 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 eat. Well, are you gonna pick it up or what? No, I'm not gonna pick it up. What if it fucking flies in my face or something? You're afraid of it flying in your face? Look, I don't know what bats do, all right? They're mean and they're nasty, and I just don't fuck with bats, all right? I look over, and all of a sudden the bat is dead, and our cat Pooter's just sitting there like, hey, while you're sitting there being a big wuss, I decided to kill the bat. And just like that, it was all over. The bat's dead, I didn't pee myself, and Pooter didn't get rabies. The end. That is until a few mornings later, I'm in the kitchen about to make a pot of coffee, when all of a sudden, bam, here comes another bat. Now my dumbass at first thinks, oh my god, it's the same bat from the other other night, back from the dead. Fucking zombie bat trying to fly in my face. I get on my hands and knees in the middle of my kitchen, looking like I'm a goddamn hostage in a bank robbery. Slowly, I start coming back to my senses. All right, maybe this isn't a zombie bat. Maybe it's just a different bat. We got 2 bats in the house? What, is somebody playing a fucking game of Jumanji in here or what? Meanwhile, Pooter's leaping around like a goddamn superhero throughout the house. Calm yourself, woman. I'll handle this. The whole time, my wife is still upstairs in bed, totally oblivious to the chaos that's happening in the kitchen. So what the hell am I supposed to do in this situation? I'm not qualified to handle this. I need a professional like Steve Irwin or Jack Hanna. Fucking Ozzy Osbourne, for Christ's sake. Anybody.
Alexa, what are you supposed to do when you have a bat in the house?
I don't know, dude. I don't with bats either.
Eventually, the bat lands on a wall, and I use this opportunity to grab my trusty BB gun from the closet. So now I'm trying to Lee Harvey Oswald this bat with a BB gun. I take the shot, and I hit it, but I don't kill it. I just anger the damn thing. Oh my god, you shot me? Now I'm really gonna fly in your fucking face. I lock myself in the bathroom like a scared old woman. I peek out of the door, and I see that the bat is now in the living room, right next to my TV. Well, now what am I gonna do? I can't risk shooting the bat and shatter my TV screen. I'm sure accidental shooting because of bat in-house isn't covered under the warranty. So since a bat is now holding my television hostage, I decide that I have to catch it somehow. But what the hell am I gonna use to catch it? Well, how about a big fucking 12-foot net that we use to clean the pool? So there I am with this long-ass unwieldy pool net in my house, looking like a goddamn drunk pole vaulter. I'm knocking stuff off the tables and shit. Somehow I managed to snag this bat, and its little foot, or hoof, or fucking claw, I don't know what the fuck a bat has, is stuck in the net. So now's my opportunity. I'm running throughout the house like the goddamn building's on fire. I make it to my front yard, and I'm waving this goddamn pool net all over the place trying to get this thing free. My neighbor next door is on his porch looking at me like, the hell's this guy doing, catching butterflies? I got a bat! I got a bat here! No, that's a fucking net, you idiot. Finally, the bat gets free and flies back to the 7th layer of hell or wherever the hell bats live. I walk back inside, now my wife's awake. Hey, why is there a rifle on the floor? And why is all of our shit broken? Because we had another bat in the house, that's why. It flew in my face, it took our TV hostage, and I did the best I could, okay? And that is why I don't fuck with bats.
All right. You ever think back to when you were a kid about some of the screwed up or embarrassing things that you took part in? You know what I'm talking about. Maybe you were the kid that peed your pants in the 2nd grade during a spelling test. Or maybe you drop-kicked your best friend off a trampoline and broke his pelvis. Whatever it is, I think it's safe to say that we all have some deep-seated childhood regrets that we all carry around with us. Like, for example, one time when I was a kid, me and my sister decided to order a pizza. And the only problem with that was, it was the middle of winter, and it was like a goddamn stage 3 blizzard outside. Now, what kind of asshole makes somebody deliver pizza in this hellish nightmare? There's fucking wampas outside and shit. Who does such a thing? Well, 9-year-old me and my older sister, that's who. So after like 2 hours of us ordering the pizza, our doorbell goes off, and like a piece of shit, my sister sends me out to face the poor bastard to get our pizza. So I open the door, and of course, the delivery guy's this old dude all hunched over, freezing his ass off.
Oh, hi there, Sonny. Sorry I took so long. I almost slid into oncoming traffic getting here, and I have arthritis in both of my cankles, so I can't move so fast.
Holy hell, what a complete perfect asshole I felt like taking this guy's pizza. And to make matters worse, all my sister gave me to tip this guy was some crumpled up, crusty ass dollar bill that looked like somebody blew their nose into it. So I handed it over to the guy, when all of a sudden, a fucking gust of wind rips it right out of my hand, and the thing goes tumbling off into the abyss, never to be seen again. So now this feeble old man's just staring at me, arthritic cankles and all. What the hell am I supposed to do in this situation? Well, what I should have done was got old man River out of the elements there, served him some hot cocoa, and made him my honorary grandpa. But instead, I just fucking shut the door in his face. I was like 8 years old, alright? I didn't know what the hell to do in a situation like that.
Okay, have a good day then. I guess I'll die now.
And that was it. I sat down and ate some pizza, and I never told anybody about that experience ever in my life. So now as a grown-ass man, 20 years later, I'll be laying in bed at night, and I'll just randomly start thinking of that old guy freezing his ass off. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun one to explain when I'm standing outside the pearly gates and shit. It says here that when you were 9, you attempted to murder an old man for a Little Caesars one-topping. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Yeah, I'm gonna have to plead the fifth on that one, Pete. But you see, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about. Childhood regrets that you'll never live down. Now, another childhood regret of mine was when I was over at my friend Zachary's house that lived across the street. And Zachary was a weird-ass kid, but we'd always put up with him because he always had the coolest toys growing up. I mean, he had the Talk Boy from Home Alone, he had Furbies coming out the ass, he had the fucking robot from Rocky IV. The kid had it all, what can I say? But the thing that we were most envious of was his gigantic Pokemon card collection. And this was back in the 90s, when kids valued Pokemon cards more than life itself. Michael, if you ever touch my holographic Charizard, I'll find and murder your entire bloodline. Do you understand me?
But Zachary didn't care about his Pokemon cards at all. They're all spread out in his room, all willy-nilly. They're all ripped and bent up and shit. His ass would practically tap dance all over them. He had so many of them, he didn't care. And that shit made us sick to our stomachs. I mean, it would be one thing if these were just energy and trainer cards we're talking about, but the kid had a holographic Zapdos on the middle of his floor, for Christ's sake. To us, it was like fucking animal abuse for fake animals. Somebody should have called the Fake Humane Society on his ass. So after seeing Zachary's blatant disrespect towards his holographic Zapdos, what the hell did I decide to do? Well, what I should have done was take Zachary aside and be like, dude, I've seen a kid beat another kid over the head with a pogo stick for a fucking holographic Zapdos. Get your shit together and take care of your Pokemon cards. But instead, I fucking pocketed that holographic Zapdos. Yeah, that's right, I stole it. I'm not proud of it, but with my broken 9-year-old logic, I wasn't stealing it so much as I was rescuing it from a life of cruelty. So now after all these years later, I'm still filled with regret because I stole this kid's shiny fucking piece of cardboard. But what the hell am I supposed to do? Track down Zachary's goofy ass and be like, hey, I know we're both grown-ass men now, but that's a Pokemon card that I stole from you back when Bill Clinton was in office. All right then, see you later. Oh, and by the way, you're a cartoon on the internet, and I didn't bother to change your real name. Sorry about that. So if you're watching this, Zach, I just want to say sorry about the petty theft, and if you want your Zapdos back, well, I still have it, because I take care of my goddamn Pokemon cards. Alright, let's do one more memory about me being a piece of shit, and we'll be done with it. Now this time, we're in my next-door neighbor Michael's front yard, and we're doing what most dirty little kids were doing in the 90s. We're playing WWF front yard wrestling, that's what we're doing. And this particular matchup was between my friends David and Michael. David, of course, was Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Michael, on the other hand, was Bill Goldberg. Now, of course, we told Michael that he couldn't be a WCW character, but naturally, Michael didn't give a fuck. So there they are, fighting to the death in Michael's front yard. I'm playing the role of referee in this shitty wrestling match. And to call it wrestling to begin with was a stretch of the imagination. I mean, you got David over there, like, ripping the hair out of Michael's scalp and shit. I'm just standing there like, okay, I'll allow it. That's a completely legitimate wrestling move. Well, things start getting a little dicey when these two idiots start getting a little too close to the sidewalk. Now, what I should have done in this situation would have been like, hey, you idiots, get back over here. Somebody's about to crack their head on the sidewalk. But what I did instead was not say a goddamn thing. I mean, there's a styrofoam championship belt on the line, for Christ's sake. I can't interrupt the match now. Well, imagine my surprise when David pulls off a haphazard German suplex and he cracks Michael's head on the sidewalk. And I gotta say, it was loud. It sounded like a fucking 30-06 going off in the neighborhood. At the time, I thought Michael's brain just exploded on impact. I was almost positive people on the street were calling the cops like, yeah, hello, police? Get the paddy wagon. I just watched a kid in a Scottie Pippen jersey get murdered in cold blood. Thankfully, to our surprise, Michael sits up, and, well, he's looking a little disheveled, to say the least. Michael, are you all right? So now, what do me and David decide to do? Well, what we should have done was run inside and get Michael's drunk-ass stepdad and be like, hey, Mr. Michael's stepdad, we were being deeply irresponsible, and I think we might have just scrambled Michael's brains into oblivion. But instead of doing that, we just took off running down the road and left Michael to die by the street. I know, it was a shitty thing to do, but again, we were like 9 years old, and we didn't want to get in trouble. Hell, we even went back and grabbed the styrofoam belt before Michael's stepdad came outside flipping out. Oh, what the hell's going on out here? Michael, fix that stupid look on your face and get your ass inside. Now, in the end, Michael was all right from that whole event. I mean, he probably had a mild concussion at least, but, well, it was the 90s, so it was no big deal. What? What do you mean your head's fuzzy and you can't remember how to tie your shoes? Oh, rub some dirt in it and stop being a wuss. So, Michael, if you're watching this, I'd like to apologize on behalf of me and David. We shouldn't have left you there on the side of the street, but at the same time, I'm gonna stand by my call. It was a technical knockout and David's still the champion. So I guess you can suck it. The end.
Alright, now I've never mentioned it before, but I just so happen to be a pretty big Detroit Tigers fan. And if baseball's not your thing, I get it. But for me personally, I totally like to dad it out on a recliner and watch the Tigers lose on a daily basis. Well, it was during one of these dad sessions that I see the following Friday is going to be 90s night at Comerica Park. And that's where they hand out retro 90s hats, and people in the crowd dress up like Hulk Hogan and Bill Clinton. And not to mention, Montel Jordan's gonna be there to do a post-game concert. Whoopity-doo! Now, you don't know who Montel Jordan is. Well, he's the man behind such classic 90s hits as This Is How We Do It and and this is how we do it. So I see this 90s night, and I'm like, hell yeah, we're going to that shit. Not to mention my wife sees it as well, and she's like, hell yeah, we're going to that shit, and we're dressing up like those Hulk Hogan, Bill Clinton assholes did on TV. So then we start deliberating on what we should dress up as for 90s night. Should we just do the standard windbreakers and fanny packs, and I don't know, maybe like a Billy Ray Cyrus mullet wig? Well, I figure everybody was gonna do something like that, so I came up with something different. I know, we should dress up like characters from the most iconic 90s movie of all time. Oh, you mean Titanic, right? You wanna be Jack and Rose? No, not fucking Jack and Rose. What are you talking about? I'm talking about Forrest Gump. We should be Forrest Gump and Jenny. Now, this made sense to me because A, Forrest Gump is the shit, and B, we were already fucking Forrest Gump for Halloween like 4 years ago, so we already had the costumes. So the following Friday rolls around, and we are dressed up in full Forrest Gump garb. My wife looks like a fucking flower child. I'm standing there with a ping pong paddle. I even went out and bought the Nike Cortezes that Forrest Gump wears like an idiot. There goes that fucking $80. Well, it's worth noting that we were also taking one of our kids to the game, as well as one of his little friends. And since neither of them wanted to chop their legs off and be our own little personalized Lieutenant Dan, we settled for them just wearing hats that had 90s slogans written on them. One hat said, "Talk to the hand," and the other hat said, "Get jiggy with it." What the fuck does "get jiggy with it" mean? Oh, that was something that Will Smith invented back in the 90s. You mean the guy that smacked Chris Rock at the Oscars? Yep. You know he's famous for, like, other things too, right? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, a whole goddamn rap career? No? Nothing? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So we get to Comerica Park, and you bet your ass we made a sign to wave around in the stands. Because we had one goal in mind for this little trip to the ballpark. And that was, of course, to get our silly asses up on the scoreboard screen. Because this is my wife's favorite thing about going to the ballpark. Because somehow she always seems to get on there. Hell, one time at the Toledo Mud Hens, she got on the chug cam, and she slammed her beer down quicker than a frat bro, and promptly made me look like a little bitch sitting right next to her. So before we go to our seats, we stop and get a beer, and right off the bat, the attendant is like, shit, look, it's Forrest Gump and Jenny. Hi, I'm Forrest Gump. And I'm Jenny, and I have AIDS. I don't know what the fuck Jenny says. What? Oh man, that is fucking awesome. But, why the hell are you guys dressed up like Forrest Gump in the first place? Because it's 90s night tonight. What are you talking about? Tonight's 90s night? I didn't know that. Huh. Oh well, here's your beer. So we take our beer, and it's right around this point that we realize fucking nobody around us is dressed up like anything 90s whatsoever. There's no Hulk Hogans, no Bill Clintons, no fucking Freddie Prinze Jr.'s. There's nothing. Nobody is dressed up like the 90s. Are you fucking sure 90s night is tonight? Yes, I'm sure, all right? Don't be ridiculous. Side note here, I was not sure at all. In fact, I had to double check my phone multiple times just to make sure that it was indeed 90s night. Look, it's definitely 90s night, all right? Look, right there's a guy dressed up like fucking Homer Simpson. All right, 90s night, Homer Simpson, high five. What? Bitch, I'm not Homer Simpson. What the fuck are you talking about? I got hepatitis, and I'm jaundiced as hell, you stupid idiot. So we get to our seats, and now we have come to the full realization that not only is nobody dressed up for 90s night, but nobody even fucking knows that it's 90s night to begin with. Hey, why are you guys dressed up like that? Because it's 90s night, and my husband's a fucking idiot. That's why. Oh, okie dokie then. And at this point, I didn't even care. If anything, that's gonna make us stand out that much more, and our chances of getting on the scoreboard screen were now through the roof. Well, the first inning goes by, and then the second, and then the third. Still no cameraman, still haven't made it on the goddamn scoreboard. I'm standing up with the sign and shit. Notice me, you pieces of shit! I'm Forrest the goddamn Gump! Well, by the time the fourth inning rolls around, my wife has had enough, and she takes our kid to the bathroom. Yeah, we're gonna go to the bathroom now. Thanks for making us into a goddamn circus act. So now I'm just sitting there with our kid's friend like, so this was probably a little bit more than you bargained for, huh? Yeah, this is pretty fucking weird if I'm being honest. Well, suddenly, out of nowhere, a camera guy shows up, literally right in front of us. So there I am with the sign, thinking, fucking finally, here it is. Here's the moment. But instead, this camera guy starts filming everybody behind us, totally oblivious that Forrest Gump is literally within pissing distance of him. And to make matters worse, he's filming 90s icon lookalikes in the crowd. And sure as shit, they're showing them right there on the scoreboard, one right after the other. Oh, god damn it, it's the hepatitis, all right? So needless to say, I'm just like, hey, asshole, look over here, I'm Forrest Gump for Christ's sake. He gives me a quick peek, and he's like, holy hell, it is Forrest Gump. Now I have to give this camera guy some credit for how he handled the shot. Because first, he zoomed in on just the Bubba Gump shrimp logo on my hat, and then he slowly revealed my dumb ass holding the sign as the one and only Forrest Gump. Everybody in the stadium collectively shits their pants at the same time. I don't get it. Why the fuck is Forrest Gump here? And then 4 seconds later, the camera guy promptly fucks off. And wouldn't you know, here comes my wife, totally oblivious to what happened. What happened? Why do you got that shit-eating grin on your face? No reason, really. Your fucking husband just got on the scoreboard. Here, look at the picture that I took. So here's the actual picture that this guy got. There I am, ping pong paddle and all. Here's the camera guy absolutely killing the shot. This dude's over here like, Forrest Gump, what the fuck? My wife sees this picture and she is like, oh, cool, of course. I dress up like a goddamn AIDS hippie and your ass gets on the screen. But hey, whatever, beggars can't be choosers. At least we got on the goddamn screen to begin with, because I would have felt like a fucking idiot if we didn't. We watched the rest of the game, the Tigers end up losing, and then we watched the fucking Montel Jordan concert. Tiger people, y'all ready for This Is How We Do It? No, not really. The Tigers fucking lost tonight. Oh, shit. Tigers fans, you guys ready for This Is How We Don't Do It? This is how we don't do it. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. So all in all, I think it was worth dressing up as Forrest Gump like a stupid idiot because, well, it ended up being a pretty good time. That is until, we had to walk back to our car through fucking downtown Detroit at 11 o'clock at night. All of a sudden, dressing up like Forrest Gump's unintimidating ass seems like a pretty bad idea. Fucking run, Forrest! Run, goddammit! All right, now over the years, I've made plenty of cartoons based on all the ridiculous things that have happened in my life. And as you may know, I am not a cover band. I don't do other people's stories, I only do my own. And I've had plenty of emails from people that have been like, oh, you should do the story about the time my Uncle Frank passed out with my Cocker Spaniel's paw in his mouth. And I'm always like, I don't know your weird Uncle Frank, and I don't know your weird little Cocker Spaniel. That's your story, not mine. I'm not doing it. Well, that's all about to change because today, I'm gonna do my first cover story. You see, this year, I had the chance to be a coach on a Pee Wee baseball team. And you might be sitting there like, really? Who the hell put this guy in charge of a bunch of 9 and 10-year-olds? Well, listen here, buddy, I can teach kids how to play baseball. I'm really good at coaching children, as a matter of fact. All right, as soon as that ball's hit, you need to run fast, okay? Super fast, like you just robbed a liquor store at knife point. Like I what? Go, damn it, go! I was a pretty damn good coach, I must say. I don't care what the hell the fucking lawsuit said. Well, imagine my surprise when during practice one day, one of our kids comes up to me and he's like, I'm a really big fan of your YouTube channel, and I wrote you this script to help with your career. Now, this caught me off guard because I didn't tell any of the kids that I did YouTube for a living. How this kid found out, I have no idea, but that's the last shit that I'm trying to deal with. Like, I can just imagine this kid's dad walking in the living room while his kid's watching my shitty little cartoons.
Oh my god, Michael, you are a fucktard. Jesus. Don't call me fucktard, Jesus.
What the hell are you watching in here? Oh, it's okay. It's just my coach from Pee Wee Baseball. Oh, all right. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's not good. In fact, if your little ass is still watching this cartoon right now, knock it off and go do some homework or something. Now, I'm not gonna say this kid's name that wrote this script. Obviously. I'm not gonna dox the poor kid. How fucked up would that be? But I will tell you what his nickname was. Because, well, I gave every kid on the team an arbitrary nickname. And we had some pretty good ones on the team. We had, freshly baked donuts at first base, 3 blind Bryce out in left field. Hell, I called one kid Old Hickory all year long, and to this day, he has no idea why. And frankly, neither do I. It just sounded good at the time. I don't know. I'd be down at third base while he's up to bat. All right, Old Hickory, let's swing away. Here it comes, Old Hickory, right down the pipe. His parents are sitting on the bench completely baffled. What the hell is he calling our son? I have no idea, but I sure don't like it. Look, I'm the coach, all right? And if I want to call your kid by President Andrew Jackson's nickname, well, by golly, I'm gonna do it. Anyways, so this kid's nickname was the Madman. Now, why did I call him the Madman? Well, because this kid was like fucking 47 pounds and he was the smallest kid on the team. Having a nickname like the Madman gave him some confidence while he was at the plate. All right, Madman, swing away. This kid's crazy. I seen him fucking rob an old woman with a hammer. Swing away, Madman. What the? This kid's name's the Madman? What the hell? That's my name, motherfucker. Don't wear it out. So I read this kid's script, which is entitled Busted Lip, and it's about a kid on his baseball team last year who got hit in the face with a fly ball. Spoiler alert. And you know, it's a pretty shitty script, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, the kid can hardly wipe his ass. I wasn't expecting much. But what I really wasn't expecting was for him to pepper in a few swear words in the script. Yeah, that's right, he threw a couple F-bombs in there because he knew he was writing for a Brewstew cartoon, and in the Brewstew world, there's no such thing as the word frickin'. I couldn't believe it. I mean, granted, he did put some asterisks in there to cover his ass, in case his parents found it and read it, which would have been awkward. They would have been like, what the hell kind of manifesto is our kid writing? Yeah, probably wouldn't be a good look. But anyways, since this kid had the balls to write this script in the first place, I present to you my first cover story. This is The Madman's Busted Lip. All right, now we've all played baseball before, right? All right, I'm not doing the voice the entire time. Holy hell. My fucking throat's gonna be shot. I'm gonna need a fucking lozenge. All right, let's try again. All right, now we've all played baseball before, right? And if you haven't, hey, that's okay. My baseball team last year was called the Pirates. And on that team, there was Josh, there was Tanner, there was Elijah, and there was Leo, and there was, holy hell, he's listing the whole fucking team. Madman, for future reference, we don't need to know the whole goddamn roster, all right? This shit sounds like the fucking starting offense in an NFL game. Bobby Thompson, Monroe Elementary. Little Ricky, homeschooled. Big Ricky, the Ohio State University. Look, just rattle off a couple of kids' names, preferably the weird ones that will make the story more interesting. How about that? All right, back to it. And that was my baseball team, the Pirates. But this story is about a kid named Josh, because Josh, and here comes our first F-bomb, everybody, busted his F***ing lip on a pop fly ball. Woo! He went there. He did it. And when that happened, everybody in the stands was like, Josh, what the H-E double hockey sticks? You're supposed to catch the ball with your glove, not your fucking face. All right, time out real quick, because we just so happened to be at this game that he's talking about, and nobody that day was like, hey, you 9-year-old piece of shit, catch the ball with your glove, not your fucking face. High five, am I right? Ha ha, stupid ass. No, that shit's crazy, madman. What are you talking about? Maybe that's what your ruthless ass was thinking about, playing third base over there. But everybody in the stands was just concerned about this child's general welfare. All right, sorry, just had to clear that up real quick. So now Josh is bleeding, and he's crying like a baby. But eventually he calmed down, and then we started playing again. The end. Whoa, 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 that was abrupt, wasn't it? Madman, you didn't quite stick the landing there, dude. But you know, I get it. Endings can be hard sometimes. Life's not always a goddamn Steven Spielberg movie, am I right? But hey, not bad for a first script. Everybody, give the madman a round of applause.
Fuck yeah, madman! Fuck yeah!
Now, like I said, we were at this game he's referring to, and I feel like the madman might have missed a few, key details. So I'd like to tell you this busted lip story, but from my perspective. All right, it's a lovely summer day, and the Pirates are playing the, whoever the fuck they were playing. We're in the stands enjoying ourselves, watching shitty little kid baseball. Little Ricky on the other team hits a pop fly, and the center fielder decides to catch the ball with his teeth. And my God, the sound that it made sounded like a fucking golf ball hitting aluminum siding. It was like...
Holy hell, is that kid dead?
This kid collapses in the field like he just got shot by a rifle. The coach is running out there like the fucking baseball field's on fire. The madman's at third base smoking a cigarette, not giving a fuck about anything. The whole scene's starting to look like the beginning of Saving Private Ryan. There's blood all over the place. The left fielder's cradling this kid's head. He's got prayer beads in his hands and shit. Run away from the light. You're gonna make it. Think about how much Fortnite you still haven't played yet. Well, when the coach finally gets out there, that's when they realize that the kid is missing a fucking tooth. Yeah, madman, I don't know how you managed to miss that minor detail. I mean, the kid lost a fucking lateral incisor, for Christ's sake. You don't leave that shit in the footnotes. So now there's like a 20-minute shitty scavenger hunt for this kid's tooth. They're out there for so long, the umpire's eventually like, hey, I'm only getting paid to umpire 2 hours of shitty little kid baseball. Can we wrap this shit up? And just like that, they continued playing the game. The tooth is still missing to this day. And little Joshua survived this whole ordeal. Hell, he even kept playing in this game because, well, it turns out you don't need fucking teeth to play baseball. So madman, if you're still watching this, instead of doing homework like I told you, why don't you take some notes on my version of the story? Maybe draw yourself a fucking Venn diagram. Do a little compare and contrast, if you will. Maybe it'll help you out on your second script, and who knows, maybe years from now, we'll all be watching your shitty little cartoons on YouTube instead. The end. All right, so, well, this story's pretty embarrassing, but I'm gonna tell it anyways. And it's a story about the one-chip challenge. And for those of you that don't know what the one-chip challenge is, well, it's a single tortilla chip that's supposed to be the spiciest, most hottest tortilla chip in the world. Now, I didn't know anything about it until my wife brought it home from the store one day. Hey, I bought this spicy tortilla chip at Circle K for $9. Isn't that funny? What, you spent $9 on a single tortilla chip? No, that's not funny. What are you, nuts? I gotta say, this thing is a little intimidating to look at. I mean, it's packaged in a box that's shaped like a coffin. It's not very promising, but how bad can it be? I mean, I can handle spicy food pretty well. I mean, besides that time I had that extraordinarily hot jalapeno popper at Frickers that one time, and I had to excuse myself from the table before I cried in front of my wife. But that was a different story, all right? This is just a single tortilla chip we're talking about. But then one of our friends came over later that day, and he seen it on the counter and was like, whoa, is that the one chip challenge? Who's the fucking idiot that's about to eat that? Well, I was thinking about doing it. Why, is it really hot? Really hot? Huh. Well, let me just say that the heat is not the worst part about it. Well, with that cryptic-ass statement, I was in no hurry to do the one chip challenge. So that chip sat on the counter for a good, 8 months or so. That is until one day, I made a little wager with one of our kids. And yes, side note, we do have kids. I don't like to bring them up in these shitty cartoons because, well, they're all over the internet, and there's a bunch of weirdo perverts out there. But with that being said, it's all their fucking fault that I ate this goddamn thing. Because you see, I made a bet that I would do the one chip challenge if a certain child sacked the quarterback at his next football game. Well, wouldn't you know, his little ass went all Michael Strahan the following Sunday, and now I'm in the kitchen staring down a fucking tortilla chip. And of course, everybody's crammed in the kitchen, staring at me like I'm some kind of circus act, but I was still pretty confident at this point. I can handle hot stuff. I've chewed a stick of big red gum before. How much spicier can it be? Made with Carolina Reapers. Carolina Reapers? That sounds like a fucking XFL football team. I'm not afraid of that shit. So I take the chip out of the coffin. I don't really know what I was expecting, but, well, this thing looks like a dried up triangular dog turd. And to prove it, here's a video of me eating it. And to my surprise, it fucking tastes like a triangular dried up dog turd. It is the nastiest thing I've ever tasted in my life. It was so bad, I felt like they should have had a warning on the box like, caution, this thing tastes like the roof of somebody's asshole. So like 15 seconds go by, and I have no heat whatsoever. I start thinking, maybe I got a dud. Maybe it's expired. Did I wait too long? And what the hell happened? And just when I thought that... Oh God, I can't breathe. Somebody give me a goddamn glass of milk. Needless to say, this chip is hotter than a stick of fucking big red gum, that's for sure. It is the hottest thing I've ever had in my life. At this point, everybody in the kitchen is just concerned about my general well-being. Here I am at the sink trying to hold it together and trying not to fucking cry like the Frickers incident all over again.
Tyler, are you okay?
Now, thankfully, the heat only lasts for about 15 minutes or so. So once you hit that 15-minute mark, you're in the clear. Or so I thought. Because what I found out is that the heat doesn't go away, it just moves on down to your stomach. So now it feels like this goddamn chip is just hanging out down there, melting my insides with a hairdryer. Well, now how am I gonna solve this conundrum? Well, I'll tell you what I did. I fucking ate an ice cream cone. Seemed like a good idea at the time. It seemed like that ice cream cone would go down there and start beating that chip's ass. And that seemed to be the case until my stomach was like... Yeah, apparently that ice cream cone wasn't beating the chip's ass. It was fucking playing patty cake with it instead. Now, all of a sudden, I get these stomach pains out of nowhere, and they are debilitating. I'm laying on the couch making my peace with God. Take me now. Pretty, please. Now, eventually, dinner time rolls around, and on this particular night, we were just so happened to have a big old pan of lasagna. Now, I know what you're thinking. He wouldn't eat lasagna on top of an ice cream cone, on top of a bunch of milk with a fucking devil chip inside of him. That wouldn't make any sense. Well, you're wrong, because I ate a big-ass fucking plate of it. My stomach at this point was like, oh, what the fuck? What are you trying to ruin us? I'd have a better chance of digesting a fucking alarm clock than any of this shit. So I eat a thick-ass piece of lasagna, and to my surprise, the stomach cramps go away. Oh my God, it's over. I did it. But wait a minute, there's more. A lot more? So much more. Because at this point, the chip transfers over to my intestines, and my intestines were like, no thank you, you can go fuck yourself with that, and promptly sends it right to my asshole. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the pleasure of an on-fire butthole before, but let me tell you, it's not as fun as it sounds. For the next 45 minutes, my ass transforms into like a fucking malfunctioning flamethrower. And of course, it's noisy as hell in there. There's no way I could be discreet at this point. Sounds like there's fucking 14 people taking a shit at once in there. Are you all right? Should I call the cops? The whole time I'm sitting there, all I can think about is, oh, that's why they put the chip in a coffin, because the coffin is for your asshole afterwards. Now I get it. So after a very unpleasant, very emotional trip to the bathroom, it's finally over. And I'm so pissed off at this point. I'm just like yelling a stream of obscenities at the toilet, taking all my anger out on it. Fuck you, you fucking punk-ass tortilla chip! I hope you shit fucking fireballs out of your fucking crooked asshole, you fucking fuck! Maybe you guys should go play Nintendo or something. So, that's the one chip challenge. For anybody that's interested, I highly recommend it, especially if you have a good 8 hours that you just can't find anything to do. Clear out an afternoon, because it's not so much the one chip challenge, it's more like the one chip all fucking day ordeal. But I did survive it, and more importantly, I understand why the heat is not the worst part of the whole goddamn thing. The end. All right. Now, throughout my childhood, I've been attacked by all sorts of animals. I mean, we're talking anything from like a rabid raccoon behind a Long John Silver's to my neighbor's giant Rottweiler that tried to murder me in cold blood. I've had a ton of violent encounters and plenty of close calls, to say the least. But one of the most traumatizing animal attacks that I've been a part of had to have been from my friend David's pet cat. Now, this cat was a Siamese cat named Cotton, and like a lot of Siamese cats, his ass was cross-eyed as hell. That cat was so cross-eyed, I swear he could like see other dimensions and shit. And not only was he cross-eyed, but this cat was mean as hell. I seen him commit felonious assault on many a child throughout my life. He'd like go out in the street and like trip a little kid on a skateboard. If you weren't paying attention, he'd fucking burn your ass with a lit cigarette. Ah, what the hell? Hell, one time me and my friend Steven were playing Pokemon cards at David's house, and this cat just walked up and ate his fucking holographic Mr. Mime. Now, first off, do you know how important a holographic Mr. Mime was to a child in 1999? Steven's ass would have rather lost like a grandmother or a fucking kidney instead of that goddamn Pokemon card. You bet your ass days later he's like sifting through cat shit. All that's left of Mr. Mime's ass is like a crumpled up 40 HP piece of cardboard and shit. Ah, god damn it, look how they massacred my boy! To hell with your evil ass cat! And not to mention that cat was volatile as hell. He could attack your ass unprovoked at any moment. So when we were at David's house, you didn't go near Cotton, you tried to keep your voice down while he was in the room. Hell, if he fucking farted too loud, that cat would Freddy Krueger your ass 6 ways to Sunday. And that went double for me because Cotton seemed like he had some sort of personal vendetta against my little ass. Which, I mean, I have no idea why. I followed all the proper precautions. I didn't go near him. I kept my voice down. If I had to fucking fart, I stuck my ass out of the nearest window. But it didn't matter. He attacked me regardless. It got so bad, when I'd come home from David's house, my parents would be like, holy hell, look, I don't know if you can file a restraining order against a household pet, but maybe you should give it a try. And like I mentioned before, Cotton was cross-eyed as hell. So you didn't know if he was looking at you, or your friend next to you, or if he was looking out the fucking window. You didn't know who that cat was about to target. Are you staring at my goofy-ass eyeball? No. Please don't hurt us. I'm not talking to you guys. I'm talking about that kid across the street, goddammit. Ah, what the fuck? Now, one thing that I failed to mention about Cotton the cat is that his ass would have seizures from time to time. That's right, apparently cats can have epilepsy. That's a real thing. His ass was diagnosed by a veterinarian and everything. Oh yeah, your cat's gonna have seizures and flip-flop around like a fucking bluegill out of water. He'll be fine though, just keep him away from like hardwood floors and probably the staircase. Now these seizures that Cotton would have never really seemed to bother him all that much. He would just kind of like spaz out for a minute or two, and then he'd just pop up and walk away like nothing ever happened. But these seizures would happen all of the time. They happened so frequently, it wasn't even like a big deal to us. It was just like a common occurrence in David's house. We'd be sitting on the couch watching TV. Cotton's ass would be over there like, dude, turn your TV up. I can hardly hear Boy Meets World over your loud-ass spastic cat.
Well, fuck you, Mr. Feeney. I'm not going to detention. How about that?
Well, it was during one of these epileptic episodes where I almost met my untimely demise to Cotton the cat. You see, it was late one night when me and Steven were staying the night at David's house, and we're up in David's room playing Streets of Rage on the Sega Genesis, you know, getting our asses beat by the fat flamethrower guys on stage 4, naturally. Well, all of a sudden, we hear a very familiar sound coming from downstairs, and that sound is followed by something smashing on the floor. So we go down to David's living room to investigate, and what we find is a broken lamp and Cotton the cat's epileptic ass laying on the floor. Apparently he was laying on a table, had a seizure, knocked the lamp over, no big deal. The only problem was, Cotton's ass is just laying there, not moving at all. Now, my first thought is, holy hell, he's dead. Cotton's ass finally fucking rattled his brains into mashed potatoes. So we're all standing there thinking we're looking at a deceased household pet. Everybody's traumatized as hell. Well, everybody except for Steven's ass, that is. Yeah, that's what you get, you fucking Mr. Mime murdering piece of shit. Well, suddenly, Cotton rises up, stares directly at me. I know that because his eyes are no longer fucking cross-eyed. I don't know if his ass shook his eyeballs straight or what during the seizure, but what I can tell you is that his ass leapt at me like a goddamn Ninja Turtle, and then he clung himself onto me like a fucking koala bear on a eucalyptus tree. Now, real quick, it's important to note that I don't draw ears on my characters usually, because I'm a lazy piece of shit. But because of the nature of this attack, I'm gonna put a fucking ear on my character. Because what happens next is Cotton's ass ends up clawing into my fucking earlobe. And he didn't just scratch it. No, he gets his claw stuck in it. Now, I don't know if you've ever had your ear pierced by a cat litter encrusted claw before, but I really do not recommend it. I start running around David's living room in a panic while 9 pounds of fucking Siamese cat hangs off my ear. David's ass is over there like, heal, Cotton! Heal, goddammit, stop it! Steven's flinging fucking couch pillows at it, trying to save my life. Eventually, Cotton's ass leaps off of me. I couldn't tell you exactly how or when, because I'm pretty sure I blacked out over the whole fucking ordeal. All I know is I end up fucking covered in my own blood, looking like I stormed the beaches of Normandy and shit. My fucking ear, thankfully, still somewhat attached to the side of my head. Cotton's just sitting on the couch, smoking a cigarette and shit. Yeah, well, next time I'll reservoir dog that bitch right off the side of your head. I'll disfigure a child. I'm not afraid of jail. I go home the next day, and my parents are like, Jesus Christ, Holyfield, what the hell happened to your ear? I don't want to talk about it, but I'm gonna press charges, and I'm definitely filing that fucking restraining order. All right, so a few years ago, my wife and I were having a little date night. You know, dinner and a movie and all that jazz. We were in the car on the way to the theater to go see the movie The Joker with Joaquin Phoenix. I have to say I was pretty excited. I've been a big fan of Joaquin Phoenix ever since the movie Signs. You know, when he murdered that alien with a baseball bat and a glass of water. Spoilers. But my wife, on the other hand, was not very excited because she hates going to movie theaters. She thinks that every time we go there, we're gonna end up with bed bugs or some type of body lice. And sure, that may be so, but we're talking about Joaquin Phoenix as a Joker. I will take my chances with a body louse, all right? They got shampoo for that kind of thing. I'll be fine. So on the way to the theater, we're sitting at a red light, and I look over to my left, and I see what is one of my favorite things in the whole wide world. Some idiot in the middle of a field sobriety test. Aw, sweet, look at that drunk guy's about to get a DWI. What? Where? I want to see. Now, I don't know if it's wrong to get a lot of enjoyment out of somebody living out their most embarrassing moment in their life, but, it's their decision to drive drunk in the first place, so I don't really give a shit. What we see is this guy that's probably in his late 50s, and he's just absolutely eating shit at this sobriety test. All right, now I want you to touch your pinky to your nose and name all 4 of the Golden Girls. Aw, shit. Betty White, fucking Edith Bunker, maybe? Nope, that's All in the Family, you drunk piece of shit. All right, let's blow into the tube and see how much of a drunk piece of shit you are. And then you got this dude's wife that's still in the car. She's yelling out of the passenger window like some kind of wild animal. Don't blow into the tube, Peter! Don't do it, it's a trap! God damn it, Barbara, I have it under control. I'm not blowing anybody's tube, you pervert. I only had 2 margaritas tonight. I am fine. Meanwhile, we're watching all this go down in mid-traffic. It's like our own personal episode of Cops happening right in front of us. I can hear the fucking reggae music in the background. There's like a fat guy with a camera and some Rastafarian guy on the street corner.
Nobody now give you no break. Police now give you no break.
Meanwhile, the light's been green at the intersection for God knows how long. There's people behind us honking their horn and shit. Hey, buddy, it's just a goddamn DWI. They're a dime a dozen in Ohio. Pull your ass over if you want to stop and stare. I look at my wife, and she looks back at me, and without saying a word, you bet your ass we pulled over in a parking lot across the street, and we watched how this little personal episode of Cops was gonna end. To hell with the Joker, we can catch that shit on Netflix. This is totally better than a movie, right? Holy hell, way better. And there's no fucking body lice to worry about. So of course the cop ends up arresting this guy. Well, now this dude's wife really starts losing her shit. Hey, you can't arrest him, he has medical problems. He's old, and his prostate is the size of a goddamn cantaloupe. Hey, yeah, that's right, I do have an enlarged prostate. I suffer from frequent urination, goddammit, I can't go to jail. Well, regardless of this guy's pee problems, fucking Peter Piper with prostate problems gets put in the back seat of the cruiser. And that's when this dude's drunk-ass wife decides that, now would be a great time to get out of the vehicle and give her 2 cents on the situation. Why are you doing this? We just had 2 margaritas at the Mexican restaurant. We're fine. And we're sitting there like, 2 margaritas, my asshole. You guys are tore up from the floor up. If you guys just had 2 margaritas, that fucking Mexican restaurant needs to put warning labels on their menus. Jesus Christ. Well, next thing you know, a second cop car shows up to the scene, and now we're very concerned about the fate of Barbara. I mean, she's about 1 Grand Theft Auto star away from getting a fucking helicopter pulled out on her ass. She better be careful. But instead, what happens next is Barbara says, fuck it, what's a felony at this point? And she does a bald bull charge from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out at the police officer. Well, that's when cop number 2 steps in and does a counterpunch, and then he does like a sweet Steven Seagal taekwondo move of some sort. And now she's in handcuffs as well, and guess what? That's right, husband and wife are going to jail together, thus ending our own little personal episode of Cops.
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Hey, before we go to jail, I'm really gonna need to take a piss first.
Alright, now when I was a kid, I loved Halloween. You get to put on a costume, have strange men throw candy at you. What's not to love? You'd be sitting there in school, just waiting to get out of class so you could go trick-or-treating. I'm gonna eat so much candy tonight, I'm gonna be diabetic by tomorrow morning. So after school, all my friends would meet up at Michael's house. Michael's stepdad would be sitting there, talking shit about our costumes. What the hell are you supposed to be? Johnny Depp? Johnny Depp? No, I'm a goddamn vampire. Oh, what about your stupid friend there? What is he, some kind of cowboy pimp? No. I'm the Macho Man Randy Savage. All of a sudden, Michael walks in all dressed up.
You guys like my sweet Montel Williams costume?
God damn it, Michael. You've been Montel Williams the past 3 years. Get a new costume already. I'm not buying a new costume every year. What do I look like? I'm made of money? Besides, he likes being Montel Williams, don't you, Michael?
Yeah, I'm a talk show host. Who wants a paternity test?
So we head off to go trick-or-treating. My friend Steven looks like an idiot because it's 1997, and every goddamn kid in the neighborhood was the Scream Mask that year. Now, all of us had one goal in mind, and that was to get as much candy as possible. And Michael had the best strategy for getting the most candy. We'd go up to a house and he'd be like,
trick or treat! Oh, and today's my birthday too! Oh, well, happy birthday! You get an extra piece of candy with your cute little Steve Harvey costume.
Michael, what the hell? Your birthday's in August.
Yeah, so what? If you lie to people, they give you more candy.
So every house we went up to, Michael would just make something up.
Trick or treat, I have lupus. Ah, sick, what the fuck, lupus?
Here, take an extra piece of candy. God damn it, Michael, stop telling people you have lupus. Now, I didn't lie to people because, well, I'm not a piece of shit like Michael was, but I did get extra candy when people liked my costume. Oh, sweet, look, it's Johnny Depp. I love What's Eating Gilbert Grape. Here's an extra piece of candy. But then you'd have some houses that only passed out nasty candy that nobody liked.
You guys like Smarties? I got some Mary Janes here. Anybody want those?
No, I'll just take this dog turd in your yard instead. Thanks anyways. Because nobody wants to eat that shit. It's disgusting. You trying to trade all your nasty candy to your friends?
Anybody want to trade me for this box of Good and Plenty's?
Michael, I'd rather eat out of somebody's asshole than eat a box of Good and Plenty's.
Oh, come on, they're not that bad.
Nobody wants your goddamn Good and Plenty's, Michael. I'd rather eat stuff under the kitchen sink than any of that black licorice bullshit. But the worst house on the street was this old lady that wouldn't pass out candy at all, but instead would give kids little orange Bibles to read. Do you got any Snickers instead?
Would you rather have Snickers or be saved from eternal damnation?
The Snickers.
Yeah, we'll take the Snickers. My soul isn't worth a damn anyways.
Now, we didn't want to just walk around our broke-ass neighborhood getting Mary Janes and Bibles all night, so we walked over to the rich neighborhood, where all the good stuff's at.
Holy hell, look at the size of this house. Is this where Batman lives?
What the hell are you guys supposed to be? The village people?
I'll be whatever the hell you want me to be if you give me candy.
They give us full-size candy bars and shit. We can't believe it. We're walking away mesmerized.
This is amazing. They gave me a full-size Kit Kat bar and I didn't even have to take my clothes off.
We all switch our costumes around, walk back up to the house and try to get another candy bar. You guys sure seem familiar.
Oh yeah, I'm the Macho Man. Oh, and I have hepatitis too.
Oh, sick. Get your hepatitis ass out of here. Finally, it's the end of the night. Our pillowcases are stuffed full. We're dragging them on the ground like we're trying to dispose of a dead body. We get back to Michael's house. His stepdad's over there half drunk. Well, goddamn, Elton John. That's a shit ton of candy you got there. Whoa, who gave you guys a full-size Kit Kat? They didn't make you guys take your shirt off for them, did they?
Oh, no, they didn't. Snap into a Slim Jim.
Well, Michael, your hyper ass ain't eating all this candy. I'm taking half of it.
Oh, what? Are you serious?
Damn right I'm serious. That's a stepdad tax. 50% of your candy. Don't be a baby. I left you all the good stuff anyways. Alright, now for those of you that don't know, we have a Rottweiler named Otis. And Otis, of course, is a big baby, but for the most part, he's a good dog.
Of course he's a good dog, because he's Mama's little baby.
That's right, I'm Mama's little baby, but I'm still mean. I'm a big, bad, mean dog. Bark, bark.
Well, with that being said, Otis does have a few bad habits that he needs to get rid of. Like, for one, he likes to sit around the house like this, which, honestly makes me uncomfortable. I don't know why. Maybe it's because his dick's touching the carpet? I mean, who the hell wants dog dick touching the carpet, for Christ's sake? Like I said, Otis is a big baby, but he still likes to pretend that he's mean and scary. But his ass is about as intimidating as a goddamn Teletubby. Hell, I watched him bark at a basketball for like 20 minutes straight one time, and that basketball couldn't give two shits. Not to mention, Otis needs constant attention, or else he'll throw a fit like some kind of moody teenager.
Nobody rubbed my belly this morning, so I tore up this stuffed animal, and then I humped whatever was left of it.
But out of all of Otis's bad habits, I'd have to say that the most annoying one is when he brings in shit from the outside.
Hey, I found this giant tree branch outside, and now it's my new best friend.
And he brings in all sorts of crazy shit from outside. We're talking branches, rocks, some kid's fucking big wheel. He doesn't give a damn.
I don't know what the hell this thing is, but I love it, and it's my new best friend. Well, imagine our surprise when one morning, Otis's ass comes inside the house covered in blood, and then he spits out a fucking bone on the living room floor. Ah, sick, what the hell?
Hey, I made another new best friend. It's this dead thing outside that I've been rolling around in.
So naturally I start freaking out, thinking there's a fucking dead body in our backyard. So I go outside and inspect the fucking crime scene, and lo and behold, there's a goddamn blood trail that leads to the bottom of our deck. So now I have to scurry my ass under there with a flashlight, looking like a fucking goonie searching for Chester Copperpot and shit. Thankfully, it wasn't a human corpse that I found. Instead, it was it was a fucking animal corpse of some sort. I don't know if it was a raccoon or a possum or a fucking ocelot. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was dead as hell, I can tell you that. So naturally, I fling the corpse out into the fucking woods with a shovel, and that's the end of the story. Or at least that's what I thought was the end of it, till a few days later, when Otis's ass waltzes back into the living room, covered in blood again.
Hey everybody, I got a bunch of red on me.
Oh no, not again! God damn it, Otis, stop desecrating animal corpses! But upon further inspection, we realize that he's not covered in the blood of a raccoon slash possum slash ocelot. It's Otis's own blood.
Oh my god, Mama's little baby's bleeding!
Wait, what? That's Otis's blood?
Yeah, and I can't tell where it's coming from. He's got so much fur. There's too much fur. God damn it, go to the bathroom and get the razor. We have to shave the dog.
So I run to the bathroom, and instead of shaving the dog like some kind of psychopath, I grab a towel. And with that towel, I wrap Otis up like a fucking taquito, and I haul him out to the car so we can take him to the vet. Now it's important to note, we still have no idea what the hell happened to Otis. Did some kid hit him with a fucking dirt bike? Was he attacked by a posse of coyotes? Maybe he's the victim of a cruel prank at prom in a Stephen King novel. Who the hell knows? So now my wife's driving through the neighborhood like a fucking 6-year-old playing Grand Theft Auto. Meanwhile, I'm in the back seat looking like a goddamn Reservoir Dogs scene. We finally get to the emergency vet, and at first we have no idea what the hell to even tell the receptionist. Yeah, we don't know if like our dog tripped and fell or if he got shot by a rifle, but he's bleeding all over the place. Okay, is that why you wrapped him up like a goddamn gordita?
See, we should have shaved him. I fucking told you we should have shaved the dog.
So they take Otis in the back to see what the hell's going on with him. Meanwhile, we sit down in the waiting room with all the other neglectful pet owners.
Hey, what brings you guys in today?
We don't really know exactly.
Oh, that's cool. I'm here because I knocked a can of beer into my fish tank, and now my pet turtle's all fucked up.
Oh, okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. So like an hour and a half goes by, and all of a sudden Otis comes tap dancing out like nothing ever happened.
I got a boo-boo on my paw, but they made it all better, and I'm still a scary, scary boy. Bark, bark, bark. Oh my god, is Mama's little baby okay?
Oh yeah, he's alright. He just broke a nail on his left paw. Wait, what? All that blood and he just broke a goddamn nail?
Yeah, sometimes they bleed quite a bit, but he's okay. Oh, and sir, your drunk-ass turtle's fine. He just needs to sleep it off.
Get your hands off me, lady. I'm not sleeping shit off. Come on, let's go to Taco Bell. So all in all, let me summarize what the hell happened that day. First, we hauled a 120-pound Rottweiler burrito into the car. Then we committed 14 moving violations to get him to the vet. And finally, we paid that vet $600. Also, Otis could get a fucking manicure. But in the end, we were just happy that Otis was okay, and he was back to his non-intimidating self in no time. Granted, he was missing a front claw for a while, which his temperamental ass was very self-conscious about.
Are you guys looking at my missing claw? Stop it or else I'm gonna go rip up a roll of toilet paper and then hump whatever's left of it.
Alright, now throughout my school days, I've had plenty of bad kids in my class. And I went to a public school, so I'm not talking about like kids passing notes or shooting spitballs or whatever. No, I'm talking about kids that were a complete menace to the classroom. Kids that didn't need detention. They needed like an ankle monitor and a parole officer to set them straight. And the worst kid that I ever had to share a classroom with was this kid in my second grade class named Colby. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Who the hell names a kid Colby in the first place? I mean, what the hell, Colby's parents? No wonder why your kid screwed up. You named him after a goddamn cheese, for Christ's sake. I'm sure his brothers Parmesan and Pepper Jack weren't exactly at the top of their class either. But this kid Colby was he was a disruptive little asshole to say the least. Which was unfortunate because our second grade teacher was like the nicest lady in Northwest Ohio. But that didn't matter to Colby because his ass made it his mission to just shit all over her day any chance that he got. She'd come walking into the classroom every morning like, "Good morning, class. May the winds of success forever be under thy wings." "Yes, Colby, what is it?" "I pissed inside of my pants." Okay, well, that's all right. You just had a little accident." "No, I fucking did that shit on purpose." Well, why on earth would you do that?" "Because fuck you and fuck your wings of success, that's why." All right, maybe he wasn't that bad, but, well, that was definitely his mentality. Any way that he could screw with our teacher, well, by golly, he was gonna do it. Like, if she asked Colby a question, he would always answer in, like, some bullshit language that he made up. "Okay, Colby, can you tell me what the capital of Wisconsin is?" No, it's not booble booble. You want to try again?" "Schmergendurgen Bergendurgen." "What is that, Portuguese? What the hell is he saying?"
You know what? To hell with Wisconsin. You guys want to do a spelling test? How about we do a spelling test instead?
Yeah, I don't know what kind of medication this kid was on, but, well, his ass wasn't taking enough of it, that's for sure. And the worst part is I sat next to his ass for quite a while, and he'd be whispering this gobbledygook bullshit all day long. We'd be like balls deep in a math test, and Colby's ass would be like, whoop-a-la-ba-ba-ba, whoopie-doopie-doop. Colby, can you not right now? This fucking long division is kicking my dick in right now. Can you just shut the hell up?
Hey, I think Colby's having an episode of some sort. Could you, escort him from the premises, please?
Well, needless to say, eventually Colby got his own little area of the classroom over by the Windows 95 all by himself so he can't distract anybody. And this just made matters worse because Colby was not having that shit. He'll be damned if he's got to sit there by himself where nobody can hear him talking his fucking fake-ass foreign language. So throughout this school year, his ass would gradually become more and more disruptive. Like, for example, every day we'd have 15 minutes of silent reading. And one day, instead of reading a book, Colby's ass just whipped out a Game Boy and started playing that instead. Motherfucker didn't even turn the volume down. He's just sitting there like... And another time in the middle of class, Colby asked to sharpen his pencil, but instead of doing that, his ass got inside of a garbage can. Why would he do that? Well, because fuck you, that's why. I'm sitting in the garbage. I ain't doing your fucking spelling test, that's for sure. Hell, one time I saw this kid chew off all the erasers from the tips of his pencils and then spit them across the room like they're fucking sunflower seeds. And yeah, he would get in trouble. Every week our teacher would have to call down to the office and be like,
yeah, hi, Colby's being a little asshole again. I'm sending him your way. I've never struck a child, but, well, today could be the day.
And then he'd be gone for a few days and we'd have ourselves a little Colby vacation. But he always came back eventually, fresh from his suspension or his stay in the sanitarium or wherever the fuck he would go. And it'd be like rinse and repeat every week. Every Monday morning we'd all get together oh boy, what's Colby gonna do this week, huh? Oh, look, he already drew a fucking wiener on the chalkboard. What a madman. But I gotta say, out of all the shit that Colby did, the craziest bit happened towards the end of the school year. And we're talking the last week of school, where we're not doing anything at all. We're just watching fucking episodes of Bill Nye the Science Guy over and over again. And at this point, Colby hadn't acted out in quite a while. Hell, I distinctly remember thinking, man, Colby seems pretty chill lately. Maybe he's turned over a new leaf. Maybe his ass has found Jesus after all. And just when I think that, I look over, and the motherfucker's dancing on top of his desk with his shirt tied up like some kind of hoochie mama. Now, at first our teacher's doing a fucking crossword or something. She doesn't even realize what the hell's happening. Meanwhile, Colby's ass is putting on a fucking show for everybody. Well, eventually our teacher can hear our muffled laughter and looks up and she's like, Colby, what the hell? Get off your desk. Why the hell are you dressed up like a goddamn prostitute? And that's when Colby hops off his desk and runs into the coat room. Our teacher starts running after him like the fucking building's on fire. Meanwhile, we're all just sitting there man, this is some wild shit. Yeah, even for a fucking public school. God damn. So let's go to a diagram of my second grade classroom. Here's where all of us were sitting. Here's the fucking isolation area that Colby's desk was at. Here's Colby, and here's my teacher. They just keep running around in circles from the coat room back out to the classroom, into the coat room, and over and over and over again. Eventually, our teacher gets on the phone, and she's like, DEFCON 1! DEFCON 1! Somebody get your ass up here! And that's when our school police officer shows up, fucking Officer Dave, and now we really start freaking out at this point. Oh shit, they're gonna fucking shoot his goofy ass. Now both of them are chasing after Colby's wayward ass around the classroom. They do a nice little pincer move and corner his ass, which of course is standard police procedure when dealing with an unruly child in a coat room. And Officer Dave ends up hauling his ass out of the room like a piece of luggage. And that was the last I seen of Colby's goofy ass. Or at least that's what I thought until years later, when I'm sitting in class on the first day of my sophomore year of high school, and during roll call, I hear a very familiar name. Colby, fake last name? Is Colby fake last name here? Yeah, I'm here. And at first I'm like, holy hell, Colby from second grade's in here? That kid's still alive? What the fuck? What the hell's this kid gonna look like after all these years? Is he gonna have an ankle monitor? Is he gonna have a fucking face tattoo? What the hell? I look back, and to my surprise, Colby is just this normal-ass dude wearing a polo. Well, after class, I just can't help myself. I go up to him and I'm like, dude, you were in my second grade class. What the hell was wrong with you back then? What, second grade? Oh yeah, that was just a weird time in my life. I don't know, I was just really amped up all the time, and I watched Animaniacs a lot. And I'm like, Animaniacs? Dude, I thought you were on fucking methamphetamine. So I guess the moral of the story is, don't judge a book by its cover. Some of you might have had a Colby in your second grade classroom who, you know, spoke a fake foreign language under his breath from time to time. But guess what? That doesn't mean he's smoking crack under a bridge. They could be just living a simple life, married with 2 kids, little provolone and little mozzarella, and they're just normal as hell after all. The end.
Alright, now when I was a kid, Cub Scouts was a big deal. And in Cub Scouts, you do all sorts of stuff. You race blocks of wood down a ramp, you carve animals out of soap with a sweet pocket knife, but most of all, you got to go to Cub Scout Camp. Now our Cub Scout Camp was in this random plot of land in the middle of the city called Camp Miaconda. Miaconda, of course, is an old Mohican proverb that translates to land adjacent to a Kmart. And my little 10-year-old ass couldn't even pronounce Camp Miaconda. To me, it was always Camp Anaconda. Anaconda, of course, is an old English proverb that means shitty Jennifer Lopez movie. Now at Camp Anaconda, our main goal was to earn merit badges. And I have to say it was pretty easy for us to earn these merit badges because our Cub Scout leader wasn't very good at his job. He liked to half-ass a lot of things. We'd be standing in the middle of the woods and he'd be like, hey, you guys know fire's really hot, right? Yeah? Okay, good job. Here's your fire safety badge. You guys know when you get lost in the woods, you're supposed to eat berries and fucking try to find your way out, right? Yeah, I guess. Perfect. Here's your forced survival badge. But of all the badges that you can earn, nothing was more important than your Arrow of Light badge. Because your Arrow of Light badge proved that you were no longer just a shitty little Cub Scout. You were a full-blown Boy Scout. You're a man now. You're a fucking man scout.
I am Boy Scouts.
So on what would be my last trip to Camp Anaconda, our goal for that weekend was to finally earn our coveted Arrow of Light. And on this particular trip, my dad decided to chaperone because, well, it's hard for one person to manage a bunch of punk-ass kids in the woods. I don't think he was excited for it. What, to babysit a bunch of shitheads in the middle of the woods? Not really, no. And I can't really blame him. Now, in order to get your Arrow of Light, you had to meet certain expectations. They're not just gonna give it to you, it's the fucking Arrow of Light, for Christ's sake. This ain't no Girl Scout bullshit where if you sell 2 cookies, they give you 19 fucking badges on your sachet. No, this is a big deal. But with our lame-ass Cub Scout leader, we just had to do the bare minimum. Okay, it says here you guys gotta know how to tie a square knot. Can you do that? I can tie my shoes. Good enough for me. Next one here, you have to memorize the Scout code.
A scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent.
Jesus Christ, Timmy, that was a bit overkill, don't you think? God damn, I would have accepted be good or not be an asshole, for Christ's sake. Now, our final test for our Arrow of Light happened inside of the cabin that we were staying in on the last night of the trip. All right, here's the deal. You guys can get your little arrows of light as long as you keep this fire lit all night tonight and you don't burn down the cabin and murder everybody, okay? So naturally, we all decided to take 2-hour shifts watching the fire while the rest of us slept, and because it was my brilliant-ass idea, I got the first shift. Now, staying up for fire duty was pretty easy for 2 reasons. For one, our scout leader told us this really fucked up scary story right before bed, and it traumatized the hell out of us. Hey, you kids ever hear about the Manitoba Mangler? The Manitoba Mangler? Yeah, it's a story about a guy that murdered a bunch of children in the 1980s. Yeah, he hacked them all up into pieces with a dull chainsaw. It was fucking wild. And for 2, for those of you that don't know, my dad likes to snore loud as hell. And when I say loud as hell, I mean if he was taking a nap on the couch, you could hear his ass from the outside. There'd be people walking down the street and shit. What the hell was that, a goddamn wildebeest? Hell, he'd snore so loud, sometimes he'd wake his own ass up. What the fuck was that? Is there a wildebeest in here? So there I am, on fire watch. My dad's snoring like he's possessed by the fucking devil. At this point, the whole cabin's awake. Jesus Christ, that man's septum is deviated as fuck. Some little kids outside the cabin taking a piss, wondering what the hell's going on. What the hell is that? Is somebody starting a chainsaw? Is it the fucking Manitoba Mangler? So needless to say, we didn't catch the goddamn cabin on fire because, well, nobody got to sleep that night except for my dad. The next morning, everybody's pissed off at him. Hey, the next time you want to help me out with a bunch of kids, could you not snore like it's the fucking apocalypse? So shout out to my dad's demonic ass snoring, because without that, we wouldn't have got our little goddamn arrows of light. The end. All right, it's 5th grade. I'm walking home from school with a few buddies of mine. One of those kids was a kid named David. Now, David was a kid that would always dare people to do stupid shit.
I'll give you $10 if you make out with this dog turd for 10 seconds. You're on!
Whoa, wait a minute, Michael. Holy hell. $10? He's 9 years old, for Christ's sake. David's never even seen $10 in his whole life. Don't be a dumbass. And when people didn't do these dares, well, then sometimes he'd just take matters into his own hands. And on this particular walk home from school, that's exactly what he did. He came up to us, and he whips out this little bottle of cologne from his pocket. And he's like,
"You dare me to spray this in somebody's face?"
And we're like, wait a minute, what the hell is your 9-year-old ass doing with a bottle of cologne? I know, I'm sure you got tons of chicks, left and right, doing your sweet bunny hops on your Razor scooter.
You dare me to spray this in somebody's face or what?
Spray it in somebody's face? Why the hell would you?
Okay, I'll do it!
And David just scampers off towards some kid I've never even seen before. Some kid just minding his own business, probably wondering what Animaniacs episode's gonna be on when he gets home. And David's just like,
"Hey, you jabroni!"
What?
Oh my god!
The poor kid just got like 47 cents worth of cheap cologne sprayed into his eyeballs. He's down on his knees screaming in agony, like Willem Dafoe in the end of Platoon. And we're just standing there baffled, like what the hell is he doing? So we run after David to figure out why he assaulted this young man with a Scrappy-Doo book bag. We catch up to him in front of the porn shop. Yeah, we had a porn shop that was like 300 yards away from our elementary school. It was a little weird, a little uncomfortable to walk past when you're going home. Sometimes we'd stand across the street, watch all the perverts go in and out of that place.
Oh, sick! Lucky's going in! Oh, god damn it!
So we catch up to David and we're like, what the hell are you doing, you fucking terrorist? You guys dared me. We didn't dare you to blind a child, David. What the fuck? And then all of a sudden, there's Scrappy-Doo bookbag himself with his little sister. Eyes are all bloodshot and shit. Oh man, he looks pissed. Wait a minute, why is he looking at me? Whoa, hey buddy, I didn't melt your goddamn eyeballs out of your head. Don't look at me. He's like ripping grass out of the earth with his bare hands to show that he's really, really mad, I guess. I'm like, oh shit, I've played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out before. He's gonna charge at me like bald bull. I look over at David. He's got this dumbass smile on his face. Just completely all right with the situation that he's created, that he's not even fucking a part of anymore. Look, I know you're upset, okay, but your eyeballs smell fantastic. Too late. Fucking kid just starts darting right at me. So I do what comes natural. I get out of the fucking way, and the kid cracks his face on a tree that's right behind us. Blood starts gushing out of his face. He drops to his knees like Willem Dafoe at the end of Platoon.
Holy hell! That kid got beat up by a maple tree!
I turn over to look at David, and where's David? He's sprinting his ass down the road. That's where he's at. So what the hell are we supposed to do with this bleeding child in the middle of the road? Well, I'll tell you what we did. We fucking followed David. Scrappy's sister's yelling shit from behind us.
I'm telling on you, you murdered my brother!
We never seen that poor kid again. That was it. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe the perverts in the porn shop, they probably got him.
Oh, there's a live one! Get him!
So here's to you, Scrappy-Doo bookbag. If you're watching this, I'm sorry. I mean, if you can even fucking see anymore, that is. I'm sorry that David was such a dick, and your face was mutilated in 2 different ways. And I'm sorry that me and that maple tree made the best tag team duo since the Hardy Boys. When I was 20 years old, I got a job at the Toys R Us, and I hated every goddamn minute I had to work there, because nobody wanted me selling them toys, okay? It's just weird. I'm an adult. They're an adult. What the fuck do they know about toys? What the hell do I know about toys? Yeah, I don't know. These kids just really love these Don Cheadle dolls. They can't get enough of them. Why, you could probably lure a kid into an unmarked van, and he wouldn't even think twice about it. Your name could be Rapey McRaperson, and they wouldn't even give a shit. And, plus they're on sale, too, so yeah. Customers would come up to me and ask me where certain toys were in the store. I didn't have a clue, so I just make something up. Excuse me, where are your footballs at? I think they're in aisle 12B. Where are your bathrooms at? Bathrooms? They're in 12B. Is your parking lot around here somewhere? That would be in aisle 12B, sir. Thank you. Hey, you know we don't have an aisle 12B, right? Yeah, fuck them, they'll figure it out. So they would mostly keep me in the back with the other social outcasts, keep me away from the customers. I would just be building Power Wheels and kids' bikes all day long. If you want a shitty bike, you have me make it, because I'm an idiot. I can't put together shit, okay? I have no idea what I'm doing. If a goddamn light bulb goes out in my house, I'm like, oh shit! Looks like I'm getting a new lamp. This'll take weeks to repair. I'd get done with a bike, and there'd be all these pieces left over in the box. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I guess it'll be alright. But they would also use me whenever a ladder needed to be climbed to get something off a shelf. Some customer would find the heaviest thing we have in the store and make sure it was on top of fucking Mount McKinley. Hey, can you get that box down? Oh, what box? That one up there that looks like a little fucking dot in the goddamn stratosphere? Yeah, sure, I'll get my Evel Knievel ass up there and get it down for you. So I go and get the ladder, and by the time I get back, a small crowd of people have gathered, like I'm some kind of fucking circus show. Okay, for my next trick, I'm gonna climb this 30-foot ladder and try to get this 250-pound swing set down without breaking my neck. So I start making my way up, and the ladder's starting to feel like it's made out of fucking popsicle sticks. I start wondering, man, I wonder how many people down there just want to see me beef it off this ladder. Which is a stupid thought, really, because everybody down there wanted to see me beef it off the ladder. My legs are shaking uncontrollably. There's clearly poop already in the seat of my pants. Oh, screw this shit. I'm not a goddamn daredevil, for Christ's sake. You want me to get it?
And eventually you do get the big ass thing down, and you wheel it out in the parking lot for the customer. And he's got the smallest fucking car you've ever seen in your life. He's over there like,
Oh, okay, let me just put the seat down real quick.
I'm like, come on, dude, really? Are you serious? Your fucking car looks like a goddamn Monopoly token. Hell, it'd be easier to fit your goddamn car in the goddamn swing set box. But luckily, I didn't have to work there for too long. It was just a seasonal position, so once Christmas came and went, I was done. They came up to me and was like, hey, Merry Christmas. You're fucking fired. Get out of here. And they're shooing me off with a goddamn broom, which I didn't really care. I mean, shit, they were lucky to still be in business with my dumb ass working there.
Excuse me. Yeah, we bought a bike from here and my daughter crashed into a tree and she exploded on impact. Who should we talk to about that?
I have no idea, dude. I don't work here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Aisle 12B. Go to aisle 12B.
Alright, you remember when you were a kid and you'd camp in your own backyard like an idiot? Well, I do because I did it all the time. But it wasn't in my backyard. We would always camp out behind my next door neighbor Michael's house instead. And one night in particular, we pitched a tent in his backyard, and we were all set to experience the wild, wild wilderness of a northwestern Ohio neighborhood. Now, this little camping trip sucked ass for a couple of reasons. For one, the only thing Michael brought to eat was a goddamn box of croutons. And for two, the only game that we had to play was the game Guess Who. And playing Guess Who with Michael sucked ass because he'd always ask stupid questions all the time. Does your person look like my Uncle Bob?
Michael, I never met your Uncle Bob. How the hell should I know?
Oh, okay. Is your person Jewish?
So after a few hours of eating croutons and me absolutely destroying Michael at Guess Who, we go to sleep. But we don't sleep for long because all of a sudden, something starts rummaging outside in Michael's backyard. Now, us being dumbass, vulnerable children, we were a little apprehensive. Michael, go out there and see if there's like a kidnapper out there trying to have their way with us.
Why do I have to do it?
Because nobody's gonna be able to tolerate your ass long enough to kidnap you in the first place, that's why.
Oh, okay, good point.
So Michael goes out there to investigate. Meanwhile, I'm in the tent listening for sounds of Michael being murdered in case I have to make a clean getaway. All of a sudden, Michael leaps back into the tent and starts freaking out.
There's a Wolverine in our garbage can.
There's a what?
A goddamn Wolverine, and it's super pissed off.
Michael, there is not a Wolverine in your garbage can. Wolverines live in like Alaska or some shit. I stick my head out of the tent to try to see what the hell Michael's babbling about, but it's like 10 o'clock at night and I can't see a damn thing.
I got an idea. Maybe if I make animal noises, it'll scare it off.
Michael, what the fuck kind of animal noise is that?
It's a Wolverine. That's what Wolverines sound like, isn't it?
There's probably people walking down the street and shit. Oh, what the hell is that, a Wolverine? I thought those things were in like Alaska or some shit. So now we both decide to venture outside to see what's going on. And I'm not gonna lie, part of me was like, what if dumbass Michael's right? What if somehow a Wolverine pranced his ass all the way down from Alaska just to murder us in our sleep? Maybe we should grab something to protect ourselves, you know, just in case. So there we are, grabbing whatever we can find in Michael's backyard. Michael's over there with a wiffle ball bat. I got a goddamn Undertaker action figure to defend myself. We get closer to the garbage cans, and we figure out that it is indeed not a Wolverine. It's a goddamn possum.
I'm a possum. Blah.
Ah, sick! Michael, that's a goddamn possum, not a Wolverine. So I huck this Undertaker action figure at it like it's a goddamn throwing knife. It bounces off the garbage can, and that really pisses the possum off, so it starts flying at us like a goddamn Ninja Turtle. I dive my ass back in the tent like I'm in a Jason Statham movie, but Michael's ass decides to run into his house instead, like the big wuss that he is. So there I am, sitting in a tent with a goddamn crouton box. Surely Michael's not gonna leave me out here and let that possum have its way with me, but that's exactly what Michael's ass did. So 20 minutes go by, and I'm like, to hell with it. I'm just gonna have to make a break for it to Michael's house. I peek out of the tent. I'm all nervous and shit. Hell, I don't even have the Undertaker with me for protection. Now I'm armed with a fucking box of croutons of all things. So there I am, running through Michael's backyard like it's the goddamn beaches of Normandy. I go through Michael's back door and into his kitchen, and I think I'm in the clear. That is until I realize Michael's stepdad's in his underwear, getting a beer out of the fridge. Oh, sick, he's wearing whitey tighties for Christ's sake. What the hell are you looking at? And what the hell are you doing with our box of croutons? What are we, feeding the whole goddamn neighborhood? So after being threatened by a possum and seeing a grown man in his underwear, I decide that I've had enough for the night and I take my ass home. The next day, I go up to Michael like, dude, thanks for abandoning me in your backyard with nothing to defend myself but a fucking box of bread.
Well, what did you want me to do? There was a goddamn Wolverine in the garbage.
Michael, it was not a Wolverine.
Yes, it was. It was a Wolverine and it was going, tra-la-la-la-la.
God damn it, Michael, for the last time, it was a possum, not a Wolverine. Wolverines live in Alaska, and they sure as hell don't go tra-la-la-la-la. Hey, have you guys seen a Wolverine around here? I swear, I keep hearing a fucking Wolverine.
Alright, now when you were a kid in school, recess was the best part of the day, obviously. You get to go frolic outside with your friends, have a rousing game of Duck Duck Goose, or clothesline yourself in a game of Red Rover. Why am I listing games from the 1930s? Those are not the games that we played. Anyways, the point is that recess gave you a nice little break from learning about isosceles triangles and checks and balances or whatever the hell you learned when you were a kid. So what could possibly be better than recess? Well, that's an easy one. How about 2 recesses? That's right, I'm talking about the good old-fashioned bonus recess. Now, how the hell do you get a bonus recess in the first place? Well, a bonus recess would occur if A, a kid suddenly just barfed all over his desk, blah, or B, if a kid pissed himself in the middle of the classroom like some kind of wild animal. Either way, everybody gets to go outside for a bonus recess while the janitor cleans up whatever bodily fluid was left behind. Now, the first bonus recess that I recall was in the 2nd grade, and in this particular case, nobody peed in their pants, and nobody barfed all over their desk either. Instead, somebody decided to take a piss inside the coat room. I don't know who did it, or what the fuck their agenda was, but there was definitely pee in or around the coat room, and we had to get the hell out of there. Now, at first, nobody noticed. We had just came in from recess, we were balls deep in a spelling test, everything was fine. Okay, the next word is angina. Uncle Frank's angina ruined everybody's Thanksgiving. Angina. But then all of a sudden, the smell of little kid piss just kinda wafts into the room, which, you know, is kind of a hard thing to ignore in the first place. Okay, and the next word is myocardial infarction. Uncle Frank experienced a... Wait a minute, what is that? Is that little kid piss I smell? Now, I don't know if this was like an ongoing problem for my 2nd grade teacher, like if she was cursed and like every year a dirty little kid pissed in the coat room for whatever reason, but she knew exactly what was going on right from the get-go. Ah, god damn it, somebody pissed in the coat room again. All right, you dirty little bastards, get your coats on, everybody outside. So we're out on the playground for an unprecedented 2nd recess. I got my bright-ass windbreaker on, looking fly as hell. And at first, we don't even know what to do with ourselves. Kids are flipping out left and right. What the hell, 2 recesses? Is that against the law? Is it in the Constitution? What the hell is happening?
Mrs. Kaczynski, how long are we gonna be out here?
Indefinitely, Daniel. Our classroom smells like a fucking Kmart. Go out and play. Now, it's important to note at this point that I went to a public school. So our playground was, well, it wasn't very state-of-the-art, I can tell you that. We had like a rusty-ass metal slide from the Great Depression, some jank-ass swing set that looked like it was decommissioned from a fucking concentration camp. Yeah, needless to say, there was a lot of imagination being used out on that playground, that's for sure. But the one thing that we did have that was kind of fun was a kickball, which we would play the game where you throw the ball up and promptly try to kill whoever catches it.
Hey, you guys want to play murder ball?
Sure, I guess. And it's not like the teachers cared because they were too busy off to the side talking shit about the students in their classes. So that's when I said, no, Eric, the numerator's the top number, you piece of shit. What kind of sick weirdo are you? And then it gave his ass detention. Oh yeah, that's fucking badass. Now, normally at recess, I would participate in murder ball like all the other degenerates, but I didn't want to get my fly-ass windbreaker dirty, so on that day, I optioned with the fucking Great Depression slide. Well, unbeknownst to me while I was up there, the drawstring of said fly-ass windbreaker somehow got wrapped around the slide handlebars, so when I went to go down, I essentially hung myself by my neck and choked myself like a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Oh, piss! Somebody help me!
Now, you'd think that a 2nd grader wearing holographic clothing, slowly choking to death on a 12-foot slide would be pretty noticeable, but everybody's too goddamn wrapped up in murder ball to notice. Not to mention the teachers are still over there too busy talking shit. So then I said, fuck it, Daniel, don't learn the order of operations. But in the future, when your ass is smoking meth under a bridge, don't come crawling back to me. Ooh, you told his ass, that's for sure. So now I'm freaking out, I'm turning purple and shit, time is running short. All I can think about is that part in the movie Independence Day where the dude's getting choked by the alien and shit.
Release me! Release me!
And frankly, I'm a little pissed at myself as well. Like, this is the way I'm gonna fucking die? Are you serious? It couldn't have been something cool, like a sword fight? Maybe even a fucking Donner Party situation? I don't know. Nope, looks like I gotta die via a fucking stupid-ass windbreaker from TJ Maxx. What a legacy I'm leaving behind. And just when I'm about to give up and make my peace with God, I see out of the corner of my eye, this little kid at the top of the slide, just staring at me like I'm some kind of fucking circus act. Hey, can you get off? I want to go down the slide now.
Release me! Release me, goddammit!
Now, thankfully, this kid did run over to the teachers, and he was all like, hey, there's a dead kid on the slide over there. There's a what? Holy hell, what happened? So now my teacher's running across the field like the playground's on fire. Absolutely nobody's playing murder ball at this point. They're all staring at my destitute ass on the slide. Somehow my teacher gets up there and releases me, finally, from the stranglehold of the goddamn windbreaker. And to my surprise, she starts losing her shit because she thinks somebody did this to me on purpose. Like it was some kind of weird Lord of the Flies shit, and I was being sacrificed sacrificed to the goddamn Great Depression slide.
Who did this? Who tried to commit manslaughter on this child?
And my ass sure as hell wasn't gonna admit to everybody that, well, I almost murdered myself. So I was like,
Yeah, who did it, huh? Who tried to kill me with my own piece of loud clothing?
but that mystery, of course, went unsolved that day, just as well as the mystery of whoever pissed in the coat room in the first place. We went back to our bleach-saturated classroom and finished our spelling test, and I haven't wore a goddamn windbreaker since. The end. Alright, so it's recently come to my attention that after all these years of having a YouTube channel, I've never done a crappy cartoon on Thanksgiving. And to be honest, I don't even know if it deserves a cartoon. I mean, every year it seems like Thanksgiving has been roughly the same thing over and over.
Hey, what'd you guys do for Thanksgiving this year?
The same thing as every year. I ate like a pregnant person that was facing the end of the world, and then my Uncle Rick fell asleep on our couch drunk. What about you? But Thanksgiving has to have a little bit more meat on the bone than that, right? I mean, they sure as hell made a big deal about it in my 4th grade social studies class when we had to learn about the Pilgrims inventing the first Thanksgiving, which if I remember the story right, I think it was just about a bunch of dumbasses starving in Massachusetts.
Ah, man, this sucks ass. We should have brought some fucking food. Yeah, I know, but at least we got these sweet belt buckle hats.
And then like Squanto showed up and he's like,
Hey, you stupid idiots! You have to grow shit in the ground or you're all gonna die!
and then they all ate a bunch of corn, and there was like a fucking cartoon raccoon. I think Pocahontas had something to do with it. Yeah, because she had to fucking show Lewis and Clark how to get to Portland, I think. I don't know. I don't remember the details, all right? I went to public school. So in honor of Thanksgiving, a.k.a. the prequel to Christmas, a.k.a. basically Christmas without Tim Allen movies, I'd like to go over what a typical Thanksgiving's like in our household, even though it's pretty much the same thing every year. Now, it's important to note that my wife and I host Thanksgiving, and when you host Thanksgiving, there's a shit ton of things to do. I mean, not for my incompetent ass. I don't fucking plan Thanksgiving, are you kidding me? We'd be sitting at a fucking fold-up card table eating frozen waffles, for Christ's sake. Now, you see, like weeks in advance, my wife turns into a 4-star general, and she plans out this entire operation that is Thanksgiving dinner. All of a sudden, she's a fucking master tactician. Like, if her ass was in charge of the Normandy invasion back in 44, probably all our grandpas would still be alive, and there'd be no fucking Saving Private Ryan either. And I gotta say, every year, she makes Thanksgiving her own personal bitch. Like, if her Thanksgiving went to prison, you could bet Thanksgiving's ass would be holding on to her inside-out pocket, and they'd go wherever she went. Move it, Thanksgiving. Fucking move it. I'll shank your ass. I don't give a fuck. But no matter how much planning she does beforehand, when it comes to the actual day of Thanksgiving, she's running around the house like a lunatic, looking like the beginning of a fucking Home Alone movie. And you know, I try to help her out, but, well, my dumbass cooks food at like a 3rd grade reading level. What am I gonna make, a fucking bowl of cereal? Maybe a couple Hot Pockets for the Thanksgiving table?
What the? Who the hell made bagel bites for Thanksgiving?
Oh, that's me. I'm stupid as hell, so bagel bites it is. Bon appetit. Yeah, no, probably not appropriate for Thanksgiving dinner. So what ends up happening every year is I get delegated to what I like to call the dipshit work. You know, tasks that are so basic and trivial, even a dipshit like me can't screw them up. For example, I can stir a pot of gravy, if you ask me to. Hell, I can do it clockwise or counterclockwise. I can also tell my wife when a timer's going off in the kitchen. I'm really good at that.
Hey, there's a timer going off. Something's happening. DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1!
But mostly my main dipshit work is doing crowd control for the cascade of family and friends that show up to our house. And they never show up on time. They just show up, whenever the fuck they want. Hey, I know I'm not supposed to be here for another 12 hours or so, but I want to start drinking now. Now, usually I try to direct people over to the living room where we can take part in our yearly tradition of watching the Lions suck ass on national TV. And after 47 unanswered points in the first half, we're just gonna say, fuck it, the Bears won, and instead we're gonna air the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving episode. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, what the fuck, Linus? You can't have jelly beans for Thanksgiving dinner? Good grief, I should fucking strangle your ass with that dirty ass blanket of yours. Meanwhile, you got my father-in-law that's in the kitchen, being a backseat driver, or fucking backseat chef, if you will. Daughter, I don't think you seasoned these potatoes enough.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't think. I asked for your fucking opinion.
Now, if you want to live to see Christmas, get the hell out of my kitchen.
Now, eventually people find their way to their seats at the dining room table, and of course, there's never enough chairs to go around. So usually I gotta run around the house gathering milk crates and fucking beanbag chairs and whatever the hell I can find for people to sit on. Grandma, you're just gonna have to sit on this upside-down laundry basket. Don't lean back too far, or I'm sure it'll snap, and you'll break your fucking pelvis. Finally, all the food is prepared in the kitchen, and I gotta say, it's a hell of a spread. I mean, my wife makes real cranberry sauce, for Christ's sake. None of that canned jelly bullshit. Hell, before we got together, I didn't even know cranberries were a real fruit. I thought they were just made up like the fucking Wampa Fruit in Crash Bandicoot. And of course, the turkey is top-notch, cooked to a perfection. When she pulls that thing out of the oven, it fucking glows like it's some sort of artifact in an Indiana Jones movie and shit. Here's a picture of last year's turkey that I promised to show everybody. Yeah, fucking eat your heart out, Martha Stewart, with your goddamn inside trading ass. Now, for whatever reason, every year, I'm the one that's nominated to carve this beautiful-ass turkey. I have no idea how this got added to the list of dipshit work, but every year I gotta watch the same YouTube video on how to carve a turkey, and every year I get so goddamn frustrated because this stupid asshole in the video spends the first 9 minutes telling me to like and to subscribe and to buy his fucking shitty turkey merchandise instead of, showing me how to carve the goddamn turkey. It's frustrating as hell, and I usually just decide to wing it, which is a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. Because then I end up mangling the turkey 6 ways to Sunday. It fucking looks terrible. It looks so bad I wouldn't be surprised if the cops showed up and was like, yeah, we've had reports that somebody in your house is desecrating a fucking corpse. Who's carving your turkey? They're about to get charged with a third-degree felony. But I served the turkey up anyhow. People are looking at it fucking horrified. Oh, Jesus Christ, did you carve the turkey or did you try to fuck it? God damn, your ass needs to stick to the Hot Pockets and pizza bagels. Holy hell. But regardless of what the turkey looks like, we all eat dinner, and it's delicious as hell. It's so good that everybody forgets about all the shitty furniture that I made them sit on. And you bet your ass that my wife makes sure that everybody eats all their food and then gets more and then maybe a little bit more. And even if they fucking feel sick, well, how about another plate? It's Thanksgiving, you piece of shit. Eat. You got people falling asleep at the table and shit. What's the matter? Did you not like my food? How about you have another plate? You only had 9. I was just trying to save some room. We still gotta go to my Aunt Carol's after this. Now, fuck your Aunt Carol. Eat my food. Eat all the food. I made it for you.
Eat the fucking food.
And then, lo and behold, dinner's over. Everybody shuffles out to their fucking car, all bloated and lethargic. Everybody except for Uncle Rick, of course, who's drunk and passed out on our couch. And another Thanksgiving is in the books. So I hope everybody has a happy holiday. And if you're one of the unfortunate bastards that has to host, well, I hope you make Thanksgiving your own personal bitch as well. And a happy Thanksgiving to you. Excuse me, did I tell you to speak? You will speak when I tell you to speak. Now grab my fucking pocket, you piece of shit. Let's go to the bathroom. All right. Now, for those of you that don't know, me and my friend Brewer lived in the top floor of a duplex back when we were young, irresponsible adults. And during our 4-year stay there, we had 2 different neighbors that lived below us. Now, the first guy was a dude named John, who was like this 45-year-old stoner that lived by himself. And John was like the best downstairs neighbor that we could possibly have. He was always trying to help out and bring us food to eat, which was very important to us because Brewer and I just so happened to be broke as hell back then. We'd be sitting on the couch like, boy, I sure am hungry. Dude, do you have any money? Money? What the hell is money? And then John would just pop in and he'd be like, oh, hey guys, I was just making some corn dogs downstairs and, well, I got super stoned and accidentally made the whole box. You guys want to eat fucking 14 corn dogs? Now, one time me and John were both in the basement doing our laundry at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and out of nowhere, his ass was like, hey dude, I got some leftover Jell-O shots from Cinco de Mayo. You want to go eat a bunch and get super fucked up? John, don't you have to like go to work in an hour? Yeah, I sure do. Anyways, they're lime green ones made with tequila. So there I am, getting plastered at 7 o'clock in the morning with a 45-year-old man in a Hawaiian shirt. An hour later, I'm passed out drunk on our couch. John's ass is at work as a fucking welder of all things. Hey, John, are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask? Yeah, the guy was a legend, that's for sure. Well, needless to say, me and Brewer were pretty disappointed when John moved out one day and our new neighbor moved in. Now, this new neighbor was a guy named Tom. And Tom was no fucking John, that's for goddamn sure. I mean, for one, Tom did not associate with us whatsoever. He lived underneath us for months, and we didn't have a single conversation. He'd just sit on the porch and smoke cigarettes and shit. Me and Brewer would just watch him at a distance like, well, what the fuck? When's this guy gonna start feeding us corn dogs? Yeah, or fucking Jell-O shots. This guy sucks ass at being the downstairs neighbor. Well, it didn't take long for the shit to hit the proverbial fan, if you will, between us and our new neighbor Tom. The first issue that we ran into was the fact that Tom worked early mornings every day. Now, Brewer and I had shitty second shift jobs at the Circle K and the Pizza Hut. So that meant that while Tom was trying to get his beauty sleep at night, me and Brewer would be upstairs doing dumb shit, being loud as fuck. Dude, you want to go shoot beer bottles with this BB gun and fucking listen to old Limp Bizkit songs? Oh, hell yeah, I do.
I did it all for the nookie. Come on. The nookie. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys thought that Tom's ass was gonna be the bad neighbor when you clicked on this video, but no, me and Brewer were actually the asshole neighbors 100%. So needless to say, Tom had a hard time sleeping with all the happy horse shit that we were up to. Now you'd think that he would just, ask us to keep it down, or hell, even do the old broomstick against the ceiling thing. No, this motherfucker decides to call the cops. That's what he decides to do. Hey, we got an anonymous noise complaint from the other half of the house. You guys are playing the nookie at way too many decibels. Now this kind of offended me and Brewer at first. I mean, hell, if Tom would have just came to us personally, we would have toned it down for sure. We didn't need the fucking 5-0 to come here and yell at us like they're our dad and shit. So after a few days, we went right back to doing stupid shit and being loud as hell. Hey, you wanna fucking fight each other with vacuum cleaners? Oh, hell yeah, you're on. And of course, Tom called the cops on us again. In fact, his ass probably called the cops probably a half a dozen times. But the cops would never really do anything. They'd just show up and be like, hey, we got a noise complaint? Yeah, we'll keep it down, all right? Now leave us alone. We're trying to fucking race these baboons on pogo sticks, for Christ's sake. Eventually, the cops just stopped coming over altogether. I don't know if it was Tom that gave up, or if the cops were just like, look, they're just loud assholes, all right? We can't just shoot them in the face, Tom, no matter how loud they are. Well, eventually, Tom would seek out some revenge of his own when he started to bring over a little lady friend of his. Now, the way the duplex was laid out, Tom's bedroom just so happened to be directly underneath my bedroom. Now, some of you watching this might already know where I'm going with this. Aw, did you fucking hear them have loud, nasty sex late at night? You did, didn't you? Yeah, I fucking did. You see, late one night, in the wee early morning hours, I wake up to some very unsettling noises. I don't know what kind of weird tantric shit was going on downstairs, but it was loud and it was violent. That shit sounded like fucking 2 dogs fighting underneath a table and shit. It was crazy as hell. And to make matters worse, Tom was clearly the more vocal of the two. He just kept going, ha, 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 ha. So what did I decide to do about this unfortunate situation? Well, I sure as hell didn't call up the cops and be like, hey, my prick of a neighbor is having loud relations at above the neighborhood noise ordinance. Send lots of backup. No, I did not do that. Instead, my double standard having ass goes over to the vent in my room, and I yell something along the lines of, hey, fucking quit it! Knock it off! I gotta work 4 hours at the Pizza Hut tomorrow, goddammit! Stop it! Now, I don't know if they didn't hear me, or if they just didn't care, but that did not stop whatever the fuck they were doing down there. So my ass had to sleep on the couch that night, traumatized as hell. Not to mention this happened for like a week straight, and every time I would get up and I would yell shit down the vent. Hell, sometimes I would just fuck with them instead. I wouldn't even yell. I'd just be like, Thomas, is that you? It's me, your mother. I don't really appreciate what you're doing down there, booby. But it didn't matter. They never stopped or responded or anything like that. And I had to keep my ass out on the couch because, well, I was definitely not trying to hear that shit, that's for sure. Now, keep in mind that at this point, we still have not had any direct confrontation with Tom. Not a single conversation or a, hey, howdy do, I heard you fucking last night. Nothing. Nothing at all. Well, all that would change with what I like to call the dryer incident. And the dryer incident happened when one night at 3 o'clock in the morning, I decided to put my shoes in the dryer. I don't remember why my shoes were sopping wet in the first place, or why I had to have them dried at that precise moment, but I indeed put shoes in the goddamn dryer at 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, if you've never put shoes in the dryer before by themselves, well, it sounds a lot like this. Boom, 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 boom. Well, this obviously wakes Tom's ass up, and apparently this was it. This was the final straw. Tom marches his ass upstairs, pissed off as hell. I open the door, and what I see is the angriest bald man I've ever seen in my life. Tom's standing there smoking a cigarette, and he's like, are those fucking shoes in the goddamn dryer? And my first reaction was like, holy hell, Tom, that is shoes in the dryer. How the hell did you guess that? This is like a fucking weird game show of some sort. And welcome back to another episode of What's in the Dryer? Tom for the grand prize, what do you hear? Clankety clank, 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 clank. It's a fucking TV remote and a bag of nickels. Anyways, Tom asked me if those are indeed shoes in the goddamn dryer, and I decided to hold my ground, even though, you know, I'm 100% wrong in this situation. Well, yeah, Tom, as a matter of fact, those are shoes in the goddamn dryer. It's 3 in the morning. Why the fuck did you put shoes in the dryer? Well, to get them dry, you dense son of a bitch. Why else would I fucking put them in there? So now we're going back and forth over who's the bigger asshole here, and it's me, clearly. But that's when I take a sharp left turn and bring up an entirely different topic. Yeah, well, I don't appreciate hearing you and your girlfriend's fucking sexual escapades at night. How about that? Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? Well, I can hear you fucking, Tom, that's what. Ha! Ha! Ha 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 ha! Sound familiar, you fucking piece of shit? Yeah, that's right. I had to, pull a page out of Forrest Gump. I had to imitate his ass fucking. It wasn't my proudest moment, but, well, it was pretty effective because Tom's ass was completely flustered. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Keep the damn shoes out of the dryer. You guys are assholes. And that was the first and last conversation that I had with our neighbor Tom. Me and Brewer moved out shortly afterwards, and Tom was free to do whatever crazy ass shit he wanted without having to worry about any prying ears. So Tom, on the off chance that you're watching this shitty little cartoon, I just want to apologize for being such a shitty upstairs neighbor. I know we should have been quiet and should have let you sleep, and, instead of yelling down the vent, I should have, fucking whispered words of encouragement. Way to go, Tom! You can do it! Just know that you did traumatize my ass quite a bit in return, and every time I hear two fucking dogs fighting underneath a table, I can't help but think of your bald ass. The end. Alright, New Year's Eve, 1999. Where were you at the time? Well, I wasn't even born yet. Shut the hell up, I'm not talking to you right now. This is for all those people that were alive back then. They got to stare death right in the old poop chute and witness the scariest thing on earth at the time.
Y2K.
Oh my God! Now, real quick, if I accidentally say Y2J instead of Y2K, you'll have to forgive me. I watched a lot of WWF as a child. Break the walls down! Now, for those of you that don't know what the hell a Y2K is, well, it's when everybody on the planet collectively lost their mind because of a date format problem. Of all things, what the hell? Yeah, apparently back in the day, when programmers were making software, they would half-ass it and use a 2-digit year format instead of a 4-digit year format. Well, that's all fine and dandy in the 80s and 90s, but what the hell happens when the year 2000 rolls around? Well, some people thought that all the computers would suddenly think it was the year fucking 1900, and then they'd get all screwy, and the whole computer infrastructure of the entire world could possibly collapse. Oh my God! Now, if it's just your dusty-ass Windows 98 fucking up, well, that's one thing. But then there's, like, bank software we gotta worry about. Oh, piss! Fucking nuclear power plant software and shit. Oh, piss! What happens if CoolMathGames.com goes down? Yeah, we're talking about the fucking possible apocalypse here. This is some serious shit. Well, needless to say, people started to lose their shit the closer it got to New Year's Eve 1999. All of a sudden, all the assault rifles were sold out at Kmart and shit. People back then bought cases of water for Y2K, like people bought fucking toilet paper for COVID. It was nuts. You got Bill Clinton on TV trying to calm people down and shit. I did not have relations with that computer program. Now, I was 9 years old at this time, so I had a very piss-poor understanding of what this whole Y2K thing was about in the first place. In my head, I thought, like, all the electronics in the world were gonna go wacky at the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve. And then we'd have, like, some fucking maximum overdrive shit going on. All of a sudden, arcade cabinets are electrocuting people left and right. Fucking vending machines would huck cans of pop at Little League teams and shit. I didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen. All I knew is that a lot of the adults around me were suddenly concerned about this whole thing. Right before winter break, my fucking teacher's like, everybody have a Merry Christmas and a very happy end of the fucking world. My Uncle Rick is spouting off crazy shit at Christmas dinner, freaking everybody the hell out. Fucking all the electronics are gonna come to life, and we're all gonna fucking die. Take it easy, Rick. You're scaring the kids. This is exactly the type of shit that made your wife leave you. So after a while, me and my friends just kinda casually accepted the fact that the world's probably gonna end on New Year's Day. So, what are you guys gonna do for the end of the world next week? I'm probably just gonna hide in the basement and make my peace with God. What about you? I'll probably just bend over and kiss my little 9-year-old ass goodbye. Anyways, you guys wanna go play Sega Genesis? Well, lo and behold, New Year's Eve rolls around, and my parents, of course, decide to throw a fucking party. It's the end of the world, why not? Who gives a shit? The entire time I'm sitting on the couch like, hey, you guys think we should probably prepare for this whole Y2K thing? It's fine, don't worry about it. I bought a few extra cans of SpaghettiOs just in case. I even got the ones with the hot dogs in them. You know, the good shit. We'll be fine. Meanwhile, Uncle Rick's picking a fucking fight with a microwave and shit. I'm on to you, you fucking microwave piece of shit. You're not electrocuting my ass at midnight. Take it easy, Rick. You're freaking everybody out. This is exactly why your fucking landlord filed a restraining order against your ass. Well, eventually, it's time for the big moment. It's time for the big countdown to midnight. So we all squeeze into the living room to watch the ball drop and possibly the entire world collapse live on TV. And for that entire countdown, I just kind of closed my eyes and pictured all the horrible shit that was about to happen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1... Happy New Year, I guess. What the hell? Wait, what?
Nothing happened? We're not all gonna die? Ah, hell, it's a millennium fucking miracle. Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot? Holy fuck, we're not gonna die. Alright, now when I was a kid in the late 90s, there were a lot of popular trends that came and went. I mean, from hustling kids in Pokemon cards to cleaning digital poop up from your Tamagotchis. You name it, I took part in it. But one thing that just seemed to pop up out of nowhere was Razor mini scooters. Now, I may be wrong, but I believe that my friend David was the starter of the whole Razor mini scooter craze, because he was the first kid on my street to have one. And once he had one, every kid on the whole damn block had one. All of a sudden, there's TV commercials coming out and shit. Hi, I'm Razor Ramon, and I ride Razor mini scooters because they have the same name as me. Oh, and because I've had way too many DUIs and I can't drive a car. And looking back at it, I don't even know why they were so cool to begin with. Check out my sweet Razor mini scooter, isn't it sweet? Is it fast? No, dude, it's slow as hell. Is it fun to ride? No, dude, the handlebars go crooked every time I get on. Well, damn, that sounds amazing. I can't wait to get one myself. And sure as hell, when my next birthday rolled around, I did get one. Now, granted, it wasn't a Razor mini scooter. It was generic, an off-brand, if you will. So if you look close, it didn't say Razor mini scooter. It said something like, fucking Fraser mini scooter. Hey, baby, I hear the blues are calling. Toss salads and scrambled eggs. But for that whole summer, me and my friends were all about mini scooters. That is, everybody except for my next door neighbor Michael, who didn't have a sweet Razor mini scooter. Hell, he didn't even have a slightly shittier Fraser mini scooter either. All Michael had was this old-ass skateboard from the 1970s. Hey, you guys like my sweet Richard Nixon skateboard? Michael, where the hell did you get that thing? My stepdad said he found it in the river. Come on, you guys, let's go to Tom's Donuts. Now, Tom's Donuts was this little donut shop around the corner, and we liked to scooter around in their parking lot. Now, of course, they didn't like us scooting around in their parking lot. Hey, can you kids take your little midget scooters somewhere else? Kiss my ass, Tom's Donuts. My name's not Tom's Donuts, it's Rick. I'm the manager here. Nobody gives a rat's ass, Tom's Donuts. We're doing sweet bunny hops. Now, granted, maybe Tom's Donuts was right. Maybe playing around in a parking lot wasn't the safest thing to do. Check it out, guys. I can do a kickflip. But we liked the spot because we could do all our sweet bunny hops in front of an audience. The audience, of course, would be the customers in Tom's Donuts. I bet you $10 one of those dirty little kids eats shit in the parking lot. Oh, you're on. Now, I want to tell you about my most ambitious day scootering around in Tom's Donuts parking lot. And that was the day that I attempted to bunny hop over the cement barrier fucking parking lot thing. I don't know what the hell they're called. These things right here. There's a picture. So there I am out there like some kind of shitty Evel Knievel. And I have to say I'm pretty pumped. I got the whole thing planned in my head. I'm gonna jump over this cement whatchamacallit thingy flawlessly. Everybody in Tom's Donuts is gonna shit themselves. I'm gonna sign a brand deal with Fraser mini scooters and put their asses on the map. And then bam, just like that, I'm the Tony Hawk of mini scooters, and I got my own PlayStation game. Oh, I was so confident, I even shouted out loud right before I took off. I'm the Tony Hawk of mini scooters! So I take off. Who knows how fast I'm going? 5, maybe even 6 miles an hour, pushing it to the limit. I go to make the jump, and my front wheel nicks the top of the fucking barrier, and I soar through the air like a goddamn superhero. I land in the middle of the street, and damn near snap my clavicle in half. Some lady driving a fucking Oldsmobile has to slam on her brakes. God damn you kids and your midget scooters! I'm over there trying to apologize, but in the process, I bit my tongue so damn hard, you can barely understand my ass. I'm sorry! I'm sorry I almost made you murder me with your Oldsmobile. Everybody in Tom's Donuts is traumatized after almost seeing a child get slaughtered in the streets. Well, it's safe to say that kid's not the Tony Hawk of mini scooters. Yeah, I'd say more like the Tony Hawk of eating shit. So at this point, my ass can barely walk since I just fucked myself up 6 different ways. I have to use Michael's 1970 skateboard as a shitty ambulance back to my house. Holy hell, are you okay? Do you need mouth to mouth? Michael, I would stone cold stunner the shit out of you if I wasn't broken in half right now. I stumble inside my house. My parents are looking at me like I just got shot by a rifle. Holy hell, what happened to your ass? Jesus Christ, you look like you just fucking crawled out of a plane crash. So what did we learn from all of this? Well, we learned that I suck ass at mini scooters. That's what we learned. And that's why I do shitty cartoons for a living, and I'm not the goddamn Tony Hawk of mini scooters. The end.
Alright, now some of you may know that before I started in the business of drawing crappy stick figure cartoons, I used to work at a car dealership. And when I first started working there, I started as a porter in the service department. And being a porter sucked ass. You were on the bottom rung of the employment ladder, which meant you had to do all the shitty jobs that nobody else wanted to do. Yeah, I guess the toilets broke down today, so I'm gonna have you manually scoop all the shit out with this tiny shovel and bucket. Oh, and by the way, Bill had a cheesy gordita crunch yesterday, so you might want to wear like a poncho maybe?
baby. So needless to say, it didn't take long for me to be like, wow, this job sucks ass. I'm gonna work here a couple of weeks, and then I'm gonna find something better. But instead of doing that, I worked there for 7 years. Oh, god damn it. And indeed, it did suck ass. It sucked so much that I got my friend Brewer a job there so he could be just as miserable as I was. Now, our main job as porters was to check in customers when they brought their broke-ass cars to get fixed. But a good portion of our job was just me and Brewer standing around by the tires and laughing like Beavis and Butthead all day long. Our boss would get all pissed like, oh, come on, guys, don't just stand there. Pick up a broom. Okay. Now, most of the customers that came in were not in the best of moods. I mean, they're getting their car fixed. How good of a mood could you be in?
Hello, sir. What brings you in today?
Well, you guys sold me a Ford Focus that drives like old people fuck. That's what brings me in today.
Okay, right this way.
But it was always funny watching Brewer talk to customers because Brewer is a pretty eccentric person and not everybody knows how to handle his ass. He'd walk up to people like,
alrighty, dighty, dippity do. What is it that I can do for you?
What the hell? Honey, why is this guy talking like he's fucking Willy Wonka? I don't like it. Hell, one time in particular, this lady comes in and she's like,
is Brewer here? He helped me with my car earlier and he was so nice. I just wanted to give him some cookies that I made.
No, he's on his lunch break right now.
Okay, I'll just leave these here then. You know, I just think it's so nice that you guys employ people with his special needs.
Special needs? Oh my god, this lady thinks Brewer's retarded. Yeah, he's one of a kind. I try to keep an eye on him. He often gets very confused and frightened, but I try to do my best. But I'll be sure to give these cookies to his goofy ass for you. Brewer comes back from lunch and I'm like, hey, what did you say to that lady you helped today?
I don't know, why?
Well, because she thought you were retarded, Brewer, that's why. And she gave you some cookies.
She thought I was what? Oh, to hell with it, I got cookies out of it at least.
Now, the other part of our job was to move cars to and from the service aisle. And you'd think that would be an easy job. But nothing's an easy job when it's 7:30 in the morning and you're a half-awake, severely hungover 20-year-old kid. My ass was barely coherent in the morning. Hell, one time I got into somebody's car, and instead of pressing down on the brake, I pushed down on the gas pedal instead. All of a sudden, the car starts revving up like crazy. My dumb ass doesn't even realize it. I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm fucking redlining the engine and shit. I'm looking around like,
who's the dumb idiot that's about to blow up a car engine?
Get off the gas pedal, you stupid asshole! Oh, I'm the dumb idiot. So I get out of the car all embarrassed.
Yeah, sorry, I almost blew up your car. I don't know how cars work, apparently.
But the worst part about driving other people's cars is that some people are filthy animals. One time this car came in and it was practically filled to the ceiling with old ass McDonald bags and half-eaten cheeseburgers. Sick, it smells like Ronald McDonald's asshole in this piece. So I'm driving this garbage car out of the service aisle. The whole time I'm talking shit about the car to myself. God damn it smells like Rosie O'Donnell's belly button in here. I can't stand it. I parked the car and all of a sudden I realize there's been a kid sitting in the back seat the entire time. Whoa, there's a small child back there. Small child, what are you doing back there? So now I have to escort this kid back to the service aisle and pray to God that he doesn't tell his parents about all the shit I was talking about their car. So listen here, kid, I'm gonna give you this $1 bill, and all that Rosie O'Donnell belly button talk's gonna stay between us, okay? But being a porter wasn't all bad. Sometimes we got to drive really nice cars, like this guy that would bring in his sweet-ass Shelby GT. The only problem was, I had no idea how to drive a stick shift. So there I am, stalling this dude's Mustang out every 3 fucking feet, the owner standing outside watching me the entire time. Holy hell, just get out of the car, I'll take it from here. You probably just fucked my clutch up 8 different ways. Don't you know how cars work? But if you thought that was bad, it was nothing compared to what I did to these old people's van. You see, these old people came in to pick up their big-ass van that we just fixed, so I pulled it up for them. And since these people were somewhere between 80 and 1,000 years old, I decided to back it into the service aisle for them. Well, as I'm backing up, the overhead door starts to come down, and guess what happened? That's right, I slammed their fucking van through the overhead door like I was in a goddamn Jason Statham movie.
Holy hell, Barbara, I'm having heart palpitations.
Brewer's standing there watching the whole thing.
Yeah, who's the retard now, huh?
I get out and I have no idea what to say.
Sorry, I don't know how cars work. I didn't really mean to ram your minivan through the overhead door like a psychopath.
So needless to say, we had to fix their car, again. And needless to say, nobody wanted me to bring cars up anymore. Yeah, we really can't have you flinging vans through overhead doors all willy-nilly. But I have good news. Somebody took a shit in one of the urinals, so you can help out with that. Alright, now when I was a kid, it was your responsibility to entertain yourself. And the best way to do that was to play stupid-ass games like hide and seek. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I'm a pretty big deal when it comes to hide and seek. I could find all the best hiding spots. My ass would be missing for days at a time.
Well, it's been 2 hours. I don't feel like looking for his ass anymore. Let's go play Nintendo.
Eventually, I just pop up in the middle of nowhere. People are in the middle of my eulogy and shit.
Oh my god, my baby's alive!
God damn it, do you have any idea what this funeral cost? I wasn't like my
dumbass friend Michael, who'd be standing there behind a lamp with his eyes closed and shit.
They can't see me if I can't see them.
Michael, you could have at least turned the lamp off. You're on a goddamn spotlight, for Christ's sake. The only problem is, sometimes in hide and seek, I'd get a little ambitious and it would get me into trouble. For example, one day we were playing at my friend Steven's house, and I got the brilliant idea to hide in his dryer. Now, what could possibly go wrong there? It's just a big, heavy appliance that could kill me if I wasn't careful. What's the big deal? So I squeeze my ass in there like an idiot. I have Michael shut the door for me.
You want me to turn it on tumble dry just to make it look more inconspicuous?
Michael, if you touch any of those buttons out there, I will stone cold stunner you into the damn stratosphere. You understand me? I'm all cramped and uncomfortable, just hoping nothing horrific happens, like I suffocate or, God forbid, lose the goddamn hide-and-seek game. I start leaning back, trying to get cozy in this goddamn thing, and just as I do that, the drum of the dryer starts to spin backwards. So instead of sitting on my ass like I was, now I'm sitting on my neck with all my body weight pressing down on me. Now, it's important to note that I'm not a claustrophobic person, or at least I wasn't before I got stuck in a fucking dryer. I'm filled with panic. I'm laying there thinking, oh my God, this is how I'm gonna die. In some stupid-ass Kama Sutra position, stuck in a fucking Maytag. Somehow I get the door open. I can see Michael standing in the corner with a laundry basket on his head.
Michael, help me. Would you shut your mouth? You're gonna lead him right to us.
God damn it, Michael. I can't breathe.
Stop gasping for air so loud. What the hell is the matter with you?
All of a sudden, Steven walks in. He sees my ass getting eaten alive by his dryer like some kind of shitty Goosebumps book.
Oh, what the hell is this? I didn't sign up for this shit.
So he and my friend David have to pull me out like a couple of drunken Hardy Boys.
He still has to be it, right? You guys found him first and he didn't die, so he has to be it.
Michael, as soon as I can feel my legs, you're getting stone cold stunnered. Do you know that? So needless to say, I had to change my hide and seek strategy. So instead of hiding in appliances, I would go to rooms that I wasn't supposed to be in. One time I went into Steven's mom's bedroom and I tried to hide under her bed, but I couldn't hide under her bed because there was a box there blocking my way. So I pull it out and take a good look at what it is, and it's some kind of swing for adults. It's a fucking sex swing is what it is.
Oh, what the fuck? What is it? What'd you find?
Michael, what are you doing in Steven's mom's dresser drawer?
I'm trying to hide. What do you think? You know how hard it was to fit in here with all these handcuffs and bottles of lotion?
Handcuffs and bottles of lotion?
Yeah, and this weird thing that keeps tickling me.
Just then everybody else comes in. Dude, what kind of weird circus shit is your mom into? Steven's standing there looking at the box all horrified. Michael's checking under the bed for anything else.
Maybe there's monkey bars under here too.
So we don't know what to do at this point, so we just slide it back under the bed and hope she doesn't notice. I got a protractor out there trying to get every exact angle right. We're out in the living room trying not to make eye contact with Steven's mom.
So are you boys having a good time?
Not as good of a time you've been having, apparently.
What?
Nothing. Yeah, we're having a great time. In fact, I should swing by a lot more often and play hide and seek. What do you think, Steven? Should I swing by tomorrow?
Yeah, or maybe you can swing by my house and we can play there. Oh, I get it, because we found that sex swing in your mom's bedroom. Yeah, I'll swing by.
I can swing by doggy style if you want. Alright, now when I was a kid, I loved gym class. Because when you're in school dealing with long division and your stupid cursive handwriting all day, you need to have a break. And what better break is there than spending an hour in a gymnasium where some 40-year-old alcoholic teaches you how to play sports? Because let's face it, your gym teacher didn't seem like a real teacher with like a real teaching degree or anything.
Why does this guy smell like bourbon? Did they just pull this guy off the streets or what?
Alright, welcome to gym class. I know half of you guys don't want to be here, and that's fine. I don't want to be here either. But I'm on parole right now and I need a job. So here we are. Now when we were kids, gym class was always a chaotic mess. The gym teacher would just arbitrarily pick a sport for the day and then he'd just let us run amok. Alright, we're gonna play, I don't know, how about soccer? Have at it. Let's see, you guys want to play hockey today? Go for it. How about we play, throw the dodgeball at the fat kid?
Wait, what?
There would be kids getting hurt left and right.
I hit Ricky with this hockey stick and I broke his pelvis.
Well, what the hell did you do that for?
Because you told me that's how to play good defense?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Whoops. Go ahead and head to the nurse office there, Ricky. And don't you tell on me, goddammit, or I'll give you an F for the day. But Fridays in gym class were always different because Fridays were cardiovascular days. And all we would do on Fridays is run laps around the gym. Sometimes our teacher would bring out this big boom box and blare music for motivation, but he'd always play the same song over and over and over. And that song was Juvenile's Back That Ass Up. What a great song for a bunch of elementary kids. Of course, it was the shitty edited Kids Bop version of it, Back That Thing Up, which is much more appropriate. So there we were, a bunch of scrawny ass kids running around the gym, Juvenile blasting out this boombox.
Girl, you look good, won't you? You's a fine mother flipper, won't you? Call me Big Daddy when you Girl, who's you playing with?
There'd be teachers poking their heads in the gym and shit. What the hell is going on here?
We're backing our asses up. What's it look like?
Is that so? Well, I guess that's public schools for you, I guess. But the worst thing that we had to do in gym class, without a doubt, was the dumbass square dancing that they made us do. Now, I don't know whose brilliant idea it was to make square dancing part of the curriculum, but if I had to guess, it would be the devil himself.
Make the children awkwardly hold hands and dance the hillbilly music, damn it.
So every year, at the end of the year, we would have to do square dancing. The most nerve-wracking part, of course, was when the teacher picked your partner out for you. Let's say, Becky, you can be with Timmy, and Jennifer, you can be with Larry over there. Careful, he has eczema. You might not want to get too close to him. Meanwhile, I'm over there in the corner praying to the gods above.
Please let me get a good partner. Please let it be Topanga from Boy Meets World.
Let's see, and you over there, you can be with, well, how about Big Bertha over there?
Oh, God damn it.
Sounds good to me. Let's dance, Cupcake.
Jesus Christ, look at her. She's got shoulders of a linebacker. One time my dad asked me to clean my room, and I had Big Bertha whoop his ass.
Ah, damn it. Looks like there's more boys than there are girls in this class. David, you're gonna have to be partnered up with Zachary over there.
Zachary? I'd rather stick my dick in a toaster than be partners with Zachary. All he does is talk about monster trucks all day.
Yeah, well, I guess it sucks to suck, doesn't it? That's not my problem. All right, everybody line up. So we'd all get into formation. The teacher's out there with his big-ass boombox. All right, everybody ready to feel uncomfortable?
No, not really.
Perfect, let's do it. Ooh, I don't like this shit one bit. Big Bertha's over there staring at me, licking her lips and shit. The teacher's yelling out commands for everybody to follow. Grab your partner round and round, kick him in the ass, and knock him down. All right, promenade, goddammit, promenade! We're out there dancing like idiots. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing. Bertha's got me on her shoulders and shit like she's my dad. David's over there in his own personal hell.
One time I seen the gravedigger jump over a school bus and I almost shat myself.
God damn it, I've seen crippled kids do-si-do better than that. What the hell are you guys doing out there? You're disgracing the sport of square dancing. All right, let's change it up a little bit and take it from the top.
Let's go, Cupcake. Back that ass up.
Like any average American kid, I played some Little League growing up. Here's my team circa 2002. There I am with my grandpa glasses and my eyes closed like an idiot. What a motley crew we were. And I'm going to tell you right off the bat, we lost every single game we were in. The score would be totally one-sided. We're not even paying attention anymore. We're fucking trading Pokemon cards on the bench. Our coach is like, all right, guys, it's neck and neck. Let's pull together. The other team's got kids playing Game Boys in the outfield. Their pitchers lobbing us volleyballs. We still can't fucking hit anything because we were just bad. We didn't know what we were doing. We look like the team that the Harlem Globetrotters would play against. Just running into each other like a bunch of assholes all day. Our first batter of the year flung a goddamn bat into the stands, hit somebody's little brother eating a hot dog. Oh, what a good start. We're gonna be all-stars. Our coach is like, God damn it, if you're gonna do that, do it to the other team's fans, you dummy. But we had some classy individuals on our team, okay? We had Josh, whose best feature was that he had a swimming pool at his house, which we took full advantage of.
Hey, you guys wanna come inside now?
Yeah, we'll be there in a minute, John. My name's Josh. Yeah, okay, whatever, Jim. Then there was little Billy, our catcher, who was half the size of everybody else on the team, who couldn't throw the goddamn ball if his life depended on it. He could hardly throw it to the pitcher, let alone try to throw anybody stealing a base.
Throw it, Billy. He's stealing second.
One time we were warming up before a game, and I threw the ball to him, and he's over there not fucking paying attention, just daydreaming, probably thinking of the ass whooping we're gonna get, and the ball just nailed him right in the chest. I thought I killed him. I ran over there, I was like, holy shit, he's dead! We're dragging him off the field, the team's looking at us like we're some kind of circus act, and then there was Danny, our pitcher, whose dad would come to every game totally plastered, just totally drunk off his ass. He'd be yelling obscenities at the other team. Hey, blue team! You can go fuck yourselves! I mean red team, or the blue team, I don't know which team's ours. But we appreciated it. It was the closest thing we had to a mascot, so it worked. And we actually came close to winning a game during the season. There was another team that hadn't got a win yet. And these guys, they looked worse than us. There's like a cross-eyed kid, some dude in a wheelchair. Like, all right, yeah, I think we got a chance. I think we can beat these guys. And we're in the last inning, and we're down by 3 with 2 outs, and Chubby Josh is up to bat. Our coach is like, all right, Josh, don't be an asshole, go up there and get a base hit. So he goes up there, and he just crushes the ball. It's way out there. It's like 47 feet. We're flipping out on the bench, and he's running. He's running his ass off. He's running like there's a goddamn Little Debbie snack on home plate waiting for him. He's rounding the bases, and we're all like, stay at third! Stay at third! Because we knew his ass wasn't going to get a home run. And he's like, to hell with that! You don't get on Wheaties boxes by staying at third. I'm going for it! And he was out by a good mile. He wasn't even close. But he still managed to slide into home, and as he did it, his ass scraped against home plate in a very violent way. You knew it hurt, and you knew some part of his ass was bleeding. And I'll never forget the look on his face. He just clutched his butt, waddled off the field crying. And our coach is like, way to go, Josh! We're 0-12 now, thanks to you. Maybe your asshole wouldn't be inside out if you would have just stayed at third like we told you to. And everybody hated Josh for the rest of his life. The end.
All right, school lunch. Nothing better than lunchtime to break up the school day. Give you a nice little break from learning about social studies or erosion. Goddamn isosceles triangles, I don't know. You sit there with your asshole friends. Everybody's showing off their sweet lunch boxes.
I got angry beavers. I got the Herculoids.
I got this sweet-ass 2D lunchbox. You know, from the Facts of Life. Anybody? God damn it, am I the only one that watches TV Land in this bitch or what? And you'd sit there and you eat your stupid little lunch, your peanut butter and jelly, a fruit roll-up, piss-warm Kool-Aid that you kept in your Jefferson's thermos. My friend Michael, he'd always have the shittiest food in his lunch that he'd try to auction off, trade away to some poor bastard.
I'll trade you this dirty rhubarb for your fruit roll-up.
Nobody wants your stupid-ass rhubarb, Michael. Jesus Christ. It's not our fault your mom packs your lunch like we're in the Great Depression. Of course, we could always buy a school lunch from our manly-ass lunch ladies. Lunch ladies that look like they bounce nightclubs on the side. They got like stubble and dirt mustaches that would make any 13-year-old boy going through puberty pretty jealous.
$1.40, please. Thank you.
Now, I went to public school, so I didn't get any of those fancy pants private school lunches all you rich kids had. Your fucking filet mignon and your caviar. No, hell no. Fucking hot ham and cheese in a bag. Condensation on the inside. Nice and soggy. Tastes like it's been sitting in a hot car on a summer day for a few hours. Yeah, that's your lunch. That's what we're having for lunch on Mondays. No, shit's disgusting. You fucking pack on Mondays. Now, Tuesdays, they were okay. Tuesday was burrito day. They tasted pretty good, but you pay the price right about the time gym class kicks in. Your stomach's all like... What's the matter out there? Why aren't you playing the kickball?
There's a puddle of shit in my pants.
All right, get a hall pass. Fucking Tuesdays. Then Wednesdays, that was mac and cheese with a side of peas. Why peas? I don't know. Nobody ate that shit. Maybe because it rhymed and it sounded nice. I don't know. Mac and cheese and peas. Fucking licorice and tuna fish. Spicy pickles and a goddamn jar of nickels. Delicious. And then there was Thursdays. Thursdays were the best days when it came to school lunch because Thursday was pizza day. And if you were the dumbass that accidentally packed a lunch on pizza day, well, get ready to be made fun of for the rest of your life. Oh, you packed on pizza day? You know what you look like? A person that makes shitty decisions. Now get away from me before you fuck up my life. That pizza was so damn good. Even today, as an adult, I'll be like sitting in traffic somewhere and I'll just think about that pizza. Like, God damn, that was a good-ass pizza. It's like the most precious thing you could have when you were 9 years old. It was valuable. You could trade anything you wanted for it. I seen a kid shove a dime up his nose and then cough it out on the table. Blah. All for an extra piece of pizza. Like, dude, you're gonna give yourself sepsis for Christ's sake. All for a bag of Tony's pizza. But no matter what day it was, lunchtime would always end the same way. For the last 10 minutes of lunch, the man ladies would turn off the lights, which meant everybody had to shut the fuck up. If you were caught talking, one of these linebacker women would make you stand up, and standing up was a bad thing. I don't know, we didn't want to stand up, I guess. Sometimes the lunch ladies would appoint a fellow classmate to be their little deputy and walk around, make sure you weren't talking. And you'd always have that one asshole who'd let all that power go to his head.
Stand up, you're talking.
Fuck you, Michael, I'm not standing up. We're supposed to be on the same team, you goddamn traitor.
Well, you didn't trade your goddamn fruit roll-up to me, so stand up.
I swear to God, Michael, I'm gonna stone cold stunner you as soon as we leave here.
I am the law.
So you just stand there, have everybody oogle at you until it was time to leave.
Oh man, he looks like such an idiot. Look at him standing up and everybody else is sitting down. What a stupid idiot.
Then your teacher would come and you'd go off. And that was it. Michael would get stone cold stunnered for his bullshit shenanigans, and everything was right in the world.
Give me a hell yeah.
All right. Now, when I was a kid, I was a big fan of roller coasters, which was bound to happen considering I live so close to Cedar Point. And if you don't know what Cedar Point is, well, it's an amusement park that has some of the biggest, fastest, most butthole-clenching roller coasters this side of the Mississippi. And when we were kids, me, my friend Steven, and his little brother Matt would go there every summer. So we know all the roller coasters like the back of our hand. So today I'm gonna go over what I consider to be the top 3 scariest, ooh, spooky, roller coasters of Cedar Point. All right, here we go.
Number 3, the Magnum.
All right, now the Magnum was like the first roller coaster that I was genuinely scared of. I mean, the thing is 200 fucking feet in the sky. It was built in the 1980s by a bunch of drunk welders. How safe could it really be?
Hey, you guys want to go ride the Magnum?
I think I'll pass. But you know, peer pressure's a hell of a thing. I can't look like a wuss in front of all my friends, so I agree to go on the goddamn thing. So me and Steven are up front. We make Matt's ass sit in the back by himself.
Why do I always gotta sit by myself? Well, because 1, we didn't invent odd numbers, and 2, you're the little brother and you suck ass. That's why.
So we start going up the hill, and I gotta say this roller coaster sounds like it's fucking falling apart from underneath us. It's all like clankety clank clank. We're all just sitting there in complete denial like, it's supposed to sound like that, right? That's not the sound of a malfunctioning roller coaster, is it? Now, on the Magnum, it takes forever to get up the first hill, which is nice because it gives you plenty of time to get your affairs in order.
Yeah, hi, Mom. If this thing collapses and I explode on impact, can you take care of my Tamagotchi for me?
So up and up we go into the abyss. The whole time you're just sitting there thinking about how long ago the 1980s were.
Good Lord, the 80s? What, did Ben Franklin design this fucking thing?
Finally, we make it to the tippity top, and just when we're about to go over the edge, a fucking bug flies right into my mouth. So now as we're going down, I'm choking on a goddamn June bug or whatever the hell it is. I go to spit it out, and because, you know, physics and shit, my spit flings backwards and hits Matt right in the fucking face. So now for the rest of the entire ride, Matt's trying to strangle me from behind. I'm totally oblivious to what just happened. I'm thinking that he's just trying to assassinate me because I got the goddamn front seat. We get off the ride and I'm like, dude, what the hell was that all about?
You fucking spit in my face like we're on a goddamn episode of Jerry Springer, that's what.
So that's the Magnum. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. I would highly recommend it, especially if you want a snack on the way down. All right, the next one.
Number 2, the Millennium Force.
Now, the Millennium Force is pretty similar to the Magnum, except, you know, it's 100 feet taller, and it was made after the collapse of the USSR.
Just Virginia.
So that's good. And to my 11-year-old ass, the Millennium Force was like the tallest thing in the world, which means my afraid of heights having ass was pretty hesitant to go on it the first time.
Holy hell, we could get to the moon on that goddamn thing.
I think I'm gonna pass on this one.
Oh, come on, don't be a wuss.
Shut the hell up, Matt. Nobody was talking to you with your little brother ass. God, you're not even a real person. I'm just saying, like, what if we get like 2/3 of the way up, and all of a sudden the train stops, and then we're stranded hundreds of feet in the air because some asshole had to wear a goddamn GoPro on his head.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't know, maybe we should just get a corn dog instead. But instead of getting a corn dog, you guessed it, we get on the goddamn Millennium Force. So once again, we make Matt sit in the back, but this time some random Australian dude decides to sit next to him. Now, how do I know he was Australian? Well, because the whole time we were going up the first hill, that guy was like,
oh goodness, oh crikey, oh God, we're really high up right now.
And look, I know that's a shitty Australian accent, but, well, I'm one man, and that's the best I can do, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. So once again, we get to the tippity top of this ride, and that Australian dude's like,
crikey, there's a king croc right there.
All right, that's not what he said. I don't know what the hell he said. I'm sure it was something about a boomerang or a fucking kangaroo, the goddamn Sydney Opera House, something like that. Anyways, we go down the first hill, and holy hell, what an experience that was. The amount of G-forces we felt on our shitty little kid bodies, it was like we were in fucking astronaut training camp. The whole time the Australian dude won't shut the hell up.
Oh, Vegemite sandwiches! Crocodile Dundee!
When we got off that ride, it felt like our stomachs switched places with our assholes. Oi, Steve Irwin Outback Steakhouse, am I right? Righto. Millennium Force, 10 out of 10. Would highly recommend as well, especially if you're Australian. Crikey. All right, last but not least.
Number 1, the Top Thrill Dragster.
All right, so this is kind of a tricky one because I think this ride's getting shut down for good, considering it's, you know, literally falling apart and trying to murder people, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Now, the Top Thrill Dragster isn't the most complicated roller coaster design. You go up, and then you go down, and the whole ride's over in like 14 seconds. But considering it's another 100 fucking feet taller, and it feels like you get shot out of a goddamn 30-06, I'd say it's pretty intense to say the least. But those things are not what makes the dragster the scariest roller coaster. No, the scariest part of the Top Thrill dragster is the fact that sometimes the train doesn't make it over the hump and you go hurling backwards like a fucking failed physics experiment. So there we are in line, we're about to get on this goddamn thing, and of course the train ahead of us doesn't make it up the first time. Hell, it doesn't even make it up the second time either. Now you'd think at this point, Cedar Point would just shut the ride down, give everybody free snow cones, and pray to God they don't have a class action lawsuit on their hands for emotional distress. But instead they're just like, fuck it. Third time's the charm. And sure as hell they were right. Third time was the charm. They made it over. Everybody in line's cheering like the fucking Backstreet Boys are in town. All right, well, I guess it's batter up. Now it's our turn. Let's hope for the best. So we're sitting there on the track ready to get shot into outer space. And I have to admit, I wasn't too worried about having a rollback. Instead, I was more worried we'd have that perfect amount of momentum where we'd get stuck right at the very tippity top, stranded in the fucking stratosphere. And to make matters worse, we decided to sit in the front car. Now you'd think if you were worried about getting stuck at the top, you'd want the heaviest people towards the front of the train to help pull you over the hump. Well, our little asses are like $1.50 combined. We're not gonna be able to pull shit over the hump. I go to look to see who's sitting in the back. There's like a fucking sumo wrestler and a dead horse back there. Oh my God, we're not gonna make it. We're all gonna die.
Excuse me, on second thought, I think I'd like to get off.
So off we go into the sky like a pissed off Captain Planet, and once we reach the top, I swear this thing slows down to like Zamboni speed. Now I was emotionally distraught at the time, so I could be exaggerating, but I'm pretty sure we were fucking stuck up there for a second. We were like scooching our asses and shit trying to get this thing to move, but somehow, I don't know if it was a slight breeze or maybe somebody let out half a fart, we got just enough momentum to get over the goddamn hump. Now, apparently this happens quite a bit because I found a video on YouTube of the same thing happening to some other poor bastards. It kind of went something like this.
Holy hell! Holy hell! Oh, God damn it, I knew it! We should have got a corn dog!
When we got off that ride, I think it was safe to say that we were never going to be the same again.
My hands are shaking, I'm emotionally distraught, and I may or may not have shat myself. You guys want to do it again?
Absolutely. Fuck yes. All right. So like 8 years ago, I got the chance to go on a professional ghost hunt. Now you might be thinking, professional ghost hunt? What kind of Scooby-Doo crap are you talking about? Well, I thought the same thing when my friend Brewer came up to me at work one day and was like,
Hey, want to go on an overnight ghost hunt at a rundown state prison?
What the? An overnight ghost hunt at a rundown state prison? What are you on mescaline? What are you talking about? Well, long story short, Brewer just happened to know some people that were a part of a professional ghost hunting team. Professional ghost hunting society. Society sounds spookier, I guess. I don't know. Now, at the time, I wasn't aware of any professional ghost hunters, apart from the ones in the 70s that smoked pot in a van with a Great Dane. And I can't say that a professional ghost hunt was at the top of my bucket list either. But I was like 22 years old at the time, so I was like, fuck it, I'll go for it. I'll go on a ghost hunt, possibly get possessed by the devil. What's the big deal? Now, this overnight investigation was at the former Mansfield State Reformatory in Ohio. And there's two things that you need to know about this place. One, it hasn't been operational for like 30 years, because apparently the prison was so shitty that the prisoners filed a lawsuit against the fucking state of Ohio. I didn't even know you could do something like that. They all just go into a courtroom one day like, hey, Judge, this place is a shithole. Well, yeah, it is a prison. Yeah, but it's like, god damn, you know? Well, it's hard to argue with that, I guess. Sustained, overruled, shut the place down. And two, the Mansfield State Reformatory just so happened to be the filming location for the movie The Shawshank Redemption. And you bet your ass they have a museum there, and they offer tours of all the filming locations. So when we got there that night, that was the first thing that we did. To hell with any goddamn ghost investigation. We got to fucking see the bench where Morgan Freeman sat at and ate a tuna fish sandwich. We got to see the line that everybody stands at the beginning. The Brooks was here, so was Red carving in the wood. We're reenacting scenes from the movie and shit. Hey, bro, check this out. Get busy living or get busy dying.
Now that's pretty good. Check this one out.
I have to remind myself that some birds aren't meant to be caged. Their feathers are just too bright.
Dude, your fucking Morgan Freeman impression sucks ass. Needless to say, it was worth the trip just for the tour. But let's not forget what this cartoon's about after all. A fucking professional ghost hunt. So after the tour, we meet up with this professional ghost hunting team, their society. And at first, I didn't know what to expect. I mean, what's a professional ghost hunter supposed to look like after all? I was picturing like a dude in a cloak with like a Fu Manchu mustache and like fucking cloudy eyeballs. I don't know. But instead of that, it was just a bunch of normal dudes wearing polos. Hi, my name's Bill and I do heating and air conditioning for a living. But in my spare time,
I investigate the fucking dead.
Now, I have to say that these guys seem pretty legit with all their paranormal equipment that they had. We're talking electromagnetic field detectors, thermometers that could find cold spots so you could walk through dead people. I mean, some of the shit they had was a little questionable, but, well, what the hell do I know? Yeah, this here's my Spirit Blaster 9000. I use it for personal protection against demonic forces. That looks like a pump-action shotgun. Oh, I'm sorry, are you the fucking professional here? It's a goddamn Spirit Blaster 9000, all right? So we break up into two teams, or, well, two mini-societies, if you will. There's the Tim Robbins mini-society, which would investigate the western cell block of the prison. And then there's the Morgan Freeman mini-society, consisting of me, Brewer, and Captain HVAC himself. And we were in charge of the eastern cell block. Now, we had two basic goals for this investigation. One, study any paranormal activity that we discovered in the prison. And two, don't get possessed by the fucking devil. All right, maybe the second one was just my own personal goal. Ever since I seen The fucking Exorcist when I was 8 years old, being possessed by the devil has just been like a top 5 fear of mine, all right? And if it was ever gonna happen, it was gonna happen at a fucking overnight paranormal investigation at a rundown reformatory. So with that in mind, we start Scooby-Dooing it in the eastern cell block. And I have to say that investigating a derelict prison is a pretty unsettling experience to say the least. I mean, it's darker than a carload of assholes in there. We're armed with nothing but a goddamn flashlight. Here's some actual footage that I recorded. And as you can see, those prisoners did have a point. The place was indeed a shithole after all. Here you can see an area that clearly says stay out, which, well, we promptly ignored. And that led us to a very terrifying place. Well, it's a room full of shitters, apparently. Just a bunch of potties bunched together in the dark, which I have to say is pretty unsettling if you ask me. But the most unsettling part of the investigation was when Captain HVAC had us turn off our flashlights, sit in the complete darkness, and I don't know, become one with the state reformatory. And it was right about this point where I wondered what the fuck I was doing with my life. I mean, here I am in the dark, in the middle of an abandoned state prison, completely vulnerable. We're practically asking to get possessed by the devil at this point. There could be a fucking demon in pissing distance of us, and we'd have no idea. Any second, I'm gonna look over at Brewer, and he's gonna be like,
I am the devil.
Meanwhile, Captain HVAC is over there totally engulfed in all his paranormal toys. All right, guys, I'm gonna use my Spirit Detector 9000 and see what's out there. Is that a fucking Nokia phone taped to a badminton racket? Shut the hell up, I think I'm getting something. I fucking knew it. All right, everybody, follow me. So at this point, we enter into a room that I assumed was the prison showers. And my first thought was, oh, great, the prison showers. This place surely won't be haunted as hell. Nothing bad ever happens in the prison showers, after all. And just when I think that, we heard a noise from the other side of the room. And by we, I mean 2 out of the 3 of us heard it. Holy smokes, did you guys hear that? Yeah, I fucking heard that. Hey, you guys want to get Taco Bell when we're done here? God damn it, get your head in the game. I think that noise came from that vent over there on the wall. So we go over to the other side of the room where this big-ass vent is, and the fucking Nokia phone just starts going ballistic. Holy hot dogs on a stick. Boys, there might be something demonic in this vent. Are you sure? It, just looks like a normal vent to me. No. If there's one thing that I know.
It's heating and air conditioning.
Now, I don't care if you believe in ghosts or not. This was a pretty butthole-clenching moment, no matter who you were. The odds of somebody getting possessed by the devil had to have been through the goddamn roof at this point. Well, suddenly Captain HVAC whips out another one of his paranormal gadgets. All right, we're gonna have to use the Spirit Box 9000 and see if this presence wants to communicate with us. Now, I gotta say, the Nokia badminton racket was one thing, but this Spirit Box 9000 contraption was on a whole nother level. Somehow, this device allows spirits to talk to the living. I don't know what the science is behind it, something to do with frequencies and an electromagnetic whatever the fuck, but somehow a ghost can form a word with this machine, and the machine says the word out loud for you to hear. It's basically a fucking speak and spell, but for dead people. So he whips this bad boy out and was like, hello, we are the Morgan Freeman Mini Society. On a scale of 1 to 10, can you tell me how dead you are? And I shit you not, as soon as he asked that fucking Spirit Box 9000 said one word and one word only. Murder. God, did that thing just say murder? Murder. I don't like this anymore. Murder. Murder. Murder! Blah! Oh my God! All right, that's not what really happened. I kind of wish it did. It would have made a better ending to the story. But instead, what really happened was that me and Brewer sat there for like 45 minutes and watched this guy have a conversation with a fucking vent, and this goddamn Spirit Box 9000 just uttered a bunch of random-ass words that made absolutely no sense. Porcupine.
popsicles. Pumpernickel.
Pumpernickel? What the hell? Hang on, is this thing fucking calibrated right? Yeah, I don't know what late night QVC infomercial this dude bought this thing from, but it was a complete pile of horse shit.
Penguins. Pop-Tarts. Panama.
What the hell? Why is it only saying P words? This thing is a piece of shit. So I think it's safe to say that we didn't experience any paranormal activity at the Mansfield State Reformatory. And that might seem disappointing at first, but well, on the plus side, nobody got possessed by the devil and did a fucking backwards crab walk down the steps either. So I consider the investigation a success. And you might be sitting there watching this like, oh, you piece of shit. What an anticlimactic ending. Well, what can I say? Real life's not a goddamn Quentin Tarantino movie, all right? Feel free to take your ass down to your local Walmart and pick up a Ouija board, and you can go talk to the devil yourself and see if you get a better ending. Good luck with that shit. In the end, we survived the investigation of the Mansfield State Reformatory, and most importantly, we did get fucking Taco Bell on the way home. So it was a great night. The end.
Alright, now I think it's safe to say that when you're a kid, there were certain houses in your neighborhood that you would tend to stay away from. I mean, everybody knew where the neighborhood pervert was on the block after all.
Hey, you guys want to come inside my house so I can take pictures of your feet?
But for me personally, I was always more worried about the old lady that lived across the street from me. Because this old lady was mean as hell, and she was notorious for yelling at anybody that walked past her house.
Get off my property, you little piss bag! I'm on the sidewalk. What the hell do you want me to do? Walk in the middle of the street?
Hell, even if you were in your own front yard, minding your own business, doing kid shit, she would sit on her front porch and stare at you and make you uncomfortable as hell.
La-di-da-da, I'm doing kid shit. Well, what the? Ma'am, can I help you? Hello? This is really uncomfortable. Goodbye. There's some old lady staring at me like she's the fucking Blair Witch. Can I just play inside?
Listen, I don't care if it's John Wayne Gacy out there staring at you. You get your ass out there and you play outside. And if that wasn't bad enough, she had this big-ass cat that would stare at us as well. And when I say this cat was big, I mean this thing was like the size of a goddamn third grader.
I could eat a baby if I want, I don't give a damn.
It was an outdoors cat. It would just roam around the neighborhood, catch people off guard when they're walking down the street.
Oh, what the hell is that, a Kodiak brown bear? Kids, run for your lives. There's a fucking Kodiak brown bear roaming the streets.
So naturally, this mean old lady and her fat-ass cat gained quite the reputation amongst us kids. We'd be making up urban legends and shit. I heard she chops up kids with a chainsaw and feeds them to that fat-ass cat of hers.
Oh my god, she's making kids into cat food. What the fuck are we gonna do about this?
Now the worst part about this old lady was that every time we played wiffle ball out in the street, it always seemed like the goddamn ball would always end up over a fence and into her backyard. I don't know what it was, but it happened all the time. Like there was a fucking gravitational pull in her backyard that would suck up wiffle balls left and right. One time my friend Michael tried to climb her fence to get a ball back, and that damn old lady tore my new asshole.
Get off my fence, you piss stain! Don't make me sick my fat-ass cat on you!
Michael comes walking back, trying to play it off like he wasn't terrified the whole time.
Man, that old lady's lucky I didn't walk up there and push her old ass over.
Yeah, Michael, you know there's piss all over the front of your pants, right?
There's what? Ah, god damn it!
So needless to say, the unspoken rule was, any wiffle ball that went in her backyard stayed in her backyard. And the only time we didn't follow that rule was when I lost my sweet, sweet Vortex football over there. You see, if you're not aware, Vortex footballs were a big deal in the 90s. I mean, it's a football shaped like a fucking nuclear weapon, for Christ's sake. It's got whistles on the side. John Elway did all the commercials for him. Hi, I'm John Elway, and I can throw this motherfucker into the stratosphere if I wanted to. So, of course, one day, the unthinkable happens.
I'm gonna kick the football.
Don't kick the football, Michael.
Kick it?
Don't kick it, goddammit.
All right, I'm kicking it.
And sure as hell, my Vortex goes straight into that mean old lady's backyard. Oh my god, Michael, what have you done? I don't care if your ass is getting chainsawed in half or not. You're getting your ass over that fence and you're getting that goddamn Vortex football. So Michael approaches the house, knowing his chances of survival are about as good as his shitty kicking abilities. That fat-ass cat's sitting on the porch, licking his lips and shit.
Ooh, looks like I got me a baby to eat.
Somehow Michael gets behind the fence undetected. We're all just standing there, just waiting to hear the sound of a child getting murdered by a chainsaw.
Hey, Michael, make sure you throw the Vortex before you get your head chopped off, okay?
I'm over there praying to John Elway and shit.
Please, John Elway, please deliver Michael's misguided ass to my Vortex football. He's willing to die for it, or at least he should be since he kicks like a fucking girl.
It's like 5 minutes go by and we're starting to lose hope.
Well, I think it's safe to say Michael's dead. You guys want to go inside and play Sega Genesis?
But then out of nowhere, somehow, Michael fucking gets this Vortex football back.
I did it! I got the Vortex!
And then all of a sudden, Michael got his fucking head chopped off. Oh my god, what the hell?
All right. No, that didn't happen. In fact, nothing happened that day. We got the football, and we got the hell out of there. And you know why nothing happened? Well, because that old lady fucking died a couple weeks before that. I know that's a shitty ending, but we didn't know it at the time, so it was a big win for us. I mean, we got the Vortex football back, and a couple of wiffle balls on top of it. It wasn't until we seen that our house was up for sale a couple weeks later that we began to piece things together. But even after that mean old lady was gone, her fat-ass cat remained, and he'd still watch us all the goddamn time, licking his lips and shit.
One of these days, little babies, I'm gonna eat you one of these days.
All right, now, we didn't have a lot of money when I was growing up, which meant we had some pretty shitty family vehicles when I was a kid. And when I say shitty, I mean they looked like cars that would be ran over by a monster truck shitty. We had cars with broken windshields, they'd have more rust on them than the Titanic, because my dad loved cheap cars. The cheaper the better, no matter how shitty they are. I'd be sitting there in the passenger seat, Dad, why is our car on fire? It does that from time to time. It's just a little oil, it's fine. It's what I was used to as a kid. I remember riding in one of my friends' parents' car, and my mind was blown. I was like, whoa, you guys have air conditioning? What are you guys, from the future? But of all the shitty cars that we had, they were nothing compared to my dad's 1984 Subaru hatchback. I called it the Rusty Turd because it looked like it came from somebody's asshole, that's why. First time I seen this thing, I remember thinking, holy hell, did my dad build his own car? What, did he take the fucking lawnmower apart and make this thing in the garage? This thing was no Rolls Royce, let me tell you. It was a stick shift, but it had no third gear. But my dad didn't care. Third gear? Who the fuck needs third gear? Dad, are we even allowed to drive this thing on the road? I don't know, but we're gonna find out, goddammit. We'd be driving down the road, people would be staring at us. Mommy, look! That man's driving a car made out of garbage. Now, another thing about this car was that the passenger door liked to randomly open while you're driving down the road. So you'd be sitting there trying to roll down your window. All of a sudden, your ass goes tumbling down the highway. So my dad fixed it by keeping it held shut with a bungee cord. There we go. Good as new. No problem. I'd be sitting there nervous as hell. How many seatbelts do we got in this car? I don't think I have enough seatbelts. That car was a death trap. The goddamn thing didn't even have turn signals that work. Turn signals? Who the fuck needs turn signals? I'll just yell out my window if I have to. Hey, asshole, I'm gonna turn left up here. Can you hear me? My friends were totally afraid of our car. They'd hop in the back seat wearing helmets and shit.
Is your car gonna blow up?
Probably not, but have your mom sign this permission slip just in case. My dad paid $100 for this car. $100. Dad, I don't think we should drive anything that costs less than a washing machine. But he loved it. He'd brag about it to his friends and shit. Yep, bought this thing for $100. It's lasted me 2 years. That's like a $4 a month car payment. Now, the worst thing about this car was that the starter was broken. So that meant if we wanted to go somewhere, we'd have to push the car to get going, and then jump in, pop the clutch, and start the engine. That's what we'd have to do every time we wanted to go somewhere. So every day, we'd be out there pushing this car made out of garbage, like some kind of shitty two-man bobsled team. My friends would be watching us from the sidewalk.
What kind of weird circus shit is this?
It was pretty goddamn embarrassing, to say the least. We'd be at the grocery store, people would be staring at us and shit.
Oh my god, I hope they're pushing that thing off a cliff.
But after 2 years, that Subaru had enough. The transmission was destroyed, and my dad had to tie it to a tree and put it down. Well, Rusty Turd, your time is up. Time to die. And that was the end of it. But there was good news after all that. My dad scrapped that car and got even more money than he paid for it. Yeah, we're just giving you this money so we don't have to see that pile of shit on the road anymore. Have a good day.
All right, now I don't know if you've ever been blackmailed before, but it's not a real rootin' tootin' time, let me tell you. And when you're blackmailed as a child, well, I'd say that is even worse. Now you might be sitting there like, well, who the heck would blackmail a little kid of all people? Well, that would be my older sister, of course. Who else? You see, way back in the day, when my parents would go out, my sister would babysit me because she was 8 years older. And usually she'd have her dumbass friend Amanda over, and the two of them would pretty much torment the shit out of me all night long. Like, for example, one night they decided to put ketchup all over the faces, pretend they were the devil, and chase me around the house like a bunch of psychopaths.
I am the devil. Blah.
Oh my god! So needless to say, her blackmailing her little brother is not too far of a stretch. Well, on this particular night of extortion, if you will, my little 5-year-old ass was sitting on the floor, fucking off my Lincoln Logs, when all of a sudden my sister decides to play a little game called Make Your Little Brother Say a Bunch of Fucked Up Swear Words game. Which was a popular game for kids back then. We didn't have internet. That's how we had fun. Hey, check this shit out, Amanda. Hey, idiot. Say slutty spaghetti. No, I don't think so. I don't think I'm legally allowed to say that. No, it's fine. I'm babysitting you. I'm the law. Now say slutty spaghetti. I think I better consult my attorney first.
Fucking say slutty spaghetti or I'll make the fucking devil come out again.
All right, goddamn, fucking slutty spaghetti. There, you happy? Oh my God, it's so funny. He's little and he doesn't know things. Well, for the next 20 minutes, they have me repeat some of the most random, unorthodox swear words that they could think of. But I didn't mind. Hell, I was 5 years old at the time. If you're gonna give me carte blanche to say some swear words, well, by golly, I'm gonna say them. All right, now say, oh, I don't know. How about pumpernickel fucker? Pumpernickel fucker. A man who fucks pumpernickels. Oh my God, this is the best night of my life. Well, eventually my sister and Amanda get bored of this little game, so they decide to play a different game. And this game, of course, is called Blackmail the Shit Out of Your Little Brother game. Another popular game that we played before the internet. Hey, go upstairs and bring the Nintendo down so me and Amanda can play it on the big TV. How about you can kiss my ass and you can go get it yourself? How about that? I said go upstairs and get the Nintendo.
Or I'll tell Mom and Dad that you said pumpernickel fucker.
Well, well, well. That took a sharp left turn, didn't it? 1 minute you're laughing and having a good time with your slutty spaghettis and your pumpernickel fuckers, and the next second it's all being used against you and you're getting extorted by your older sister. Well, I can't have the world know that I said the F word. I am 5 years old, for Christ's sake. I'm pretty sure that's like a second-degree felony in Ohio. I can't get in trouble for that. So next thing you know, I'm getting the Nintendo like a little broken back bitch. And of course, my sister's not just gonna stop there. No, she's gotta capitalize on this situation. All right, now go get the Funyuns out of the kitchen and feed them to me while I suck ass at Super Mario 3. Ah, damn you and your blackmailing heart, you fucking conniving asshole. Fucking conniving asshole. Add it to the list. Anything else you want to say? So throughout the entire night, the two of them proceed to make me into their own little personal servant. And they're not even being practical about it. They're just making me do stupid shit. They're making me like sing and dance. All right, now sing the hot stepper and dance like a dipshit. Hit it. Na 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 na. Na 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 na! Hell, at one point they changed my name and they start calling me some stupid ass shit. All right, from now on, your name is now Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. Aw, I don't want to be Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. More Funyuns, Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon, and put a rush on it. But out of all the shit that they made me do that night, I'd say the most questionable favor that I had to do was when they called and ordered food at the restaurant down the street, and they made my little 5-year-old ass go down and get it at like 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, my sister. Fucking babysitter of the year. What can I say? Now, going to this restaurant sucked ass for 2 reasons. For one, the place was notorious for catching on fire and closing down. So when I walked in there, I was like, is this place about to fucking burst into flames at any moment? Am I about to lose my life picking up a goddamn order of onion rings for my punk-ass sister? And for 2, the fucking pickup counter was tall as hell, and nobody could see my little 5-year-old ass. I stood at that counter for like 45 minutes, just completely helpless, like, hello? Anybody? There's a child here. Eventually, a waitress stumbles upon me, and she's like, whoa, there's a little kid here. Hi, I'm here to pick up an order for Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. Do you smell smoke? I think I smell smoke. Are we all gonna fucking die? So I get home with that food, and my sister's like, well, goddamn, it's about time. We thought somebody on the streets might have snatched your little ass up. You took so damn long. Well, not too long after that whole fiasco, my parents got home. And in retrospect, I should have just got in front of the situation and just said like, hey, Mom and Dad, guess what? I said pumpernickel fucker and a whole slew of other bad words. That's my bad. Hell, if I would have done that, I don't even think I would have gotten that much trouble. But instead, I said nothing. And you know what happened? That's right, my sister held that shit over my head for not days, not weeks, and not even months. We're talking years. I was her goddamn indentured servant for. All because I was afraid that the world was gonna find out about all these goddamn bad words that I said. What the hell? How can spaghetti be slutty in the first place? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, and who the hell fucks a loaf of bread? I don't know how many bags of Funyuns I served my sister, or how many renditions I did of the goddamn hot stepper. Eventually, it all led to one day, literally years later, where I was sitting on the couch and I was thinking, what the fuck am I being afraid of again? Getting in trouble for some swear words that I said when I was 5 years old? Surely the statute of limitations is up on that fucking crime, right? So I go up to my sister with a fucking cigarette hanging on my mouth and I'm like, guess what? I'm done being your indentured servant. Tell everybody I said pumpernickel fucker. I could give a shit. Oh, I wouldn't tell on you, Tunis Lawoon Poonie Poon. Wait a minute, what? You mean you're not gonna tell everybody I said pumpernickel fucker? No, you idiot. I would be the one that would get in trouble. I made you say it, for Christ's sake. Plus, I fucking made you go out at 8 o'clock at night and go pick up food by yourself. That's way more fucked up. So just like that, I felt like the world's biggest idiot, but guess what? I was free at last. Who cares if I spent 2 years of my life in servitude to my fucking older sister? So I guess the moral of the story is, don't fucking negotiate with terrorists. That's why it's the standard policy for the United States. Because as soon as you start doing that shit, well, guess what? Then you're serving them Funyuns left and right, and you're doing the fucking hot stepper like an asshole. The end. All right, so a few years ago, I had a little encounter with a fox that unfortunately had rabies. Now, I've contemplated on whether or not to tell this story in the first place, because I probably handled it in the worst way possible. But I figure at the very least, maybe this could be like some sort of a learning experience for all of you guys. Things to do, or rather things not to do, when confronted by a wild rabid animal. Now, this whole ordeal started on one early afternoon. I'm sitting in my living room working on a cartoon that, ironically was about me getting rid of a bat that flew in the house with my giant pool net, when all of a sudden, one of our kids comes up to me, and they're like, "Hey, I think there's like a Wolverine outside on our pool cover." And at first I'm like, Wolverine? How do you even know what a Wolverine looks like in the first place? I don't even know what the hell a Wolverine looks like, for Christ's sake. So I go over the window, and instead of seeing this so-called Wolverine, I see a fox, and it's a very, very sick, deranged-looking fox. Now, it's worth mentioning that we have a bunch of woods behind our house, so seeing a fox is not very uncommon. In fact, sometimes we hear their asses out there all night long. And if you've never heard what a fox sounds like, well, they don't really bark or howl or do any of those noises. Instead, they fucking scream like a woman being murdered. Yeah, that's what they sound like. The first time I heard that shit in the woods, I thought the fucking Blair Witch was out there murdering people left and right. But apparently, that's just the sound a fox makes. I sure as hell didn't remember that from the old See and Say toy that I had as a kid. The fox says, "Ah! So I'm looking at this fox, and I'm no veterinarian, but this thing clearly has rabies. It's tweaking out pretty severely. It's got the old cappuccino foam around its mouth and shit. That thing's either got rabies, or somebody fucking buried it in the pet cemetery, and it's come back to life to murder us all. Either way, it's a situation that now I have to deal with. Now, real quick, can anybody actually tell me what you're supposed to do in a situation like this? Well, if you guessed, I don't know, don't go outside and confront a fucking rabid animal, you guessed correctly. So anyways, I go outside and confront this rabid animal, and I'm fairly confident I can handle this situation. I was a Cub Scout as a kid. I got the, rabid animal merit badge or whatever the fuck. Well, apparently me handling the situation turns out to be me just yelling at it from a distance. "Hey, quit it! Knock it off! Get out of here! Go fucking have rabies somewhere else, you asshole!" And that did not help at all. In fact, it just kinda pissed it off a little bit more. Now it's doing that murderous banshee scream shit directly at me. And to make matters worse, now our 120-pound Rottweiler can see this thing through the window, and he starts losing his shit. Oh boy, is that my new best friend out there? Oh man, I don't know if I wanna lick it or if I wanna fuck it first. So I get my wife on the phone, who's driving in her car at the time, and I'm just like, "Hey, there's a fucking zombie fox on our pool cover, and I believe it has a shit ton of rabies." "A zombie fox with rabies? Well, what the hell are you calling me for? Go fucking shoot it with a rifle." "Oh, all right then. That's a good idea. I'll call you back." Boop. So I go and grab my .22 caliber rifle that, thankfully I bought just a few weeks prior. I head back outside, and I'm confident that I'm about to fucking Lee Harvey Oswald this rabid fox. But that's when it dawns on me that this fox is indeed standing on top of our pool cover. If I shoot and miss, well, I'm probably gonna fuck up our pool like 6 different ways this Sunday. So quickly, I change up the game plan. I call my wife back up and I'm like, "Hey, I'm afraid I'm gonna fuck up the pool 6 ways to Sunday if I shoot at it. So instead, I'm just gonna charge at it with this hockey stick and hope for the best. What do you think?" "I think that fox is gonna fuck you up 6 ways to Sunday. That's what I think. Look, I'm just gonna call animal control and have them deal with it, okay?" Now, this is what you're supposed to do in this situation. You're supposed to call animal control. Apparently, trying to fight a rabid animal with sports equipment's frowned upon. What the fuck ever. Now, I don't know if it's just our local animal control or what, but they were not very much help in this situation. "Good afternoon, animal control. We have a zombie fox holding our pool hostage. Send back up with lots of ammo." What? You said it was a fox? We don't deal with any wild animals. We just deal with, like, stray cats and dogs. Now, this was pretty perplexing because, well, they're called animal control after all. Here we are with an animal that desperately needs to be controlled. You're not gonna come out and fucking help us? No, instead they give us a phone number to a man named Carl, who apparently, like, moonlights as, like, a rabid animal specialist, apparently. I don't know if this guy was, like, just a redneck with a harpoon gun or some shit. But what I do know is that when we called his ass, he didn't answer his fucking phone, so we have no idea. All right, so we tried yelling at the fox, a rifle, a hockey stick, animal control, and then Carl the fucking bounty hunter. And yet, here we are, still have a rabid fox on our pool cover. Well, eventually, we get the local sheriff to show up to our house. And at first, this guy was, like, as helpful as animal control was. Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to try to shoot at it? I mean, I guess you're a sheriff. You're probably a better shot than I am. Oh boy, I don't even know if I'm allowed to shoot at the damn thing in the first place. So this guy literally pulls out his phone and calls up his boss. And he's like, hey, we got like this fox holding this guy's pool hostage. Am I allowed to shoot at it? He wants to know what happens if I accidentally shoot your pool. Well, that was what I was trying to avoid in the first place. Okay, yeah, he doesn't want us to shoot the pool. Uh-huh. All right then, bye-bye. Boop. Yeah, he doesn't want me to shoot at it on account that I might fuck your pool up 6 different ways to Sunday. All right, so clearly we have to get this goddamn fox off of the pool before anything else can happen. Well, of course to me, this sounds like a perfect job for my big-ass 12-foot-long pool net. Now, side note, I just want to say, I'm so goddamn grateful for this pool net. It has bailed my ass out multiple times when I've had wild animals on my property. If it was a person, I'd fucking have to buy it a beer, probably 12. All right, so now with the big pool net in hand, we come up with the final game plan. And that is the sheriff's gonna scoop up the fox, fling it into the yard, and that's where I'll be, sitting there like fucking SEAL Team 6, waiting to take care of business. So this guy approaches the fox with my giant, unwieldy pool net, and I don't know if this was like just another Thursday to the dude or what, but he nonchalantly scoops the fox up, and then he flings it into the yard like a goddamn lacrosse player. All right, time for my big moment. I raise up my rifle and I'm like, this is America, and we don't negotiate with terrorists. I squeeze off like half a dozen shots, and you bet your ass, every single one of them missed. It wasn't even close. I was like a fucking cartoon character, shooting a silhouette around this goddamn fox. The sheriff's up there judging me hardcore. This guy was a fucking Cub Scout? My asshole he was. Look, in my defense, I didn't sight in the scope, all right? I told you guys I just got the damn rifle. Thankfully, the gunshots did scare the fox out back into the woods, and that completed our whole little saga of all this bullshit nightmare bullshit. All right, well, I guess that's settled. Holy hell, some Lee Harvey Oswald you are. God damn, your ass wouldn't even hit the fucking Lincoln Continental shooting like that. So I go back into my house, bewildered, wondering what the hell my life is these days. Meanwhile, our dog's staring at me like,
oh, weren't you scared away, you asshat? Now who's gonna be my best friend?
Now you might be sitting there like, well, what happened to the fox? Was he okay? He just scampered off into the woods? Well, what are you expecting, a happy ending? All right, let's give it a happy ending, I guess. And so the fox scampered into the woods, it fully recovered from rabies, it got married and had lots of loud-ass fox babies, and it definitely didn't die a slow and very horrific death out in the woods. Anyways, the moral of the story is, don't approach a fucking animal that's got rabies. Stay inside, go call animal control, or at the very least, maybe a hillbilly with a harpoon gun. Maybe you're lucky and yours has like a fucking pager or something, and let the professionals deal with it, because rabies is a very shitty way to die. The end.
Alright, now I think it's safe to say that most of us were guilty of playing hooky at some point when we were kids. And for all you youngins out there, playing hooky is where you skip school and you stay at home. I know it sounds like some old-fashioned phrase that your drunk Uncle Rick would say. What are you, playing hooky from school today? Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, Uncle Rick. No wonder why you haven't felt the touch of a woman since the 1980s. But I have to admit, playing hooky was a nice little break from school. And you needed that sometimes because it's hard when you're a kid. You wake up at the ass crack of dawn, you're all stressed out right from the get-go. Hell, I got a math test today. It's on that order of operations crap that I haven't been paying attention to all week. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally and shit. To hell with that, I'm not going to school today. I'm gonna pretend that I'm sick, goddammit. So now you gotta try to figure out a way to give yourself an artificial fever. So you go and rest your fucking forehead on a light bright, try to raise your body temperature up to a solid 101, 102. Then you walk out to the living room and lie straight to your mom's face. Hey, I don't feel very good, and, I've been pooping a lot. You've been pooping a lot? How much is a lot? Like, 6 16 times? 16 times? Holy hell, we need to get you to the hospital. Whoa, wait a minute. All right, maybe not that much, but my head feels really hot though. Good Lord, you are burning up and you smell like hot plastic for some reason. Okay, you're not going to school today. All right, mission accomplished. You did it. You tricked your gullible ass mom into letting you stay home from school. So now you're laying on the couch like it's your own fucking personal gurney. You don't even have the decency to change out of your Hong Kong Phooey pajamas for Christ's sake. Your mom's serving you Pepto-Bismol by the gallon. Make sure you drink all this. It'll slow down all those shitty escapades you've been having. I know most people hate the taste of Pepto-Bismol, but when I was a kid, I loved that weird pink milky shit. Like my top 3 favorite drinks when I was a kid would be like Mountain Cooler Capri Sun, Ecto Cooler High C, and then fucking boom, Pepto-Bismol somewhere in between. Hell, even as an adult, if my stomach starts going I get all excited because now I have a reason to drink some goddamn Pepto-Bismol. Shit's good. I don't care. You should serve that shit at restaurants. I'll have the roast duck and a glass of Pepto, served up with a twist. Good choice, huh? Anyways, what the hell was I talking about? Goddamn, go off on a fucking tangent on Pepto-Bismol. Oh yeah, playing hooky from school. So there you are laying on the couch like a slug, pretending you have typhus and shit. Well, now what are you supposed to do? Well, you watch shitty daytime TV is what you do. And shitty daytime TV had all sorts of things to offer. You'd have your talk shows like your Maury Povich, where they do paternity tests on the daily. There ain't no way I'm that baby's daddy, Maury. That girl sleeps with everybody. Hell, she'd probably fuck a pack of hot dogs if they looked at her the right way. Well, the test results are in. When it comes to 4-year-old Smith & Wesson Jr., you are not the father. And then after that, you'd have some dramatic-ass soap operas that my mom was totally fascinated by. On the next episode of The Young and the Worthless. Victor, you can't leave. I'm pregnant with your baby. With all the men you've been with, Veronica, there's no way I'm that baby's father. Hell, you'd probably fuck a pack of hot dogs if they looked at you the right way. Veronica would too. She's such a fucking slut. Yep, she sure is. But out of all the bullshit TV shows that were on during the day, there was one show that beat the hell out of all the others. And that show, of course, was The Price is Right. Now, The Price is Right had everything. You got fucking Plinko, people winning Ford Escorts and shit, Bob Barker yelling at you to get your goddamn pets fixed. And remember, to help control the pet population, chop your dog's fucking balls off as soon as you can. You got people being assholes, outbidding each other by $1 and shit. $600, Bob. Very well, what's your bid? How about $601, Bob? Oh, what the fuck? Ooh, that's some shiesty shit. Actual retail price, $650. Oh, motherfucker, you fucking serious? God damn it, you're a fucking piece of shit. This episode of The Price is Right is brought to you by Oscar Mayer Hot Dogs. Hot dogs so good, you'll wanna fuck them. But after The Price is Right was over, I knew it was all downhill from there, because I knew it was only a matter of time before my dad got home from work, and then the jig was up. Whoa, what the hell? What's the kid doing home from school? He was sick, so he stayed home. What? What the hell? That kid ain't sick. Did you throw up or something? No. You've been putting your fucking forehead in that light bright again, haven't you? Yeah, you better take your playing hooky ass to school tomorrow, I tell you what. So the next day you show up to school, and of course you have to start bragging to all your friends about your day off the day before. Hey asshole, why weren't you at school yesterday? Oh, well, because I was too busy watching The Price is Right and fucking off all day, that's why. Oh, well, you're an idiot. We had a pizza party yesterday. Wait, what? It was yesterday? Yeah, and then we had an assembly in the auditorium. Oh, what the hell? And the guest speaker was Randy Macho Man Savage. What the fuck? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, god damn it, what have I done? So the moral of the story is simple. 1, don't be an asshole and lie to your mom. 2, learn the goddamn orders of operation. And 3, take your truant ass to school like you're supposed to. Because you never know when a 2-time WWF heavyweight champion is gonna be a guest speaker at your school.
Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Who wants to touch my biceps?
Alright, now I think it's safe to say that one of the best things about high school is that you get to pick your own classes. And one of the most popular classes for a stout young man like myself was woodshop. Now my high school had 2 woodshop teachers. The first guy, Mr. Kennard, was a fantastic woodshop teacher. My god, Anthony, that's a fantastic coffee table you made there. May the winds of success always be under thy wings. But the second guy, my teacher, Mr. Schroeder, was a little subpar to say the least. Now, I don't know where Mr. Schroeder came from, but I'm pretty sure my principal just walked into a Home Depot one day and found a guy like, hey, you look like somebody's dad. You want to come teach a bunch of dumbass kids how to work a bandsaw? Now, Mr. Schroeder was not what I would call a very hands-on teacher. I mean, he'd basically just sit at his desk all day long and read Sports Illustrated magazine. Hey, should we, work on a project or something? Huh? Oh, I don't know. Go ask the teacher. But you are the teacher. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, go build a, fucking shelf or something. How do you do that? Well, how the hell should I know? What do I look like, a goddamn teacher? Go get to work. So we would just work on some random project with some vague sense of direction. Hey, do you know how to operate the radial arm saw? Dude, I don't even know how to put my fucking goggles on. Hell, some of the kids wouldn't even work on the project. They just screw around all period. Hey, you want to go throw pencils at Derek while he's on the bandsaw? Okay. Ow, what the?
Hey, stop it! That's dangerous! Stop it! I mean it! Oh my god, there's so much blood!
So needless to say, under Mr. Schroeder's fantastic tutelage, all of our projects look like two turds smashed together. The only person that was actually good at woodworking was the only girl in the class. She was like a regular old Bob Vila, making all of our projects look like shit. But it didn't matter because Mr. Schroeder's lazy ass would just give everybody a B- and call it a day.
Mr. Schroeder, I think there's been a mistake.
What? What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Well, you gave me a B-, and then you gave Billy a B- over there, and all he did was glue a popsicle stick to a 2x4.
Hey, I like popsicles. Popsicles are good, even though they're cold and make my head hurt. B-. So since there wasn't much of an incentive to do well on your projects, we just made shitty things all the time. Throughout the semester, I made a box that didn't hold shit, a shelf that didn't support shit, and a stool that was built like a fucking Home Alone booby trap. Ah, my pelvis! But for our final project of the year, we had the task of designing and creating our own custom birdhouses. And boy, you can bet your ass they were some ugly birdhouses indeed. I mean, besides the Bob Vila chick, of course. Her ass over there building the fucking house from Prince of Bel-Air and shit. But I was a little less ambitious. My birdhouse, of course, was a duplex. Because, well, I lived in a duplex, and it was a shitty experience to say the least. Why shouldn't birds be able to share in the same shitty experience? Hey! Asshole, stop fucking cooking your Indian food down there. You're stinking up my whole living room.
Yeah, I'll get right on it, buddy. Just as soon as you stop having loud relations with your wife up there.
Now, of course, all of our birdhouses looked like absolute garbage when we were done. My holes were all off center and my roof was barely hanging on. No bird's gonna want to live in this fucking house. Yeah, I think I'd rather get my ass snatched up by a hawk than live in this piece. But to make matters worse, we had to display our shitty birdhouses in the hallway for like a week. You got people walking by clueless as hell. Good lord, somebody call the janitor. Who left all this garbage in the hallway? And to make matters even more worse, Mr. Kennard's class did the same project, and they put their birdhouses in the same hallway. So there you have Mr. Kennard's immaculate-ass birdhouses on the table. And then right down the hallway, boom, fucking Section 8 housing of the birdhouses. Mr. Schroeder's class's finest work. So at the end of the project, we all get our B-. The fucking Bob Vila chick is pissed as hell.
God damn it, Mr. Schroeder, are you serious? Billy's birdhouse didn't even have a fucking roof on it.
But the best part of the whole story was that one of my classmates did get an A on his birdhouse. But was it for his craftsmanship and his stellar design? No, it's because he fucking put a Cleveland Browns sticker on it, and Mr. Schroeder liked the Cleveland Browns. Hey, I like the Browns. The Cleveland Browns are good, even though they're brown and not orange. A+.
God damn it, are you kidding me?
All right, reoccurring nightmares. Everybody's had them at some point in their life, right? I mean, we've all had those dreams where you're falling off a cliff, or all your teeth are falling out, or Dog the Bounty Hunter's repossessing your car. We've all had them nightmares, right? Well, today I'd like to go over my top 3 reoccurring nightmares that apparently my stupid brain just can't get enough of.
Number 3.
All right, now this first reoccurring nightmare I used to have all the time back when I worked at a shitty car dealership. And in this dream, I would be standing in the service aisle, right beside the tires, and I would do nothing for hours and hours on end. That was it. That was the entire dream. Now you might be sitting there like, well, how's that a fucking nightmare? What's so scary about that? Well, the scary part actually happened when I woke up, because that's when I realized that I had to go to work and stand in the service aisle by the fucking tires and do absolutely nothing for hours and hours on end. Because that was the majority of my goddamn job. Now, if you don't think that's a nightmare, well, you obviously have never worked a dead-end job before in your life. I basically worked 2 shifts back-to-back, one in dreamland and one in fucking reality land. And I only got paid for one. What a crock of shit. I mean, I'll take the fucking Dog the Bounty Hunter nightmare over that shit any day of the week. All right, double shift, monotonous hell fucking nightmare. Check. On to the next one.
Number 2.
Now, as I've mentioned in my Dumb Dreams cartoon that I made like 4,000 years ago, when I was a kid, I used to have a reoccurring nightmare that Harry and Marv from the movie Home Alone would break into my house and I'd have to fucking huck paint cans down my stairs to defend myself. And for a while, that was the only reoccurring nightmare that I had as a kid. Well, all of that changed one day when I went to the Blockbuster Video and I rented a little video game called Resident Evil 2 for the Sony PlayStation. Now, if you've never played Resident Evil 2, it's a game about zombies, and it's terrifying as hell. Well, imagine my naive 8-year-old ass playing this game for the first time, all by myself late at night. You remember that fucking opening cutscene? Look at this shit. Look at these graphics back in 1998. I thought these were real fucking people on the screen. That shit was terrifying as hell. Well, after playing roughly 45 seconds of this game and dying in the street, didn't even make it to fucking Kendo's gun shop, I promptly turned the PlayStation off, and I was A-okay with never playing that frightening-ass shit ever again. Well, naturally, it didn't take long for my stupid-ass brain to internalize that shit, and next thing you know, I'm having zombie nightmares left and right. Now, these dreams always started off pretty much the same. I'd be sitting on the couch, minding my own business, when suddenly somebody starts pounding on my front door. So I'd go to answer it, and it'd always be somebody random as hell. It'd be like my fucking dad's friend Carl, and he'd be like, "Hey, fucking guess what? Fucking zombies out in the street, all willy-nilly. Come on, we gotta get the hell out of here." And then we'd run out in the streets, and we'd have nothing to defend ourselves but like a fucking broken Nerf gun and a goddamn wiffle ball bat. Now, it's important to note that in these nightmares, I can never run at full speed. For whatever reason, it always feels like I'm waist deep in, like, chocolate pudding or some shit. I can only move in slow motion. Meanwhile, the zombies are on fucking roller skates, flying at us at full speed and shit. Now, somehow, they would never catch up to my ass, but almost every single time, my dad's friend Carl would end up getting bitten by a zombie. But I'd never know it because that piece of shit would always try to hide it from me in these fucking dreams. I'd look over and his ass would suddenly be wearing like a long sleeve turtleneck or some shit. What are you looking at? It's chilly outside, all right? What's the big deal? 10 minutes later, that shit would come back to bite me in the ass, literally. Ah, shit, I'm out of ammo. Carl, I need another bandolier. Carl? Guess what? Fucking, I'm a zombie now. Blah! Oh, piss! And then I'd wake up right around that point in the middle of the night, and I'd have so much goddamn resentment for my dad's friend Carl. He'd like come over to our house the next day and be like, "Hey, it's me, Carl. Where's your dad at?" And I'd be like, "Fuck off, Carl, you turtleneck wearing piece of shit." But hey, that's the way it goes. What can I say? All right, zombie apocalypse with my dad's friend nightmare. Check. What's next?
Number 1.
All right, now this last nightmare always takes place at Cedar Point. And if you've never been to Cedar Point before, well, it's a theme park in Ohio that has some of the biggest, most butthole-clenching roller coasters on the planet. And one of those roller coasters is the Millennium Force. Now, the first time I saw the Millennium Force as a kid, I thought it was the tallest goddamn thing in the entire world. And my little ass was not the biggest fan of heights back then, let me tell ya. So needless to say, the first time I rode the Millennium Force, it traumatized my ass quite a bit. Well, you can bet your ass it didn't take long for my stupid brain to be like, "Hey, I wrote a script for this new dream. It's called Get Stuck on Top of the Millennium Force Dream." Does that sound like fun? Yeah, that's right. In this reoccurring nightmare, I get stuck at the very tippity top of the Millennium Force. Now, I've had this dream hundreds of times to say the least. And sure, it's not always exactly the same. Sometimes the Millennium Force will be made out of popsicle sticks, and it's flimsy as hell. Sometimes the Millennium Force is so high up, it's basically in the fucking stratosphere. Hell, sometimes it's not even the Millennium Force at all. Instead, it'll be some, like, new bullshit ride that my stupid-ass brain came up with. Hey, you guys want to ride the Holy High Five? What's the Holy High Five? Oh, it's a roller coaster that's so high up.
You can high-five God.
Oh, piss! Oh, piss!
But no matter what rendition of this stupid nightmare plays out in my head, it always ends the same way. And that, of course, is with me falling off the fucking roller coaster, and with me waking up in bed abruptly, oh, piss! With the feeling of my asshole up in my own throat. Now, thankfully, it's just a dream, it's not real, and there's nothing to be afraid of. That is, until, 10 years later as an adult, I actually did get stuck on the fucking Millennium Force. Yeah, what a rootin' tootin' time that is. Having a reoccurring nightmare all of a sudden become reality. There we are, me and my wife, living our best lives, suspended hundreds of feet in the air, stuck on the fucking Millennium Force. And hey, guess what? I already did a cartoon of that story like fucking 10 years ago. So if you want to know that whole story, go check out that cartoon. Or don't, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. But those are my personal top 3 reoccurring nightmares. And if you don't think they're very scary, well, that's fine. But you better hope that one of your stupid ass nightmares doesn't come true, because it sucks ass, let me tell you. Oh, wow, what a fucking weird nightmare. Hey, you! It's me, Dog the Bounty Hunter. I'm repossessing your Honda Accord, you fucking piece of shit.